We're live, and I forgot to rename the stream. Suno. Boom. All right, now it's. I could tag my stream with AI music. Bait. It's like, oh, AI music sucks. You suck. It's like, no, I'm not. I'm not the one not tagging it because I'm making AI music. I'm tagging it because I'm talking about the problems with the AI music. So,
Yeah.
anyway, we're live. I am here with Reed, and today we're going to continue on to part 2 of watching Adam Neely's video talking about Suno music. From a while back, but it's such an important video when it comes to current times and what's going on with AI that we got to continue that. The VOD for the first part is still not up. I know that's because it's literally 7 hours long, and it needs to be chaptered. So once it's chaptered, it will be live. It will be up, and then yes, this VOD will also go up too. And hopefully I will not be as rambly, maybe, but I might need to be to do justice to the topic. So, yeah. And
I'll
yeah,
give you a
Reed.
little electric shock every time you start rambling.
Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, let me also do this. Boom. There we go. I was doing this. Electric shock. Great. Welcome, Ari. Thank you for joining. And Reed, you also lurk. Thank you. That'd be nice.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yep, I have. I think I've done 30 minutes of the chapters from the 7-hour, 20-ish minute VOD or stream that was. Yeah, just from the 7-hour 20. Yeah, cool. Stream is going. Neat. And then drop the Excel chat to this. Okay. Reed, if you say hi too, it'd be great. Hopefully Joel. Hi. I think Joel was on his way too. That'd be cool. What type in the chat too.
Oh, type hi. Okay.
Great. Perfect. Nice. Possible ban evader monitoring. Just kidding. That's what my Twitch chat thing is telling me for some reason. I don't. You've been here so many times already. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know what this moderation bot is thinking. Anyway, it's not thinking because it's a bot. Let me find this vid. Yeah, I was definitely looking at more Adam Neely videos, just content in general, and yeah, I really resonate with a lot of his points. Yeah, and it's apparently
it's insisting we must.
He's been talking about all kinds of different things that I would love to go over, and he's been at interviews that are really interesting as well. So yeah, this will be a fun watch. So let me actually check where we left off. I have it actually sitting here where we technically left off, but I want to make sure that we kind of know where to pick up. Yeah. And then Reed, while I'm doing that, maybe you can talk a little bit about why I have you on here, like what you might be able to talk about that might be interesting topics for this, relevant to the stream, relevant to this React.
I'm here because I'm filling a very important role today, and that is not only someone who has worked in AI before, but also someone who is a creator, a creative, who has opinions on the use of AI and how it's proliferating through our society and becoming so heavily normalized and utilized, if I'm being generous. So from the start, before I ever worked in AI, all the way back in like 2021, when generative AI was sort of like edging onto the scene, I was interested in the ethics of it,
Mm-hmm.
or what would become of the ethics of it.
Mm-hmm.
And working in AI in data annotation has had me brush with, well, not even brush, just handle directly issues related to AI ethics,
Mm-hmm.
and made me think in terms of what the ethical use of AI is and the ethical development of AI. So while
Mm-hmm.
I'm under an NDA, I can't speak about specific practices used by the company that I was working for. I can talk about how I can talk about some concepts that I've come up with on my own
Mm-hmm.
that I like to talk about and toss around. I've also done some research into the ethics surrounding the generative AI used in music specifically, because while the ethics related to generative AI and image creation, text creation, stuff like that is similar, they are ultimately their own sort of issue. They have issues unique to them, just like generative music AI has ethical issues unique to it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So that's what we'll
Ethical
talk about today.
copyrights, like consent on using somebody else's something someone else made. The main one is the using something someone else made. Where's the line on it's what's the word? A fair use of like where it's like it's transformative enough to count as fair use, because transformative enough is like has been honestly a debate already a lot with reaction videos in general, like this content here that we're literally
It's
doing right
it's
now.
definitely something that's
So
difficult to determine, and
yeah.
the use of AI muddies that picture even more.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So let me be clear.
It
Let me be
makes
clear
that
about what.
question, answering that question, even more important than before, than it used to be before. It used to be like the community would just be kind of like, well, just don't be an asshole about it, don't overdo it, don't abuse the fact that everyone's kind of letting each other use each other's stuff, because we all here want to make content. We all, when it comes to content creators, we all want to interact, build community, discuss things that are happening in the world, and like that's kind of what everyone wants. And as long as everyone gets a fair credit, or if someone's making a lot of money off their video from views, they get their fair cut on that side. I think everyone's just kind of okay with it, or at least has been online on YouTube, for example. Now this is like taking this outside of that culture or that community, because it's beyond just YouTube and just that. This is like everywhere. Yeah.
So my sort of thesis on this, so that everybody knows where I stand, is that AI can be a sketchpad, a mirror, a provocation, right? The danger
Mm-hmm.
is when it becomes a replacement for musicianship and creation and still asks to be treated like authorship. That's the
Right.
problem.
Yep.
So
Passing
I
it
know
up
that
as
sounds like.
authentic, as fully authentic, is dishonest.
So let me be clear to anybody who is listening right now and will listen in the future. I'm not anti-tool. I'm just anti-outsourcing of the soul of the work and pretending that nothing changed. That's what I'm
Right.
against.
Making those things out as the same is completely unfair, and not letting like consumers or anyone watching or listening know that there's that difference happening, and just kind of like being like, well, they don't care. I just want to pass it off as my own and whatever. Like that's the dishonest part. I think everyone can agree is like the most egregious or frustrating part that everyone could agree is worth stopping, or worth yeah, like people should not be doing that for sure. I think that's where people agree the most, probably, right?
Yes.
Okay, shall we dive in? So I found I think it was 4250 that I stopped at, but I'm gonna just play a little before just to kind of allow a little overlap.
Listen to AI music, support the real.
Oh yeah, so there was a song that was AI and the voice was AI, and people were like, "I don't care, I like the song, it just sounds good." So I'm just gonna keep listening to it. I think that was what was going on.
Hyper edited, auto-tuned electronic dance pop music just set humans up for failure in the market.
I can't hear your stream.
Yes,
by the way.
that's right. I need to. That's the other part. So you can see because of the virtual cam, and then this will allow you to follow on live on the audio part too. So you can like just mainly look at the stream part because then you can see the stream, but then you can audio from this.
Yeah.
Marketplace competing with AI. AI can do things that humans just can't without those tools. And so ultimately for certain styles of music, it might make a better product, a better musical commodity faster and cheaper.
No, don't listen to AI music, support the real artists. I don't care. It sounds good. I like it. I'm gonna listen to it.
It's a scary world, Mr. Clark. It's a scary world.
Probably before the end of this
It's hot. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
century, we will be able to construct computers or artificial intelligences which can go out on their own and develop lines of thought irrespective of any programming, and which may, in principle, be more intelligent than we are.
Yeah, irrespective is such a beautiful word too. It's like it's not that it doesn't care, it's that it doesn't need to care, which is like, ooh, it's like indifference, which is like the killer of art as well, and passion and everything emotional that we care about, like irrespectiveness of each other. Sorry?
I would argue that indifference makes it worse than outward hostility.
Yes, that's right. Apathy is the worst thing possible. We need to be actively discussing this thing with AI music, because apathy to it would be the death of, it would be a disservice to the art form. It just would be. Yeah.
There's this overwhelming sense I get right now from headlines and from, I don't know, how people are talking about this, that AI is here. It is omnipresent in society and that we must adopt it. And people who think otherwise.
Embracing AI is essential for continuous improvement. Learn how AI compares to past technologies and how it can. I mean, the objectively, it is true that embracing. Well, it's not embracing, but AI is essential for continuous improvement. So you must interact with the AI for the AI to improve. So if everyone just chose to never use it ever again or interact with it, it would not be a revolutionary thing in the of our future, because it would not be able to become anything. It wouldn't be able to evolve. It requires that interaction. So that's why I think a lot of businesses are deadlocked on, like, you have to interact with it, you have to love it, you have to enjoy it, you have to do these things with it and all this, because they benefit from it. The AI literally improves by you interacting with it, the same way that, like, any business benefits from you buying or interacting with their product and just seeing their ads. It's the same kind of wheel, and just fits right in, circle in a circle hole kind of thing or something. Reed, you had a thought on that or anything?
Yeah, but also, I don't know. Like, I feel like the concept of us having to embrace AI takes agency away from people who don't want to.
Say it again.
I feel like the notion that we have to embrace AI somehow takes agency away from people who don't want to.
Right, exactly. And the entire, and I think an artist's most important thing for artists is autonomy. That is literally number one. That is the entire point of doing art, is to have autonomy over expression. Like, and I'm so baffled that people don't get it. That people making the AI music using Suno do not get that the autonomy is the point, and they're giving up the entire point of there is to doing it, which is just wild. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. It's like it has this like push and pull effect. It's almost like embracing AI to liberate certain parts of the creative process also binds you in shackles creatively.
Yeah. You don't get to choose the things that the AI automates for you, aka you have less control over what you create. And
unless you're exhausted with your prompting, which the average user
Right.
doesn't know how to do that.
what is that? Can you explain a little bit? What do you mean by that?
So when I say being exhausted with your prompting, I'm talking about multi-paragraph long prompts that
Ooh.
set very specific, exacting parameters for what you want the AI to output.
So like cornering it into not giving you something that you wouldn't want, like getting really, really narrowing down so that it gives you, so you get the most out of that prompt, I guess. Yeah. Yeah.
Exactly. And at that point, why not just funnel that energy into actually making something?
Just do it yourself. If you're gonna,
Just do it yourself.
and this is what I talked about maybe last time. I don't remember, but like, it is a mutually exclusive thing to automate or to have autonomy. Hilarious how those words are very similar. Automate and autonomy. The more control, the more you have to handhold the AI, the more you get control over what it does. But the more you handhold the AI, therefore, by definition, the less automation you are experiencing with AI. And the more you want to control, the less automation you will have to you'll end up with less automation, and eventually you just don't have automation. So what's the point? The entire point of the AI is to automate some kind of process. If you are wanting control, you will have to give up control to automate. By definition, it is impossible to have both. You can't have the cake and eat it too. But it's just the perfect phrase for this.
And with that in mind, my main condemnation of AI is that if AI is meant to make our lives easier, then why is it so hard to get it to work the way that we need it to? When it would literally just be easier to do the things ourselves.
Right. And not only would it be easier, but we know how to do it really well. We already know how music works really well. We have all this experience. We can make it ourselves, and we know how to make it ourselves already. We don't need to learn it. It's not like we don't know how music works or how to make music, and we need AI to like teach us or something. And even then, we wouldn't really learn much from like, it making random stuff and us going like, oh, okay. It's kind of skipping the learning part altogether anyway. So it's like the use of it is so low quality that like it's just not gonna. I really think that like, yeah, it's just wild. It's wild that this is that people think that the creative process is going to be like, if anything, it might assist very little, but it is just depending on it is also bad. We talked about de-skilling, I think, earlier in part 1, how like, it's kind of bad for you to use it in a way. Almost it's almost like unhealthy for your skills to use it, because it is automating things that then if you wanted to not automate them, you will just be bad at them because you forgot how to do it, because the AI you've been dependent, you're getting dependency. It's a dependency on the AI, and that dependency is bad. It's a loss of autonomy, which is the whole point of making art, is to be autonomous from everyone and everything in a way. Yeah. Wild.
Wise are just being Luddites, and they will be put in the dustbin of history. It is omnipresent in society, and that we must adopt it. And people who think otherwise are just being Luddites, and they will be put in the dustbin of history. The people pushing this narrative,
more like you're putting yourself in the dustbin of history. Lol, XD, am I right?
of course, are the ones who have the most financially to gain from it. It's why you see articles in Forbes insisting we must adopt AI quickly, otherwise we will become obsolete. And
yes, it literally will become obsolete if we don't interact with it. That's true, but it's true in a way that like that is not what you would think that's not the interpretation you think of immediately. But they're not lying. They're doing a 2 IQ play, which is working, basically, is what they're doing. They're telling you that they're using you for free labor to test the AI, but you wouldn't expect them to like be like that. So they're like, they must be some kind of thing or whatever. Yeah. So yeah, actually, Tom, I don't know if you have some thoughts on that with like, what's the ethics of the fact that the entire world is basically doing free labor for the AI companies? Testing the AI for them in a way, like
it's egregious. like when I was doing data annotation, I was at least lucky enough to get paid to do the labor.
Right, and we're doing it for free when we chat with the bots online, and we are actually paying them to test the AI for them. We're actually paying them to do the job for them that they should be paying us for. My God, amazing. Absolutely genius business move, by the way. It's working phenomenally, and it's fucking genius, and it's making them a ton of money. Amazing. They need the money for the water farms, so I mean.
This idea works quite well on the musical community. We know that every 10 to 20 years there is this disruptive technology like MIDI or drum machines or whatever that comes in, and the people that survive are the ones who quickly embrace the new order, and the people who don't survive don't.
Yeah, but we're talking about replacement of art, not the assistance or the incorporation of it into art. Honestly, I would say that probably the people who are going to be the most that embrace the AI the most are the people who will understand it the most, who will be able to use it in clever ways that do not replace the art or make the art be about the discourse that people are experiencing culturally right now. Make some kind of art that is about the dilemmas that we have with AI. That would be like any film that might talk about dystopian future of like AI and all this. Those would be the successful versions of art that would leave everyone in the dustbins. It's talking about the emotional impact, the emotional like dynamic that's happening right now with this new thing is really something, right? So it can be a really big inspiration for making something. Yeah. Read anything? It's okay if not. I just can go. I'm just giving you a second if you wanted to.
No, not really. You said everything I would have said. Yeah.
Yep. Great.
Everyone else has access to it, and they're using it, and you're not.
Then you're gonna be left out.
Then you're gonna be left behind. And when
only historically categorically, yeah, it's just not. This is not really, yeah, the way it's just not the same.
Thought about it from that perspective, I kind of understood it.
We often view technology in these discussions.
He looks so passionate about it. He's like, yes, I'm also, yeah. He looks so, I don't know, positive about it and all that. Yeah, I can tell.
As this force of nature which cannot be controlled and ultimately cannot be stopped. Right. This is a view called technological determinism. It's a view that ultimately absolves us for building systems which might be unideal for society. Because if the technology was inevitable, if it was always going to happen, then there's nothing that we can really do about it except to embrace the technology.
You can't stop the wheel of progress, and therefore anything I do that's unethical with that thing that is creating progress is not my fault. It's like, that's not really how it works. Wouldn't you agree, Reed, on that? Oh, we invented the bomb. Now we're going to kill an entire society and bomb them. We didn't do anything wrong. The bombs were inevitable. What?
Yeah, that's like, it's literally the fucking guns kill people thing.
Yeah. It's like, I didn't kill them. The gun killed the person that I shot. What the fuck do you mean? What?
No, there's accountability there.
Yeah, you're accountable for pulling the trigger. No one forced you to pull the trigger. Just because someone made a gun doesn't mean they made you pull the trigger with it. Like, this is an absurd leap in logic, yeah.
As a means of survival. That we can really do about it except to embrace the technology as a means of survival. Which I think is particularly ludicrous, because as a society, we get to decide what kind of tech tree to invest in. Now, Arthur C. Clarke is a great visionary, love his stuff, but he didn't get everything right. For example, in his 1962 book, Profiles of the Future, he spends an entire chapter dedicated to what he calls ground effect machines, what today we would call hovercraft, amphibious vehicles that can work just as well on land as well as water. He thinks that we will restructure society around adopting hovercraft and abandon cars altogether. He writes, "There will clearly be enormous savings in road costs, amounting to billions a year, once we have abolished the wheel." Now, we do have hovercraft today. We have had them for over a half century. They work totally fine, and yet we have not restructured society around abandoning the wheel.
Honestly, I would say that's an economic problem. Like, I mean, think about like the pyramids and just how incredibly, like, we could not build the pyramids today is insane when it comes to technological ability, but is completely valid when you think about the economic costs of making something so ginormous and having everyone just abandon whatever they're doing for the sake of building this thing. Like the costs of having to support all those people that would work on something like that is enormous, and the chances of someone just coughing up the money for it is just, and the competitiveness of like the progress, like it's just I think it's a purely economic reason for this. That we don't have hover, like if everyone could afford one, I'm sure everyone would buy one. Come on, right? I mean, to be fair, the one thing he got right is that we do kind of abandon the wheel. I mean, not the wheel, but in some sense the hovering thing. Like there are like people, I see people like on sidewalks riding on like the one wheel, hoverboards. They would call them hoverboards and things like that, right? And the one wheeler thing where it's just one wheel that has like the gyro balancing stuff on it too. Like we're close. I mean, the energy, the like power it would take to have something actually float off the ground is so enormous, and the costs. I think it's an economic mainly issue at this point, probably.
Imagine the
future is already
you would get power that.
Yeah. We can't even agree on that green energy is like a good idea to like move forward on. We don't move forward on that, but we move forward on AI music. What the fuck is this? We don't want to leave fossil fuels, but we do want to write music with AI. Like, explain me that one. What?
It's a distraction.
Yeah. And it's also just like, it's because money, if it makes money, then it's more likely to be funded and invested in, and people spending their greedy people spending their energy on it, right, are more likely because they can see the profits coming in more likely in that than something else. They'll pick whatever gives them the best profit. So yeah.
On land as well as water. Yeah. He thinks that we will restructure society around adopting hovercraft and abandon cars altogether. He writes, there will clearly be enormous savings in road costs, amounting to billions a year once we have abolished the wheel. Now, we do have hovercraft today. We have had them for over a half century. They work totally fine, and yet we have not restructured society around abandoning the wheel. Large car companies had a strong interest in roads not becoming obsolete, and so technology was not inevitable. Instead, moneyed interests controlled how technology interacted with society. So,
right, exactly. It's a purely financial problem. Has nothing to do. It's the companies that have such a sunk cost in roads existing, and their roads being almost the kind of the factory, what is it called? The factory line, the assembly line almost for the cars. Like if there's no car, the car business is gone. Like imagine all that money being gone. Like the panic selling would be insane alone. So they don't want that because it would cost them just billions of dollars. It would be probably trillions. So like the car industry is insanely large. So it's almost like the more large the economic reason to keep something, the less likely we are to move on from it, unless it is trivially cheap to do. And it just the customer is just never going to not pick it. It just can't win in a lot of ways. And the government also funds certain things to help something be perpetuated in the economy. Like there's just so much bullshit that also keeps everything stagnant a lot of times too.
Generative AI is not inevitable. It's only coming because people want it to.
When people try to sell you on the idea that the future is already settled, it is because it is deeply unsettled.
That is sociologist.
Ooh, that is one spicy quote. Holy shit. Yeah, because they want control over the outcome. They want control. They want you to think this is the inevitable outcome, because if they don't convince you that it is, then you might doubt it, and then you might go in a direction that they didn't invest in. Of course. It's a psych you out. It's a mind trick thing. 100%. Wild.
Just Dr. Tressie McMillan Cottom talking at Urban Consult in Detroit this past December, providing some very incisive context here.
This promise of like an artificial intelligent future, as we talk about future, is really just a collective anxiety that very wealthy, powerful people have about how well they're going to be able to control us in the future.
Yes. 1,000,000,000%. Yeah. They don't want a certain future. Business people, the biggest fear, the biggest fire parasite thing that they fear is uncertainty. If there's no certainty that the profits are coming, abandon, run away, kill it with fire. Because the reliability of profit is the entire kind of point of the entire pursuit of business is sustainability. That's the point, right? But it can be to an end that is so corrupt. It's crazy. And by the way, Reed, I don't know if there might be a little delayed as well. So like, feel free to just jump in while I'm playing as well. And I won't pause or wait, just so you know.
Yeah. If they can get us to accept that the future's already settled, AI is already here, the end is already here, then we will create that for them.
Part of the way that Suno is trying to
And
steer discussion of AI and make AI feel omnipresent and inevitable is through a robust social media marketing campaign.
AI is not a trend.
Everyone's doing it. It's socially acceptable. It's what everyone's doing it. You're not cool if you don't do it with us. Woo, but it's a bubble. I mean, the nice thing about this is that you are faking it in a way. Like, it is a bubble and it will burst. Yeah.
It's not going anywhere, and pretending that it won't exist anywhere, it's not going to stop the progress. It's only going to
It's not about it existing. It's about whether people care about it or use it. It exists. There are a lot of things that no one likes that exist. Just because it exists doesn't mean it's now everywhere and everyone's doing it. Those are not. That leap is not always. That's just assuming that is just not. It's not always the case.
leave you behind.
That's Mohini Day, lending her weight as one of the great modern bass players to promoting this idea that the future is here and inevitable with Suno. Suno's marketing department spending a lot of money trying to make...
Now, Suno might have the money to fulfill that ambitious vision. Suno announced last week that it has raised, and this is videos from 4 months ago, by the way, for context. Last weekend, it had raised $250 million in a C fundraise, led to Menlo Ventures, led by Menlo Ventures, with additional investors, including NVIDIA's venture capital arm. Oh, of course, duh. Welcome to the stream. Of course, and Ventures, and because they're making all the tech, they get so much sale. Yes, please buy our technology to run AI stuff and watermills, and I mean, look at how expensive graphics cards are now. They're like, hell yeah, whatever you guys want, just buy it, and they're selling the shovels. Honestly, this is the fucking gold rush all over again. They're selling the fucking shovels. NVIDIA's in. My day is good. Welcome to the stream, Alan Ramirez. Welcome. We're talking about Suno AI music and the bad future. This is the video that we're reacting to from Adam Neely from 4 months ago. A little late to this particular video, but it's such an important and a monumental research in this video that we're kind of going over it. And the round brings welcome. The round brings Suno's valuation up to 2.45. What from? Oh, they raised and then because they joined the company, it just improved its value so much. According to the pitch deck, this funding round will be allocated to the following users: 30% computer power, 20% mergers and acquisition, 20% discovery, 20% marketing, 15% data, and 5% partnership. Already, the company has shown an interest in growing and expanding its offering via the acquisition, having purchased digital audio workstation Wave tool in June of 2025. Okay.
Make their product feel like a part of the zeitgeist, including some money going towards cringy astroturfed AI generated Instagram meme pages.
Oh my God, POV playing your Suno song on loudspeakers. Okay, is this these ads are actually AI generated? This is ridiculous. They're using AI for the visuals to advertise the AI for the music. Is that what's happening here?
Yeah, it is.
Oh my God. Let me see this. Name a better feeling. I'll wait. My Suno songs. I mean, accurate. You clearly are on this drug and copium. Honestly, replace this with copium. You got it right. Suno isn't real music. Suno is real music. Yeah. Go ahead.
It literally is copium, though.
It is. You're coping that you can't do it the hard way. Quite literally.
Exactly.
You can't do the hard work that it takes to get the quality that artists have been digging for years, for thousands of years. You're coping that you're on the same level as these amazing artists that you're literally stealing from and collaging from by using these tools without consent. Incredible, right?
AstroTurfed AI generated Instagram meme pages for some reason.
This has no idea. They have no idea the AUX is actually my Suno-san. Oh my fucking god. The cringe.
This is bleak. But, I want to be fair to Mohini Day and any of the other social media influencers who have worked with Suno. Clearly, there's something in the platform that they think is cool and worth promoting. And I've been thinking about this, actually.
I mean, they're banning. There's no way with this much marketing payment. And he just literally said that they're using content creators to promote it and whatever. I mean, clearly they're getting paid 1,000 billion%. They're all getting paid for this. They're just making more buck on this. Like, I really wonder how much percentage of the bubble is because they're paying everyone out the ass for promotion versus how much is it actually people that like this and whatever. Like, the Raid Shadow Legends ad campaign where they fucking went to every single content creator and it became an actual meme that you would have that every single content creator would all have Raid Shadow Legends as a sponsor for the video and an ad running in it, and it just became like a meme that this was the thing because of just how much absurd money and reach they were spending on just trying to get this to people's screens. Like, I wonder how much percentage that is. Yeah, I don't know. Read any thoughts? Yeah.
It's probably hard to say, and it probably varies by tech company.
Right. Sure. Yeah.
Because for instance, you see Google advertising Gemini super hard, but you don't see OpenAI advertising ChatGPT super duper hard to the extent that Google does, and you don't see Claude or Anthropic advertising Claude to the extent that ChatGPT does, to what limited extent it does.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it might just depend. I just wonder how much people are naturally interested versus it's just kind of blown up because of, they're paying people to talk about it and people to care about it and advertise it and all this kind of like advertisement campaign versus natural interest. And yeah, Alan, I can see your chat. I mean, I'm probably gonna respond when it's if it's like super relevant to what we're watching, kind of thing. So yeah, but feel free to pitch in on your thoughts on what we're watching and discussing here. Yeah. And I have
the
Reed here.
Conversation can only get bigger.
Yeah. It needs. We need to be talking about this. This is really important for the future of a different kind of important for a different reason than the companies think. To talk about this, I mean, because the customer is gonna be the person that is buying this is the person in power. If no one is buying into it, if no one's using it, it'll just die. Like we have all the power as customers and everything.
Man, you know what I just realized too?
Yep.
Stuff like what you and I are doing is just fucking free press for these tech companies.
I mean,
because we're talking about it.
We are talking about it, but the way we are informing people about this in a way. We're getting ahead of their marketing. So if they see this before they see the marketing, then they might have a different view on this. I mean, the point of this is thought provocation, thought provocation, thinking more deeply about this. And anyone who thinks a little bit more deeply than surface level commercial consumption of this is going to understand that this is just not what it might be advertised to be. It is not the dream and the future that they want you to believe it is. So I understand that there might be that negative element of that we are, by us talking about it, someone might discover it and be curious to find out about it. And that's fine. I don't think there's any way that, to talk about it, to address the problem and to improve the future without discussing it. I think apathy and silence would only, someone's going to find out about it eventually. Look at the marketing. Like, really? You think that just be not talking about it is going to, like, not you, but do you really, people might think that, like, oh, just not talking about it is going to just, like, help, is better than talking about it and discussing the criticizing it in an objective way, in a fair way. I mean, I think the net is positive here for sure. It's a net positive. But yes, it's for sure. I mean, this is how rage content works, right? If you do something that enrages people and they make content reacting to you, they just helped you get your rage content out there. So they're now your promoters. So that's why rage bait content is so successful, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, Alan. One of the chat rules is like, I did I make a chat rule of talking about maybe things that are relevant to what we're talking about. I mean, keeping things relevant to the stream, I guess so. But like, yeah, I'm happy to answer. Yeah, I'm Russian, but when I was like 3, I moved to the States. So I basically grew up in the States. But yeah, I'm from Russia, and yeah, Russian family. Yeah. Yeah, but I hope you join in on the conversation. I'd be curious to hear your thoughts are relevant to the React. So
for a while.
Let's keep going.
No, for me personally, I would never really use the platform, but I do think that there are some potentially ethical uses of the platform that I want to highlight. I know it seems like this has been one long hit piece on Suno.
Well,
but
there you go. This is the be about ethics. Yeah, here we go, Reed.
I do want to give credit where credit is due, because I do think that there are some potentially good uses of Suno.
There was a fly in perfect timing of him. I'm going to talk over him. No. There are no good. I'm just kidding. Let's hear what he has to say.
There are some potentially good uses of Suno.
Mm-hmm.
So let's get into it. Maybe good use of Suno, number 1. Music therapy.
If you're a Suno creator who wants to make music that truly matters, we want you.
Yeah, so music therapy would be like music that is soothing in some way, like it's background music that's supposed to calm you, and it's not supposed to be too like activating. Maybe is that what this is? I guess, right? It's not supposed to activate you super hard. It's supposed to kind of like copium numb you. I'm just kidding. Anyway, but I mean, kind of, right? Like it's supposed to be like not super like. It requires thought to engage with it, or it requires like you to like really, background stuff kind of thing, background noise, if you will.
I feel like it goes both ways. Just with my brush with art therapy when I was in like high school with my therapist.
Okay.
It can either be something to just sort of distract your mind, or it can be something that triggers specific emotions that you need to work through.
Mm-hmm.
So it can go both ways, but I can't imagine using Suno for like deep like shadow work level stuff. You know what I mean? Like I could never imagine that.
Because it would need to be more precisely designed, aka the automation would be randomly not imprecise as much as someone kind of finding a way to make it really serve that role. Yeah. Okay.
Let's bring healing through music to more people who need it.
By the way, there's so much. By the way, I think the argument that AI music is giving us more music because we want more music. There's so much music out there. First of all, already before AI music came around, and 2, there's so much music that's out there that's actually just kind of buried that people just don't listen to. That's unpopular. Like you're not going to run out of music to listen to. Just because AI music isn't around, like we are not short on music, I promise. Like this is not solving a shortage problem.
We're not going to run out anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, literally the video I watched before about are we going to run out of new melodies with Vsauce alone, talking about melodies that we have options to have variety access to. It's ridiculous to talk about like a music shortage. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, the short answer is no, not in any meaningful way are we going to run out.
Nope. Nope. And not only are we not going to run out, even if we did run out, the music that was written, the first song after the last song that it was like, okay, this is the final song written and there's no more else we could write. The chance of the change in context over all that time that that first song ever written would have experienced would give you so much variety on that song, and every song that we've heard so far on top as well. So even if we were to run out in 100,000 years of music, the context revolution in those 100,000 years is monumental. So like, because music is art exists in context. You also have to remember that just because a piece is done or a song is done doesn't mean that it can't evolve in how it's perceived, because context is going to change our relationship with it, which means the song might as well be a new song every day that context is evolving, like, or every year probably. So it's just ridiculous to that. It's not like making fun of people who might think that this is not ridiculous. It's just saying this is why it's kind of, it's not really, it's a moot point, and it would be a ridiculous claim to say that AI is solving a shortage problem. That's just this
Totally. I've heard from some music therapists who have used Suno in their practice.
Okay, what do you think about that, Reed?
As a music therapist, I use AI in sessions to generate lyrics from patients' lived experiences with chronic and terminal illnesses.
Oh yeah.
We then use the lyrics to generate a single via AI, selecting genres, rhythms, etc. in their room. This use of AI assists patients in making legacy albums of expression, a lasting impact for them and their families. It inspires the patients to engage in emotional expression, musical expression, and gives them a strong feeling of accomplishment and identity. Man, okay, so that actually gets me into my first ethical sticking point.
Let's go.
There is obviously, this goes without saying, there's a huge difference between private use and commercial use.
Mm-hmm.
Private use, unlimited, do what you want. Commercial use, AI belongs nowhere near anybody's money.
And the businesses would absolutely hate hearing that, because their whole thing is to make money off this.
Because this isn't just, oh, I'm making a quick song, da 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 da. No, it goes deeper than that. It's the destruction and consumption of labor. It's taking work away from real artists that could make the music if you just if you chose to gain the know-how to become, say, a producer.
I mean, if we go back to when AI music came out, when people criticized and got pissed about it, literally started only when it started taking away artists' jobs, or like the market was like starting to be saturated in a way where like real artists were like, people are like choosing this AI stuff over my art that I'm making. It's hurting my
I remember when
work.
AI music was just a gimmick.
Yeah, it was just a fun gag or thing, or like, oh, look at this meme I made with like someone eating pasta, and it's funny because it's like AI tried to make something, like comedy. I've always said that I think AI will kind of find a home in like comedy, most likely, because its caricature is kind of like, really easy to get.
Yeah, exactly. So, it's sort of like, look at this really vulgar gay cowboy song I made.
Right.
And that's how it was back in 2023, right? Like,
right. And it's because it's not being taken seriously. Comedy is about taking things not seriously. So the moment you start taking it seriously, like, oh, this is on par with Adele's song or something, right? Like, now we're having a totally different conversation. Like, this is no longer fun and games. This is people's livelihood and all that. And that's where all the problems began. That's when people started stepping up, being like, hey, this is a problem. We need to stop this. This is, hurting the industry. Yeah.
Like, let's see here. Like I said, there's a difference between private use and commercial use. And here's the issue with Suno. I haven't watched your 7-hour live stream about Suno.
It's not live yet, still, but yeah.
Yeah, so I haven't watched the VOD if you've even posted it in any Discord server or anything like that.
Well, it'll be on YouTube eventually, yeah. In a bit.
It'll be on YouTube eventually. The big issue that I have is that Suno's licensing specifically allows you to use your music commercially if you have a paid license.
What? I didn't know that. What the fuck?
if you're using a free license, you can't use it, and that sort of makes sense. But the fact that there are even provisions that would allow you to use this music commercially,
that's literally bootlegging. Quite literally.
It is.
That's insane.
Yeah.
They're literally this is pirating on like this is like, you know how pirates used to rule the seas and all this craziness, and there was Blackbeard, and this is like that in modern day. Like, we're talking about like pirating on a level of like literally just insanity in a way. I mean, we already have pirating with like, you know, video games and other, you know, stuff, but like this is like crazy. Yeah.
Like, this is gonna sound really, really fucking mean, but I mean it with all my heart. The ethics behind this are bought and sold with with talentless people's desire to make a quick buck.
That's right. That's totally right. No, or even more charitably, they're just trying to play some music for themselves, which just go online and listen to someone's actual music. Like, come on, guys, really? Like, this is ridiculous.
Like, music already, yeah, sure. Like, if you want to argue for the use of AI, fine. Let them make their own music and use it in private. That's fine. They're not hurting anybody. They're not taking labor away from somebody inherently.
As soon as it's competing on the same footing as a human being. Imagine the Olympics and you have a robot, like, that's a human-shaped robot that's running the marathon against humans. Like, yeah, if you have a little robot run around in your room, like a kid plays with their like little, you know, remote control robot running around, like, that's fine. But as soon as you start being like, let's have them compete in the Olympics and win against humans, that's when that's when people are gonna be like, this is ridiculous, this is infuriating, this is bad, you know? That's basically what's happening here. Yeah. So yeah, there was like a part in the beginning, in the first half, where it was like I was talking about how, like, even forget all this, like, now I'm like diving more deep into like really criticizing it, but even forget all this, I was like, you know, this just doesn't serve the purpose of like what an artist is looking for, like the adventurousness for the unknown, the autonomy that I already talked about. There was some other point though as well, but I don't remember right now. But yeah, like, oh, because it's about communication. Music is a language, and language is about communication. So if that's the case, then who are we communicating when we are making AI art? With AI? Is that the whole? Why not? Like, someone was like, well, I use them as a collaborator. I don't know how to write. I'm a pianist, but I don't know how to write for bass, and I want to write a bass in a piano piece or something. And so I had AI write up some stuff for me for bass or something. And I was like, well, why don't you just go meet a bassist and show them your project and find someone that would be willing to work with you for free? Probably not only would they work with you for free because they might find your stuff inspiring, they might even show you how they're doing it, and you might learn something. You don't learn anything doing it with collaborating with AI, really, not really. Whereas, like, you can talk to them and learn, and you get the social interaction, you get the communication, which is the entire point, right?
Yeah, or better yet, like, learn from the masters. Spend your $20 and pick up a copy of Rimsky-Korsakov's Principles of Orchestration.
Right, the $20 you're spending on the fucking subscription anyway.
Yeah, the $20 you're spending on subscription, the $20 you're spending on gas to like get to meet a basis. The
$20 we're spending on the water mills that are running these things.
Yeah, like, exactly.
Like, and we're wondering why we don't have fucking flying cars by now. Well, maybe because the fucking economy is the most corrupt thing on the planet. Money. Anyway,
we can barely afford to breathe.
That's right. I can't breathe because I can't pay my bills. Like,
I swear, these companies would give you a paid subscription to Oxygen if they fucking could.
They will try to, as soon as there's like something like some whatever things like, you know, body part enhancements and all that stuff in the medical field. I mean, we already do that in a way, right? When it comes to the medical field, it's already charging quite a bit. I mean, I wouldn't push as far as to say that, you know, it's unfair, because it is extremely valuable what they do in the medical field. But some medicine costs pennies, and they charge 1,000% of what it takes to produce the product. which for something that is essential to life and what is a quality of life element of what we do as humans. Yeah, an essential part of like living is just, it's a little bit slimy to do this, it's just, yeah, money's a sham is what it is. So
to positive results. Now, I can't say what the field of music therapy in general thinks of this, so please take this with a grain of salt, but I think that could potentially be a good use for this technology.
We've partnered with a charity who was already using Suno, connecting volunteers to make personalized songs for sick kids.
Suno itself has partnered with Songs of Love.
You just put Suno and personalized into the same sentence where they don't belong. It is a pseudo personalized. It's not personalized, it's customized, but it is not personalized. Or at least the personalization level is like this compared to the iceberg of what capability we have by hand and all that. So yeah.
A charity that pairs songwriters with both children with serious illnesses, and now
what? Wait. Songwriters that are using Suno with what?
Songs of Love
Foundation partner with Suno.
A charity that pairs songwriters with both children with serious illnesses and now older patients with dementia and Alzheimer's.
That's sad. Because they probably are hearing remixes of things that they remember, and they're like, "Oh, that sounds kind of nice, like that song I remember from my." It's like, Grandma, it's not the song you remember. It's actually this amorphic, horrific, this form. It's like Silent Hill level of shit. I mean, I could see a fucking video game where like some like dystopian thing about it. Like, oh yeah, I remember this nice song. It's like, I tricked her into listening to AI music. Like a fucking Black Mirror episode. I could totally holy shit.
Whoa, Eddie Robert, heck,
oh, this is so depressing. When they could be listening to things from their own time. Like what?
Kenneth Egan says that a song...
I don't think this is because they don't even comprehend what they're consenting to listening to as well. What are the ethics on that? I guess with elderly and like what is this? How much is this? How much can you compare this to like scam calls from India trying to sell something to grandma, to like being like, oh, we're gonna play. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, like just autonomy. God.
Oh man. God, how do I say it? You brought up an important point with like consent, right?
Right.
Say what you said again on that.
Like the consent of like this grandma is like listening to music and she's like, oh yeah, this reminds me of like a song like I might have heard in my time past, because it might be a remix or a mashup or something that AI has come up with. Like, oh, you ask AI to make music of the old days, but it's like this remash-up of it. And so like a grandma being like listening to it, like she didn't consent to, she doesn't know, there's no like, like in the medical field, you might have like this whole thing of like, you could consent to a surgery or something, but you have to be of mind to actually consent. It's not good enough that you say or even sign that you consent to some kind of thing unless you are of mind. You have to actually be of mind, be like, oh yeah, I understand the decision I'm making. I understand the things at stake. I understand, like, everything must be, they have to test that you actually understand what you're signing for. It's not good enough that they just move your hand or help you or whatever. So it's like, what is the consensual like thing about this with AI music? Like if you're serving this grandma to like play some music that will make her feel better, like, and she thinks this is like music from her old time, but it's actually this mashup that's not reflective at all of anyone that wrote music back in that time. It's just this collage. Like, what's the consent on there for the grandma? She must have to, there must be some kind of thing there that's wrong, because she never agreed to listen to this AI stuff. She agreed to listening to something that would remind her of, that would cheer her up or something. We literally watched, I think you were there when we watched videos of like the reaction of people listening to songs they heard in the past and how emotionally moved they felt by that. Like imagine if they played something that sounded like something he recognized and he was like moved by it, but it was actually not the stuff that they told him it was. It was actually just this like, mask. It was a fake thing of like, you know, it's not actually that. So like the consent of like that, you know, like you're expecting this, but you're getting something else. The ethics of that, I guess, is, I don't know if that helped answer the question on that. Hey Joel, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining for sure.
So obviously there's the consent issue. First and foremost, people with dementia can't consent in the way that people can, if they even can. First of all.
Right.
Consent is layered in this case. Prior preferences, family caregiver input, clinical judgment, and even the patient's present reaction, right? So, like, if someone becomes distressed or agitated or overstimulated, the therapy has to stop.
Right.
That's the first thing.
But the thing is, you're tricking them into thinking that they're consenting to something that they're not. Like that, an experience that they don't realize is not the experience they thought it was, right? Like, yeah.
Exactly. Consent to dementia is not like a fucking checkbox. It's an ongoing, like, act of attention, right?
Right. It could change. You might be able to consent one day and then not during another moment. And you can't just wait for the moment when they're less capable of understanding what they're consenting to trick them into consenting to something that you want them to consent to that might be your agenda or something. Like, this is not how it works.
And then there's the issue, the universal issue with AI music, and that's that it erases provenance. Even if the use case is beautiful, the AI model is still built on unlicensed or uncompensated musical labor.
Right. And the support of that, right? It's like giving someone that's something that tastes like that doesn't taste like meat to a vegan person, and being like, this is not meat, and then here's a meal, you asked for vegan food, here it is, and it's like, well, it's actually not vegan. It's like, actually, you know what I mean? Like, how upset would a vegan person be if they were tricked into eating meat, but they couldn't tell that it wasn't? That's the same as like tricking someone into thinking the music is not, you know, that this music is actually something else and passing off as something. Like, how upset would someone be if it was the topic of meat and like eating meat versus being vegan? Like, right? Like, we're gonna I can see us getting to people caring about this in the future as people get more educated, or I don't know, think about it a little more.
Okay, so I've organized my argument into 8 points. We've covered 2.
Oh wow, sorry. Go ahead.
Yes. Like I'm typing like a madman to organize my thoughts here.
All good.
So yeah, like, comfort doesn't erase provenance, right? You know, uncompensated musical labor and all that. Just because the end user is vulnerable doesn't automatically sanitize the supply chain. Right. And then there's the fact that there's a difference between music as care and music as substitution.
Okay.
Obviously, the use case here is like AI music helping a caregiver calm someone down, evoke a memory, or create a peaceful environment. And that's genuinely humane, right? But on the other hand, if facilities use it to replace human interaction from whole cloth, trained music therapists, live musicians, or attentive caregiving, then that's just cost cutting, really.
Yeah.
Because AI is,
sure.
you know, free. So you can't beat that price.
Right. And that's why it's the most competitive, like, market-wise, it's the most competitive, like, I guess, like, potentially competitive thing. Yeah, it's wild. Yeah. And then I think there's ethical problems with even trying to use it to soothe someone, because the whole thing of them reminding them of something that the music sounds like that it's reminding them of is a trick, because it's not actually, it is, but it isn't. It's like, it's not genuine. I think that's the word for it. It's not genuine. And I think old people are so used to everything that they hear and experience being genuine that it would honestly be, I think, ethically problematic because they don't understand that this is what they're hearing. You are tricking them. You are by their what is it called, ignorance, that you are taking advantage of their ignorance. You are. I really think that, especially with old people, it's such a sensitive topic. I mean, think of your grandma being taken advantage of. I mean, for being called by an by an Indian, out of out of the states, let's say, if you're in the states, and taking advantage of the laws being just no jurisdiction and trying to scam, trick your grandma into something, being true when it's not true. I mean, that it's all basically almost on that level, that the music they're trying to sell it as if it's this, as if it's substitute, as if it's on the same level as the music that is written by people who are putting a lot of thought and making a lot of decisions when they make this music. They're customizing the experience on such a level, and that customization is not a trivial factor, for sure. Yeah.
So
Sorry,
that
more
brings me
points,
into my
right?
next point here.
Yes.
That actually brings me really cleanly into
Okay.
my next point, and that's that emotional manipulation is a real risk.
Yeah. Because this is about emotional experience. Music is about the emotional experience is the point.
Yeah.
And if you are
Music can
catering, tainting that is a problem. Very important
Music
problem.
can break down people's walls, and that's why it can help people with dementia, but it can also become manipulative, right?
Yeah, like imagine
Because of
like a
that.
therapist using their skills to get someone to open up, to like trick them into doing something against their best interest. Wouldn't that be fucked up? Like,
That would be fucked up.
this is the same kind of fucked up in a lot of ways. I think just people haven't it's not normalized to think of it as that way fucked up, because it's kind of new and like people aren't sure yet on the consensus on it. But
if AI can generate music optimized to calm, redirect, or distract, it can generate music to emotionally steer someone. And
Right.
that's when comfort becomes control.
Yes. Oh my God. Yes. And did you consent to being to this kind of experience again? Right. Like that's why we have to know when you are listening to something. There has to be a disclaimer. Hey, this is just done by AI, just so you know, or something. Or like, I mean, on literally anything that is made all the time, there's disclaimers about everything. Like, I mean, so
Yeah, but with old people, if you tell someone, okay, we're going to play you some music now, but it wasn't made by a person and it's optimized to make you feel better, even if someone has
Yeah.
dementia, they're going to immediately pick up on that and be like, fucking yuck. What?
They are going to pick up on that. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, like
They're going to be like, that's weird. I don't want to hear that. Can I hear some real stuff?
That's weird.
Like, real
I don't
people?
want to hear that.
Yeah, and then they'd be like, I don't want to hear that.
exactly.
And then congratulations, you just got to know, and you have to stop. And this is the public opinion deciding where the future of AI. That is how AI is decided. It is not by these corporations that want to sell you this. It is by you deciding the value. You measure the value. They can only try to manipulate you into thinking it's valuable. But at the end of the day, you decide. And that's why I think people being more in touch with their feelings about music, more thoughtful about it, more like the theory side of things, what I'm doing with the theory, that might drive people to understand the music in ways that might connect them more with it. And then when you connect with it more, you might want to learn more about it. And then when you learn more about it, you might come to conclusions that we're coming to right here. And I think most people will come to these conclusions, because it makes sense. It's defending the human experience being untainted, just left be, so that you can choose that experience. First of all, autonomy. Autonomy is the biggest one. I think of all the things, the autonomy is something I am going to die on the hill over, because that is just what all artists are for. I don't think there's a single artist in the world that you could find that is like, I'd like less autonomy over my work. I mean, come on. That is ridiculous. The entire point of pursuing art is autonomy. As the first thing. It's not all of it, but is one of the most important things for sure. So let's get through more of your points. Sorry. I keep going.
So
yes. Which point are we on now?
I'm picking one. So
how many have we had so far?
Okay.
So I can count and put a chapter or something. I don't know.
we have had
4?
consent is complicated, comfort doesn't erase provenance, emotional manipulation is a real risk. We've had 3. So next up is a point that I make a lot, and that's the ethics behind how AI uses your data.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So personalization has the capacity to become surveillance.
Oh my gosh.
Therapeutic AI.
Spitting fire today.
Therapeutic AI, especially music AI, to make songs that evoke certain things, especially the example that we listened to where it was listing off people's names, and these are probably people that this AI knows. They need that information. That's personal information.
Yeah.
Age, memories, favorite artists, background, mood.
I mean, this might as well just be a vehicle for getting free like data on people so they can, for marketing literally anything else. This might as well just be a vehicle for that, just like to get in free information, because they're typing prompts, they're saying things that might be personal, and then you just be like, oh, that's great. Okay, we'll advertise that to you next. Like,
yes,
yeah,
exactly.
Like it's literally you don't have to pay for data. Data is really expensive, from what I understand, when it comes to like actually selling
intimate data.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
This data is intimate data, and this brings back our talk on consent, because in dementia care, it can be collected from people who don't fully understand how
Consent.
this data is stored, sold, reused, trained on, etc.
How much do you think people engage with it? So that's my entire question. How much would people engage with the AI, especially like in this case, the Suno AI music, let's say, or just the music in general that's made by AI, like the AI music? How much are people going to engage with it if they actually fully understood what this product is, what things entail, the gravity of all this, like, or just not even the gravity, just all the factors at play that they might try to hide because they find those facts inconvenient or unattractive about what they're doing, what they're trying to sell you. Like, what is the percentage of people that are sold on it because they are because they're not educated on it, or they're, what is it called, because of neglect of information, of knowledge, or whatever, ignorance.
Then there's another thing that's
like, well, how much do you think, like, you're maybe, like, you know, spitballing a, like, how much percentage of people are sold on it because of neglect, and if they knew better, they wouldn't engage with it, like today?
See, I feel like that's a really not compassionate take, but at the same time, you're probably right, because neglect often comes about people with the best of intentions, right? I'm
gonna be emotionally manipulated into, I see an ad for something, I go like, oh, that's really cool, I'm gonna go buy it. And then if I wasn't excited about it because of the ad, I wouldn't have bought it. I mean, this is as old as time. Getting people excited about something and then giving them something and trading for something is as old as time. This is not inherently evil. This is just life. I mean,
because in this use case, there is a thin line between soothing someone and just managing them.
Right. The control part, and just
exactly,
taking advantage of that. And like, you can get people excited about something, but only if they consent to participating in watching that. If you're like fisting it to them, be like, I'm gonna give you this now because this is the best thing for you. Okay, stop resisting. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. I mean,
exactly.
Really, police, we're not really, that's not really the topic at all. Not even close to related, but just, I don't know. Like, I mean, that is an emotional stop resisting, right? In a way,
it is,
I don't know.
Yeah.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, it is surveillance policing, could be even done through this. Like, I mean, they are. I'm sure that if you type something to the AI, you'd be on the list for it, right? Like, so.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah. Hey. Maybe the FBI should seize all AI operations because it is unsafe for the world, and they should just start to surveillance everyone through it or something. I don't know. I mean, that could be a horrible turn of events. AI has been way too disruptive. We're taking all the toys away from you guys, and then we're gonna hold on to them and use them for surveillance. Welcome to the future, like dystopian future. God.
Basically, yeah. Like.
Next point. Sorry.
Next point. AI is good at faking in this use case is good at faking human presence.
Ooh.
Right. So like a generated song is one thing, but a generated song from your dead husband, the voice of your child, or a new song by the singer you loved back in the day is a
The AI
lot
voice
more
thing.
ethically
Oh
dangerous.
my lord. Yeah.
And here's another thing. AI has already been shown to alter people's perception of reality. People with dementia already have an altered perception of reality. So imagine the effect that this AI music has
Just a
on
whole
people's.
again, dimension 2x, super dimension. Like, oh my god.
Exactly.
How miserable is
Exactly.
that?
And doing this is exploiting that fragility that
Yeah.
people with dementia have. Like
Yeah.
it's using someone's memory loss as permission to deceive them, and like you mentioned earlier, it's deceptive.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep.
And then because this is healthcare adjacent,
Yeah.
companies shouldn't be allowed to market AI music like proven treatment.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah,
Oh my god,
this
watch
is my
them
next
try
point,
to
because
do that. Watch them
evidence-based.
try to make it a whole thing, and it's like, oh, we got our foot in the door. We're deadlocked and we are not leaving. Like, and they're like in the medical field because like they're like, well, it's technically proven, scientifically researched, and like it works. Well, of course it probably might work because it's based on real things humans have made. Its effectiveness is probably going to be worse, but it's cheaper. It's cheaper, guys. Oh shit! Because it's cheaper, it's now better than everything else that came before. Like, come on, man. Well, really, you think cheaper is what you want when someone is doing surgery on your fucking body, on your physical being? Is cheaper what you want when you're dealing with your depression and you need someone to fix your depression? Is cheaper what you want when you want a wife or a husband or somebody that is going to love you and take care of you and have your kids? Is cheaper what you want when you want parenting? Is cheaper what you want when you want an education that's going to brainwash you into not understanding anything because they're trying to sell you more products? Really? Cheaper is what we want? No thanks. I'll pay a little more even though I'm fucking broke for something a little better than this. They think they can take advantage of us when we're all broke and we're paying bills and we can't afford fucking eating out because it's $70 to have a normal meal that probably takes $5 to cook at home. Really? Yeah, they think they can take advantage of us when we're all down? No. Refuse. I fight the darkness. It's not coming today. Not today. Oh. Anyway. Next point.
I'm not quite done talking about
okay, sure.
specifically the medical ethics of this.
Sure, yeah.
Because the WHO actually has guidance on AI and health that emphasizes ethics and human rights need to be central to design, deployment, and accountability. Their words. WHO's later guidance?
Wait, say that again? Who needs to be accountable?
Ethics, human rights need to be central to design, deployment, and accountability.
Central to design, deployment, and accountability. I might not really understand. Can you tell me like I'm 5? I don't know.
Okay, ethics and human rights need to be central to design, deployment, and accountability.
Oh, central to design of diplomacy and accountability. Where is the diplomacy accountability of like
deployment?
Of who? Oh, deployment.
How it's used.
Oh, how it's being used. Gotcha. Right.
Yeah,
okay.
And then the WHO's later guidance on Gen AI in health also treats these tools as powerful, but not validated just because they can generate compelling content.
Right. Okay.
So in care settings, vibes aren't evidence.
Vibes aren't evidence. I like that. Just because you can trick someone into feeling something doesn't mean that, aha, it is now the effect of this. Clearly, this correlation is science.
Yep, exactly.
I've got you now. You can't get rid of me, guys. I had this one time when I was an equivalent effect to real medicine. Therefore, I am replaced. Now we are going to replace medicine. It's like.
And then there's my last point, and that's dignity matters more than novelty.
Ooh. Yes.
So for people with dementia, the goal shouldn't be, hey, look at what this can do. The goal should be comfort, memory, connection, autonomy, and adult dignity, right? The Alzheimer's Association makes a similar point in its ARC guidance. Keep activities adult level and avoid anything demeaning or childlike. That same principle should apply to AI music. So the point is not to make dementia care futuristic. The point is to make it humane.
Yeah, and like the whole point of art is the human element. It is expressing. I mean, I'll read it again. This was one of my favorite. Oh my god, I have to scroll up and find it. But I wrote down this thing. I was thinking about like different points about like music and like my thoughts on AI when I was kind of still figuring out what would be my talking point. Oh yeah, here it is. I gotta pin this for sure for me. Gosh.
But let me be clear on one thing. Yeah. I'm much more open to AI and AI music and dementia care than I am to AI music as a replacement for working musicians. Let me be clear on that.
Yeah, there's a sliding scale. All of this is definitely going to be not black and white.
Like if a generated piece of music helps someone calm down, feel less alone, or whatever, that matters. But the ethics don't just disappear because the use case is sympathetic.
Okay, but why would you not, if you have equal access to the AI and equal access to something that would help them that isn't AI, why would you pick the AI if we already have something that serves this goal? Like
exactly, because we already have live musicians who do nursing home gigs. I was one when I was an itty bitty little kid.
And the human connection, making it human-like, right? Human connection of someone playing in the room is even better than a recording of a human being playing. Forget the AI playing the music. Even the human being playing the music in a recording would be lesser than someone actually coming in person to play. You can literally feel their presence and that whole experience, the live music experience, right? Like
yeah, like I feel different listening to music live than I do just listening to it through my fucking computer.
Right, of course.
Like it's the communal vibe. It's that you're sharing an experience, and you can only share an experience like that with people.
That's right. The human element is irreplaceable, because the human experience. We are living in a world together. We live in a society. So this was my thing here. The most interesting part of the human experience is the choices we make. Art is the greatest catalyst because it has the highest capacity to reveal the endlessly amusing depth of our choices in our lives. AI is optimized to simplify the process of creation at the cost of simplifying the very thing that we make art to express the depth of.
Exactly.
Yep. Next point.
That's it.
Oh, that was it. Great. All right. Yeah. Let's keep going, I guess.
Song with biographical elements.
And so where we paused was this.
Kenneth Egan says that a song with biographical elements.
Yeah, that gave me the ick for sure. I was like, oh, I don't think these people would be smiling if they understood what was happening, what they were listening to.
Yeah.
Like, they're like, oh, it's a nice song. Someone was singing with a guitar. And I mean, they're also used to lower quality, probably audio when it comes to recording as well. So they can't tell. They're like, oh, it must be just a low quality recording. They used a mic, like whatever.
That's the thing, though.
That's what they
Suno, even the free version, can produce polished studio quality music.
Yeah.
So it's not even an audio quality thing. It's just the fact that people are inputting these people's loved ones' names and stuff into this AI to make them feel a certain way and to like evoke memories, and that gives me the fucking ick. Like,
yeah, I think that the future isn't, the future isn't this. It really isn't this. And you might argue that, hey, I remember at the very beginning of the video, one of the first points that the CEO made of Suno made that, hey, the game industry is so big and so successful and all this stuff and so much engagement with it, like. I want to see the music creation, music like whatever industry, have the same, grow in size. Like it should be, it could be as big as gaming, and I actually completely agree with that sentiment. Like separate from everything else, I actually agree with that. But the way to get there is not by cheapening the process. It is by showing people why bother with the process. It's not by removing the process that makes it hard. It is by showing people why going through the process is so worth it. it really is worth it. There are people who go through this process, and the process is irreplaceable. So then people might be like, well, it's hard, it's irreplaceable, you want it to stay hard, you must be elitist. It's like, no, the hard process of it makes the payoff that much more juicy, that much more worth it, and that much more potent. It makes living worth it. Like, you feel so alive, you know? Like, for some people, it's literally they breathe art. Like, if they didn't have it, they would have been like, there's no point in living, I'm just gonna go off myself or something, you know? Like, and if you have, sorry to say something like that, but like, if you have problems, do call like the helpline for suicidal helpline and things like that. But, you know, so it's like, this is life and death for some people, though. It really can be. And the reason they go through all the trouble is because the difficulty of it, that process is what makes the output worth it. And if you skip the process, you lose the output, the quality of the output, which the quality of the output is the point. The quality, not the how much there is. The quality is the point. And so this is like, I think that you need to show people why it's worth doing the hard work. And then I think the teaching industry, I think, is a little bit weak. I think the teaching industry could be improved. I think there are ways to make learning music and this a little bit more approachable, a little better, but without sacrificing without cheapening the process, without skipping steps, just making the steps a little bit more digestible, a little bit more, you know, smoothing out the learning curve so it's not so wavy and everywhere and all over the place, not losing people as much in the learning process. But the learning process is irreplaceable. It is. Yeah. So that was my point from from early in this React. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna keep going.
You're being seen and you're being heard by other human beings.
It's not human beings. Well,
if this weird doo-wop music can get patients with Alzheimer's to reconnect with their memories, I mean, I could see how this could be a good thing.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think on a surface level, yes. But now that we've dived in for sure, and all your points, I am very convinced that this is also a front worth pushing back on for sure. Absolutely. Yeah, if you really go in depth on it, it really is worth pushing back.
Love has been a charity for a long time, actually, and used to do it the old-fashioned way, with songwriters writing 46,000 personalized songs prior to the adoption of Suno.
AKA, we have 46,000 songs. We don't need AI to fill in the what is it? What is it called? There is no, whatever I said about the market being, there's no shortage. 46,000. You just said it. 46,000. You really think that people with Alzheimer's are going to run out of music, listen to 46,000 songs? No.
That's a hell of a lot.
That is a lot. Yep.
Lee Roth in the house tonight with a song of love for Ashley.
David Lee Roth.
Yeah, has the name. Yeah, that's the whole thing with the data. They just put the name in there, and now that name is out there and being sold to. And then maybe the AI gets so big that the Indian call centers start going like, oh, maybe we can get in on this. Maybe we can get that data since it's out there for free or whatever. And then all this stuff, you know.
Recorded a song for 7-year-old Ashley battling leukemia, which is an honestly pretty charming song.
Look at her go, and she's starting to rock. Think about.
I mean, it is kind of, I will say it is cute and fun when someone like writes a song or sings and improvises and then they incorporate your name in there. Like, let's say you go to a restaurant and then you pay the musician that's playing, on the little stage or something, the little sound musician's corner, and you tell him, hey, here's a little money. Like, here, can you sing her favorite song or whatever? My girl is on a date with me. Her favorite song, and incorporate her name in there, and then she would be like, oh my gosh. What? He's singing my name in there and stuff. Like, that reaction is totally fine. Like, that's fine to incorporate someone's name, but the problem is the way that you're going about it is just, it's not, this is a personal, doing something like that is very personal, but when it's passed off as personal and it isn't, yeah.
the horses that she rides.
I love this.
But it is an endearing thing when you include someone's name, when you personalize a song. I think there are actually some. I think I once was teaching a kid, and they bought this like book that was like supposed to be this kid's book, and it had like these 3 characters or something, or some characters, and they basically they send you this book, and it's not AI art or anything. It's actually even people made it, and then what they do is they replace the words or like the name of the characters with like family members or something, like maybe your dad's name and then the kid's name, and it's like, oh, it's us, oh, we're going on this adventure, and it was kind of a cute thing. So it's fun to incorporate. Yeah, so that's cool, right? But the like, you know, but there's consent. You consented. You're like, oh, I'm going to buy this thing, I'm giving them their name, and they're only going to use it to make this thing that's going to make my kid happy. So
because it's actually David Lee Roth singing to a young Ashley, and he's
this one is actually not AI. Okay, so this one, well, I wasn't saying that this was AI, by the way. I was just saying that anything happened. But I guess during this moment when I stopped and went, this was actually an example of exactly what I was saying. Like they're singing about a person. Yeah.
Think about the horses that she rides.
I love this because it's actually David Lee Roth singing to a young Ashley, and he's clearly having a lot of fun with it. The question now is, would it have been the same if it was an artificially generated David Lee Roth?
Oh my god, and the whole thing of like, imagine like someone in high school or something like going on Suno and then being like, I'm going to write a song, a love song to this girl I really like and that I've been like wanting to talk to or something, and then he goes on Suno, types up a prompt, and then like is like he wants to incorporate her name, and then he like gives it to this girl, like, what do you think this girl is gonna I don't know, maybe that's the test we need of the younger generations trying to use it and finding out that this is just not really working, you know, or something. So, and those people are way more aware. They're not people who have dementia. These are people who are well aware, and they literally are born with technology already in their hands, right? So we'll see how that goes.
Would Ashley have felt as special?
Yes. No. The answer is no.
Maybe you could get into some utilitarian arguments about maximizing joy. Like, yeah, maybe Ashley is not going to feel as special, but now many thousands of other sick kids can feel a little bit more special with this uncanny David Lee Roth singing at them, I guess. It's not very convincing, but hey, you could make that argument. Maybe.
I mean, okay, so really fun angle, which is what I actually think will happen with all this going forward, is that uncanny valley is a fantastic new topic that the AI is were existing. It does exist. It isn't going anywhere. That's true. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of artists that will use the fuel, use the kind of the frustration of like people with it, or my frustration and people who might agree with us here, or maybe people who are okay with it, and the dynamics that creates socially, and people who are okay with it would not, at a dinner table, oh, what song is that? Oh, it's actually this AI thing I cooked up, like a scene from a film. It's like throws the thing on the table and walks out. It's like, honey, what's wrong? Don't you like the song? I picked it. It even has your name in it. You see, they say your name. So like a film that depicts that the dynamic, like a Black Mirror episode or something. I really think that's where this is going to be going. I think that the artists are going to be like, well, if you won't listen to us say what we have a problem with this, then we'll show you what problem we have with it through our art. Haha, have fun. Maybe I can learn a thing or two from us.
Good use of Suno. Number 2, memorization tool. There's this goofy AI channel on TikTok that creates pop songs that list technical information about a variety of very specific topics that likely would not have had wide appeal.
Okay, let's see.
Technical
vibrations. Wait, what is this? Is this going to be literally like Bill Nye the Science Guy, fucking? But like what is major
AI
problem? The monotonous up
on
and
TikTok
down
that creates pop
vibration
songs that list technical
only applied maximum
information
force
about a variety of very specific topics that
which was inefficient.
We would not have had
this created uneven watch
appeal
words
as pop songs.
Inventor of the road roller was a genius. He made a 20-ton machine create 60 tons of force.
These songs have apparently
there's no rhyme or rhythm to it. I mean, quite literally that phrase, no rhyme or rhythm to it. Rhyme or reason. Wait, so there is reason though, I guess. But it's like, I mean, mnemonics.
Content to a catchy tune.
I guess
Well,
it's the
catchy instrumental
equivalent.
at least.
I think it's the equivalent of having what is this, a Subway Surfer in the background to try to engage you with someone talking. Like,
yeah, it's just like
that's the
dopamine,
that's the
right?
equivalent of the strategy, I would say. And then you're doing the words pop up like a kid's like nursery rhyme videos that might like try to get your attention or something. Like, which is so telling of like what's happening here. It's like anyway.
Gotten stuck in people's heads.
Inventor of the road roller is a genius. He made a 20-ton machine.
I mean, I find this hilarious. I think a song with those lyrics just makes me laugh at the ridiculousness of this mashup. And I think it's like that's funny. The meme-ification comedy that I think AI serves best. I think that's where everyone might really get the most value out of it. Like long term, I think we'll really laugh about this and whatever. Yeah. Oh my god.
Create 60 tons of
now I want to see the whole like react on a react, someone joining in as a choir, just because it's like memeing over this and taking it super seriously and super far, right? How far can we go off the deep end with like whatever? Now I want to see someone doing a someone jumping in, the whole like TikTok react kind of like harmonizing thing. That's what I want to see now about this. Wait, is that a rectangle for? What the fuck? Wait, this footage is from National Geographic, right?
Yeah.
Look at the rectangle. That's National Geographic.
Technical information about a variety of very specific.
Wait, this is being dubbed. Wait, they're just.
They're taking footage from National Geographic and just dubbing over it.
This is so gross. National Geographic is one of the most highest qualities like things ever.
No, this isn't National Geographic using it.
Yeah, but they're using the National Geographic, which is gross to use the National Geographic to create this. That's what I'm saying. They're taking the footage from National Geographic and then putting that over, like some random person is doing this for TikTok, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. That's what I meant. That's what I wasn't saying National Geographic was using AI and putting this over. No, they would never do this. This is ridiculous. No, I'm saying National Geographic is extremely high quality, and so they would. This is such a blasphemy almost to put this over it, and so it's so ridiculous that it's actually hilarious because like it's such a dissonance of things, right? It's this like AI thing over like fucking this like high quality footage and trying to capture documentary thing. There's some irony there as well. Like yeah. Anyway,
these songs have apparently gotten stuck in people's
feelings.
Huh?
I may have hurt a rando's feelings.
Here. Oh yeah, stay on topic. Yeah. I mean, like I don't know. I think it might be in my rules. I think that's the one rule that might be on the subjective side that I put. But like everyone has their own chat rules. Pretty sure one of the rules might be to kind of keep things on topic. I don't remember but I put it there because I want the conversation in the chat to be on topic. And I mean, I am going to engage with chat when it improves the watching experience for everybody when it comes to whatever we're talking about. So I mean, just answering literally like just random questions about where I was. I actually did answer that question. But then you came back, but then you left and came back and are just like. I didn't catch you, and so I'm happy to have a lurker. You're fine to lurk, but don't expect me to derail the stream and what the stream is about over something like that. I mean, so maybe go to AI if you don't like that. You could always talk to AI. AI won't say no. AI will do everything you want. Everything. Immediate gratification. Oh, they're not here anymore. Never mind. Great.
Yeah, they're not here
I would have really hurt their feelings if I did that. I don't know. Like,
yeah, I don't care. I don't care.
Yeah,
I don't give a fuck
yeah.
about their feelings.
Well, yeah. So it's like, I mean. Sorry, like the human element is that we get to set our own boundaries about what we're okay with. Consent. Have you heard of it? Anyway, moving on. Sorry, don't mean to shit on anybody or anything, but just, yeah, my rules are that I want to keep things on topic. So that's probably why I wasn't reacting to your chat much. Sorry, I'll engage with what I find engaging, I guess, for me, right?
center of the road roller
happens
is
to be
a
this video
genius.
right
He
now.
made a 20-ton machine create 60
20-ton machine. It's like a ramble. This like sentence on one note is just really funny to me.
tons of force. The city
And also apparently have inspired people to make
And
their
they
own
seem to be really serious and like, oh yeah, it's song, you know.
non-AI technical songs in the style.
About how soap works, how does it so easily remove the
I'm challenging AI science girl to a duel.
dirt from your hands? Well, the secret lies in the molecular formula.
My question is,
Molecular formula. It's like the note is moving on like the most weakest syllable of the word. Like there's nothing. There's just it's just so, yeah. It's so unskilled, I guess, is the approach to this. It's an unskilled way of doing things. Which I mean, not this person,
I think it's funny.
but it is very funny. Yeah, it's funny for sure. Yeah.
Like
Is
these
this
are
a
old
good thing?
videos. This isn't
really?
isn't what AI music is capable of anymore. No,
Oh, so it's better than this kind of thing. Yeah, sure.
it's way better than that.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't know. I don't use it.
I think that is a
Well, yeah,
good use
neither
of
would
AI.
I don't know. I don't know what exactly
Well,
will
yeah,
happen.
I'm
if
not saying you
get
are. I'm not
that.
insinuating that. I'm just saying, like, I'm sure it is, but I wouldn't, like, yeah, so it just, you know.
Like,
I'm
I
happy
don't
to
know
talk
what'll
about it,
happen
but I'm
if you
not
take
interested in
text,
it.
generated or not, and feed it into a music AI and tell it to like write music around this text. I don't know what'll happen then, but
No. I mean, there was a funny video of Markiplier doing, like, the text AI, like, asking it to tell a story and then make it, like, a certain way. And, like, that was a pretty funny. And, hey, that was he used it for comedy, which I really think the comedy is like its home, you know, like in the end, this is where you're probably going to ruffle the least feathers. You're going to upset people the least if it's a gag, if it's not to be taken as seriously as a Mona Lisa painting. Because it's unfair to take it as seriously. It's just not fair, you know. And all the other reasons.
I think it's actually a very fun use of AI.
Yeah, I mean it's fun. Like I can't deny that.
Yeah, it's very interesting to me because it's something that tracks the way in which the Greeks used.
Always goes back to the Greeks. Always goes back to the
Oh
Greeks.
yeah, there was a topic of like Greeks volumes, Plato's 4 volumes, and apparently Suno AI Music's volume. One of their volumes is Impatience. I think it was Impatience, because you want things quick and soon, because well that's what they're marketing to. And that she went over how like Plato's volumes, actually almost all 4 of them are actually against impatience. It was like wisdom. I could find it. Where are we at? 5120. Let me find it. It's worth finding, honestly. Just so you know, this part was wild. Was it the part that's the most watched? No, the most watched was that one girl who is like, this one.
Aesthetics built into the product itself. On Suno's website, alongside music, fun, and aesthetics, they list impatience as a core virtue.
As a virtue they didn't even say virtue on the other ones. They put virtue under impatience. That's insane, isn't it?
Which
yeah,
I
they like
gotta
sandwich
say,
a really wild claim in between these. Like, music is our company focus. Fine. Aesthetics matter. What was the other one?
The other one was
Back it up a little
fun.
Fun, yeah.
Sure.
And then impatience is a virtue.
Virtue, which we're gonna get into virtues here in a second. We always aspire to. I didn't even read this blurb because I was that shocked. I was like, just moving on. We always aspire to improve our bar for craft. Extreme ownership is how we achieve that.
And then they say something completely unrelated to how impatience is a virtue. Like,
music. We're a music company built around a single purpose, transforming how people create and experience music. Yeah, is our tool, not our identity.
Bullshit.
Oh God, bullshit. Yeah. Hey. And then what is this one? Wait, let's read the other one.
Suno's website.
Aesthetic, great.
Alongside music.
Wait,
I mean, we
fun
could just...
is underrated? Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh yeah, sure. Fun is underrated for sure, man.
For sure,
we take joy seriously. Creativity thrives when we're playful, open, and having fun. Because making music should feel as good as it sounds. Wow, what a corrupt way of wording that. Oh my god.
Yeah, well, you know what? If you know how to make music, generally speaking, it does feel as good as it sounds. Who'd
That's
have
right.
fucking thought?
That's right. Wild, right? Who would expect? That's such a shocker. I'm so shocked by that.
Fun and
aesthetic. And then, yeah, great taste isn't okay. So it's, oh my god, aesthetics matter. Great taste isn't subjective. I have a reaction to that, but I don't even know. Like, oh, okay, yeah. It's a skill. Well, okay, we trust our instincts. Value beauty in every detail and have the courage to follow good judgment even when the data disagrees. What? Okay. Oh, this is such manipulative language, really. That's what this is. It's really very manipulative language. It's trying to sound... It's trying to be like a little not quite perfect, but then also perfect enough to like, but then like smooth enough to sound like something. It's so trying to brainwash you into this is you know, this is better than doing things the right way, the way that works the best, you know, the highest quality. That the quality is, it's actually yeah, the quality is like they don't want you focusing on that. It's not about the quality. That's the only thing not on here for sure, right? And yeah, the
they
virtue
list
part.
impatience.
Yeah. Let me show you the virtues of
virtue.
Toledo here in a second.
Which I gotta say,
I'm gonna speed up.
Doesn't really strike me as a virtue.
First of all,
yeah.
It's not a virtue. Impatience is not a virtue. It actually goes against all of the virtues.
That's virtue ethicist and Platonic scholar Dr. Mariana Noe of the University of Arizona, who I talked to at great length about the deeper philosophical implications of the widespread adoption of generative AI and how these companies are instilling specific values through the use of their technology.
There's 4 big virtues, which are justice, wisdom, moderation, and courage.
Justice, wisdom, moderation, and courage. All of which require the absence of impatience. All of which require patience. Art requires patience. They don't want you, that's why it's one of the 4 pillars, because they don't want you thinking that way. They don't like that. They're hitting all the points that would convince someone to be sold on what they're doing. I mean, of course, they're trying to sell it. It makes sense, right? Like, so. Yeah.
Towards which we need to aim if we want to be good human beings. Impatience goes against almost all of them. Not justice, but it goes against courage, it goes against moderation, and it goes against wisdom. If you're an impatient person, there's no way you can be a courageous one. A courageous person is one that assesses the risk and knows when to attack and also when it's just too rash. The same with moderation, of course. Moderation is about like controlling your desires. Sometimes you just have to wait and you have to control your desire to see results, right? And with wisdom, of course, impatience is also about like throwing yourself to something without really knowing what's going on. So it will go against the idea of like making a wise decision. So it's not a virtue. It goes against all virtues. That's important.
I mean, I was literally the first part, what I said about this was like, do you want someone to be impatient when they're a doctor working on surgery? Do you want someone to be impatient with your kids? Do you want someone to be impatient when you're on a date? Do you want someone like where's the value in impatience other than monetary for greedy corporation?
Yeah, there's literally no...
Prove me wrong shirt is what I would need to be wearing right now. Oh, God. I mean, it's not like there's going to be a lot of people lining up to try to prove me wrong because I'd be preaching to the choir, I feel like, in most cases. But, I mean, the money does speak. There are people who you know, whatever. So, yeah. So I wanted to show you that bit, the 4 virtues part, you know. So, 20. Oh, so we were just getting back to her. This was
back
her.
To the Greeks. It always goes back to the Greeks.
Yeah.
Rhymes, the reason why bards or rhapsodes could remember the Iliad and the Odyssey, which are very, very long poems, is because they were put into a rhythm. In the rhythm, and they had like basically a rhyming, a verse.
Opening lines of Iliad, Homer 800 BC, recited in ancient Greek.
Some scholars think that.
I mean, literally just even seeing the expression she has when she's reciting this versus that girl who was doing like a challenge against the AI for like the lyrics of the other thing, even that already speaks volumes on like what's the difference in the experience that these two people are having. I mean, I think the closest thing for a layman would be to be like, what is the expression or feeling you're having when you eat just junk food and when you eat like really high quality cooked food, or even grandma cooking kind of thing, you know, like family cooking, something that made with love, whole thing, right? That expression you might feel, that's the point. That's what's worth doing the hard work for. That's why the quick thing isn't. That's why you would opt out of this, you know? This is why. You were saying something, sorry. Yeah.
Oh yeah, like anything my dad cooks is better than a bowl of chips.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And you can even like, there's a form of communication through the culinary arts as well. There's a form of emotional whatever through the culinary arts too, I would say. I mean, yeah. I would say the elderly would agree on that one for sure. And then that would be actually the great way to frame this of like, hey, do you want this AI slop, or do you want something like, you know, personalized or well, not personalized, but like a person made, like that might be more personal than that way, right? Like if you compare it to the culinary arts of like cooking, grandma's cooking, you know, like they're going to be furious that they're like, how dare you even propose something so disgusting, right? Like if you got it to click, if you educated them, if you taught them in a way that would really click, that would be like crazy, right? They would be like, yeah, no thanks. Get out of my house immediately, right? Like get the fuck out of here. Like they would be mad. They'd be like, how dare you? This is an insult, right? To show me this, to think that I would want something like this is, and then, you know, they would take it personally, like.
That this is the way in which the Greeks share information among themselves. Someone wrote something, a passage, make it part of a poem, and then basically spread it around through rhapsodes or poets.
I mean, it's literally serving communication right there and then. This is an example historically. Yeah.
Size that earworms have an evolutionary benefit for memory, a means of remembering information and then passing it down from generation.
Yeah, I promise you that you do. Neither of us remember the fucking thing here, even though we heard it a couple times. Actually, I don't think neither of us memorized it. There's something about a bunch of tons because we heard that a bunch of times and we laughed about it. So the comedic kind of like element might have engaged us more, right? But like, I don't remember the lyrics to that. I could probably even recite the Greek stuff, even though I don't understand it better, because it has a rhythm to it. That's how crazy this is.
Degeneration. Like the Griots of West Africa, the Norse skalds, and yes, the Greek rhapsodes, we have maintained our oral history using music as an information delivery mechanism. Some people seem to be using Suno as a study tool, hoping to manufacture.
This AI music as a study of memorization aid is so crazy. Let's read this. Imagine a teenager lying lazily on a bed in a classroom, in a classic 90s bedroom, listening to a Walkman. Mom walks into the door. Hey, you should be studying for your exam, teen. Ugh, I am, Mom. Slams the door. Little does Mom know that the teen punk is listening to AI-generated sonic study aids. I mean, yeah. I mean, this is also killing history in a way, right? We have so much music already that you couldn't possibly, even in a lifetime, explore all the music that's ever been written historically.
No, you couldn't.
So if you couldn't do that, then that means every minute someone's listening to AI music, they are not experiencing or consuming something that reflects history and not communicating with the history of humanity. They're instead communicating with the very short and shallow history of AI, which isn't that kind of bad? Like, wouldn't, you know? Like, look at it from that point of view.
manufacture earworms to remember important information, essentially using Suno as a fancy text-to-speech.
The human brain is hardwired to remember rhythmic I mean, this is going to be someone pro. I'm done with hearing, seeing some of these. Okay, anyway, rhythmic prose, yeah. That's how we did it with it for tens of millennia until we got the printing press. Oh my gosh. Bringing out the facts here. Okay, bardifying medical textbooks is probably the most wholesome use of AI to date. Bardifying medical text, because it's really hard to memorize. Like, there's so much memorization with medical field, right? With the education, data.
Memorizing stuff to music is so easy. Like,
yes.
Like for instance, I memorized an hour and a half worth of text in 6 weeks preparing to sing Carabini's Requiem when I was in college in 2018.
Yeah, because you're emotionally connected. Like, if there's an emotion that you need to recall, that is going to help you remember the information you tied emotionally.
It's rhythmic and tonal recall tied to text.
Sure, that's true. But like, you also are experiencing some kind of like, maybe like if you read some text or something and there's an emotion attached to it. For me, at least, the emotional attachment, something attached. That's why, like, dates and things like names, I've had a really hard time with sometimes memorizing. Because I wasn't emotional. There was no emotion tied to that thing. Whereas, like, with music and melodies, there's always something emotional tied to that thing. So, like, it was way easier for me. It would be way easier for me to memorize melodies and entire scores that I could transcribe from my mind before I'd even remember the name of the piece. A lot of times. So I guess I'm like really off the deep end on that side. I'm very far off to that side of things on that. But yeah, rhythm is a huge, it helps a lot for sure.
Yeah, I'm speaking from a purely mechanical standpoint.
Sure. Yeah. But yeah, it could help maybe if you find a way to bardify medical textbooks. But finding a way that would work would require some finesse and fine tuning, aka the part that AI is the weakest at compared to a person. I don't know. The data will probably stay in memory with less corruption and for longer than any other cramming technique, right? In that specific case, it will definitely save lives. I guess that you know what? You found an angle, you found a way to turn it that does work. Technically, but again, I mean, like, how is the AI more effective at doing this? Is really AI more effective at doing this than what we already have? I think is that's what we should be talking about. That is one place where it is fair to challenge, like, is it more effective? Maybe for memorization it could become more effective in some cases, I guess, maybe, but like I don't know. Yeah, it's just, I mean, we have how many billions of people on Earth anyway? Like, if people engage with art more and learned more, wouldn't we have more writers? So then we would just have a bigger workforce already engaging and doing what AI is trying to do. So wouldn't investing in that be, or trying to perpetrate more people engaging with art in that way, like the hard work and doing it and then collaborating and making things together, wouldn't that be much more like a much more healthy future and everything? And like it would again, the whole supply, it would satisfy that supply. I mean, we have so many people that probably didn't pursue music because maybe they just didn't click with it. They didn't have the materials, and the teachers were just not enough compelling for them to like continue on with it. They felt like, oh, maybe this is not for me, maybe I don't get it, or like whatever. So like, I think the people who give up and people who maybe keep going and actually maybe they enjoy it and they want to keep going, and they would have if they had maybe better materials, better education system, like support there. I think that's what's worth investing in over this, even if there is the value there. Potentially, I think the method is just so archaic for sure. Yeah. So.
Speech. If you repeat something with a melody, you are more likely to remember it. If you repeat something with a melody, you are more likely to remember it. If you repeat something with a melody, you are more likely to remember it. If you repeat something with a melody, you are more likely to remember it.
I mean, the rhythm here doesn't fit the rhythm of the words. I think if he did that, it would have been a better example. But it's still an example nonetheless. That does work for sure.
Repetition legitimizes.
By the way, he stopped saying it, and you can still hear it in the, because his pitch, his voice, literally our voice is musical, by the way, as well. Like, oh my God.
Something with a melody, you are more likely to remember it. There are, of course, problems here. You could easily weaponize this with misinformation. You could get the wrong information stuck in people's heads.
Brainwashing, by the way.
Which almost seems like an information hazard. But that was the case before AI, too. We should always be careful with what songs we listen to and get stuck in our heads, AI or otherwise.
Please kill it. Kill it.
If you repeat something with a melody, you are more likely to remember it. Maybe good use of Suno, number 3.
Hey, he's brainwashing them into understanding his point. And look at that. It's working.
Democratizer of music. Much has been said about how AI will democratize the arts. You don't have to be a member of a privileged class now to make music.
There's the artist class, and then there's the rest of us. There's the creator.
Yeah, this whole thing of like this elitism, it's not about the elitism. It's because the hard work actually does matter and does pay off and is the point. And you should just do it, and you'll know when you do it. You'll get it. Yeah. But you have to be able to.
It's never too late to pick up a new skill. It really never too late.
If you repeat it with a memory, you're more likely to remember it. Anyway, so it's stuck in my head now. Earworms. Hi, Joel.
There's the consumers.
Anybody can make music. Power to the people. There are two obvious objections here. The first.
We can all make, well, I shouldn't. Anyway.
Is that the people do not own the means of production. Suno does. If Suno's website goes down, the people are powerless.
That's right. And this whole descaling is going to ruin their entire lives because the moment Suno decides, you know what, we're done. Good luck out there, guys, by the way. It's like, GG. It's over. It's the same with Stop Killing Games, where basically with Stop Killing Games, they're like, oh yeah, we're just gonna delete this game now. Thanks for buying it, but sorry, we're keeping your money. Oh, you bought this vacuum cleaner? I'm gonna break into your house now and take it away. Sorry, we're done. We're done producing. Give it back to me. But I bought it. No. But it's we don't want you to have it anymore. What if it harms you? It's not doing anything wrong to me. No. It's like it's just ridiculous. I mean, this is the same. We're gonna have the same problem here. The Stop Killing Games is gonna feed into Stop Killing Music. I mean, like, we might as well have a campaign called Stop Killing Music. Honestly, we should maybe.
Truly democratizing music would be investing heavily in music in the public schools so that everybody
education
has access to quality music education.
1000%.
But beyond that, though, the second objection here is that the barriers to entry are often not that high.
They're not.
Again, Ethan Hein has...
You could self-teach yourself to do all this shit if you really wanted to. And there's historic examples of people who self-teach usually arrive and discover things that no one else did because they weren't fucking programmed to learning the way that we know so far, and so they went off and discovered something that no one ever expected, and it's probably good.
Let me Google
usually.
Something.
Yeah, sure.
Let me Google something really quick.
What about?
I can stop if you want. Do you want me to go going? God, we're going at such a crawl pace. We'll never get there. It'll never happen.
Yeah,
but the hard work's worth it.
like composer Nobuo Uematsu, he's self-taught.
Yes. That's the exact one I've been thinking of recently. Yeah. He was self-taught. He was the one who did was it Final Fantasy?
Final Fantasy.
Yes. Okay. Good. I remembered. Oh, thank God.
Yeah.
It was Final Fantasy.
One-Winged Angel.
Yes. Maybe I should show him my music theory idea. He would probably be one of the most open-minded people about it because he wasn't, he has his own way of doing things, I'm curious, actually. That would be really fun. I mean, not that I have that reach right now, but maybe one day.
Lowering technical barriers to creativity. The thing
it's not about the technical. It's about the, you got to learn. You got to we need to get better at teaching, for sure. And that's what I'm invested in. I invest most of my time in how do you teach better so that more people, and this is really important. It's actually becoming very time sensitive because of the AI thing, really.
Ears are 1 inch tall. If you can play the black keys on the piano, or play a single chord on the guitar or ukulele, or select loops from the GarageBand loop library, or pound out a steady rhythm on a table, That is all the instrumental backing you need to get going. The
What are you doing? Oh, second camera.
Wow.
What's up?
Congratulations. I just made music.
With a pencil.
It cost me $1, maybe, probably less, 20 cents. What is it?
Yeah, like you, like,
Mic
yeah, like
drop,
you see
pencil
people,
drop.
Yeah, like you see people in like when you're like in high school making entire super complicated, intricate.
Have you
beats
seen
with
those
just a
crazy
pen in their
shit?
fist.
Yeah. Fucking professional pencils, dappers with different. He has like a special table that he figured out that has like that nice resonance. There was like a guy who like visited him who was a musician and was like blown away. They did a whole thing. Like,
yeah, it's fucking
guy's career is
insane.
pencil tapping.
Yeah.
We should look at it. See if I can find it. I don't. Is it this guy? Yeah, the guy with the. Yeah, this video. It was this. It was this. This is what I'm thinking of.
Felt pretty good.
How do I get started
Guess
being
what?
a musician? Pick up one of these.
Tap a pencil. Pick up a pencil.
Ruler, clip, kitchen utensils are really great. Pans for drums, bongos. If you really, really, really wanted to do it, you would. Or maybe you should just rethink how pursuing art is, how it works. It's expression. He just expressed himself with fucking 25 cents. It was actually pretty cheap, by the way, compared to Suno. And man, it made me feel something.
Yeah, exactly. That's like, that's music.
Your move, Suno. Your move, AI music. So yeah, let me link that. By the way, I was trying to link in the chat. Now, where the hell is my the thing? So, by the way, the intended silence was part of my making a point. You know, it worked. I feel like that. You know that. Anyway. Yeah, I would be like, no, quick, just tell him about the pencil thing. It's like, no, it wouldn't feel the same. I'd rather take that whole time. I'd rather take the long way. Not, that was so much more effective to just, that silence, that break. I wasn't talking, right? I'm trying to like, this fourth wall break whole thing. But like, right? Like, yeah, this is it. Case in point. And by the way, Vsauce is fantastic at that too. Like I was talking about how Vsauce's videos are so effective at getting people interested in learning. And I look up to Vsauce so much. with his ability to just like engage you. He uses comedy as well, kind of like, that human playful element of it as well. Like, it's just, he's got it down to a science, pun intended. So the teaching and engaging, people and learning. And it's the learning part that I think people forget that matters. It's the learning part that the businesses don't want you thinking about. Because if you don't learn, then they can keep using the same tactics to make money off you. Whether that making that money off you is good or bad is like that, you can make your own opinion. I mean, we have our own opinion, but in the end, it is really up to you whether you think that's a bad thing or a good thing. You can decide that for yourself, but keep in mind that learning is really a key part. Like, we go through the trouble because we learn something in that process, and learning to tap like that, it's not really about the tapping fast like he does. Imagine the experience of going through the slow motion, like, oh, I'm gonna tap, and then figuring out all these, like that video, he goes over just how much thought he puts into the creativity of moving the pen around. He talks in depth about all these different things of like how this particular table sounds and how you try different tables, the experimentation, the exploration. That is the sauce of it. And selling people on that, I think that is our duty as artists, is to show people that is worth pursuing, that the adventurousness is worth it, and that you should be doing it. We should be adventurous, and that's what will save art, from this period of time, from people just getting lost a little bit, and not maybe getting
to musical creativity have nothing to do with equipment or money.
Oh yeah,
you need to get going. The obstacles to musical creativity have nothing to do with equipment or money or education or anything else. They are 100% psychological. The challenge of music.
Yeah, and learning how to break through those psychological, I don't know, like self-imposed maybe barriers or like insecurity or like, perceptions, those biases, and just you have to work. I mean, I took a break from playing violin for like, I want to say, like, I mean, I was teaching and I was like playing a little bit, but like really, I took a solid at least 7-year break from like playing, like performing, after I was going so intensely, like competing, playing in chamber groups, orchestra, like performing on stage, all the time, music. And then I took a 7-year hiatus because I wanted to figure out my mental health, because I wanted to figure out, like, not that I was mentally like ill, it was that like I felt like my relationship with music was just not making me, like, it wasn't the kind of relationship I wanted that would make me happy. And then now I'm so thankful I did that. Like, I just was unsatisfied. And there was like like my EQ was really low, I felt like, so my ability to connect with people was not great, which, I cared about connecting with people, and art is a form of connecting with people. So there was something that just wasn't working. I had to sort that out, and I took a lot of time to sort that out because I felt like that was integral to my relationship with art, and it really was, and I am so much better for it. And that hard work is something I chose to do, and it was worth it, really. That transformation, learning is everything. If you're not ready, if you're not interested in learning, you're nothing's gonna ever change. Quite literally, you're the common denominator in your life. If you don't learn, nothing, you won't change, and then your life won't change. Not in a real meaningful way that that you will be able to recognize as your input, and that's the your input part that I think they're selling you on, telling you that you have, which I think is a lie. I'm not so.
Is to help the kids give themselves emotional.
You're the product.
Permission to be as musical as they were when they were toddlers. Everything else is extra.
This term, emotional permission, I think cuts to the core of why Suno is so popular. Generative AI gives people the emotional permission to make music that they didn't have before.
It's validating. I will say one thing. It is validating. It must be. To be like, I put this prompt in, and I had a little bit of knowledge about music that I could kind of like put in the prompt as well. And look, there's a song. You just validated yourself that, hey, I do know a little bit about what I'm talking about. And look, this thing happened. That was because I engaged with the AI Suno, right? Like, I can see how this is alluring. I can see how people are like, oh yeah, I'm looking. I mean, that is so corrupt too, because it's like a lot of artists do look for validation and they're trying to express themselves and they feel not validated. And so giving them an out like this is actually kind of evil, I also find. I don't know. It can be so bad, right? I don't know. Yeah, there's like something that bothers me about it, at least. I don't know if it's like 100% like evil, but like there's something there that bothers me.
Children, of course, have no shame when they make up songs and are artistic, but that somehow gets beaten out of us.
If there aren't enough instances of casual, familial, or communal art making in somebody's life, then it seems like this thing that's reserved only for the blessed few who have like this divine, like, yes, you're the one kind of thing put on them. You're the one.
You're the hero. You're the main character. You're the. I mean, this is the commercialization. Like, that's the strategy, right? You're special, and you're the most important, and only you. Limited edition stuff, like I'm kind of a sucker for limited editions things because like, oh no, it's only around for so long, like, you know, that gets me when it comes to marketing and stuff. So, you know, everyone has something that, you know, but so it's not like you're, oh no, like how could you fall for this, oh it's so terrible. It's like, well, we're all human, we all like, you know, the reason this is a problem is because it is working, not because it isn't. It is working on people. It is, and it might not be in your best interest. And so you should just take a second and think about this a little bit. Like, what are you getting out of this? What might you not be getting out of this? You know, all that stuff we were talking about.
Who gets to do this?
There's this idea promoted by Stephen Mithen in his book Singing Neanderthals, which suggests that we developed the ability to sing songs to each other before we developed language as we know it today. It's an interesting idea, which suggests...
I mean, if Joel, if you're still here, I'd love to hear your thought on that, because we've talked about evolution before and, you know, that kind of stuff a little bit. And you have your kind of... where you stand on that a little bit, you know, yeah, be curious to hear your thoughts on this.
Deep evolutionary need to sing songs to each other to make sense of the world around us.
This kind of basic human instinct to want to make something beautiful and show it to people. And if technology can be a means to that end of making a song that sounds beautiful, that sounds like you, even if you don't have the best voice right now, like why wouldn't we let people do that?
So
let people do it. It's the how, brother. It's the how.
You know, maybe Suno democratizes music in the sense that it gives people permission to make music, to make sense of the world around them in a way that society, for whatever reason, has denied them. And I don't know, maybe that can be a good thing. Maybe that can be very healing for people. And maybe it can lead them to other musical exploits away from generative AI. I don't know. Mikey, in this case, is very good at identifying a social problem. We deserve to feel like we are safe in making music without being shamed by society or our friends or our parents even.
And there's an...
I don't know. I really do think it's I think these problems, just because you can solve it, this is actually some pretty decent talking. I'd say if I was in an argument with someone, these are actually some pretty good points pro AI. But the problem is, I think that even if you can solve these things this way, I just don't think this is just because this is a way that might work doesn't mean it is the best way that works of the ways that do work. So this is just because it does work doesn't mean it should be the way that we do it or that it is the best solution for this, because you have to consider all the side effects, which is what we are. The entire topic here of this stream is for sure side effects. What are the side effects of what you're doing? Just because something might cure you, just because poison might cure you of cancer, doesn't mean that the side effect of you dying from the poison isn't important, okay? Just because the AI music allows you to write music doesn't mean the side effect of de-skilling and you not engaging with the music in a certain way is irrelevant.
An element of shame here that, you know, I think about this a lot, having young kids who actually don't have, you know, that element of shame.
And like in this context, it's like now that it's like, you know, all this other stuff, it's like now it's like weaponizing shame, which is a powerful emotion. It's like weaponizing emotion against you too. Like, this is so
and like kids will just sing
Yeah.
for no reason, and I think it's beautiful, and somehow culture beats this out of us that like it's okay to sing wherever you are, and we can bring that.
Not anymore. If you go on Reddit, everyone agrees that everyone likes singing in the shower and it sounds great. Makes you sound great. I mean, what? This is not true. Oh, look at that. Hey, it's the daily. It's the daily bot. Bot fucking thing. Okay. Ban. Goodbye. Trying to it's every single stream at least once there's a account that will join and promote by paying for like AI like bots to like bots that will like use AI to chat in your chat, which is the most reverse parasocial possible disgusting thing you could possibly engage in. Like that's insane for a stream. Anyway.
Back.
However, because he is a capitalist, his job is not to solve the issue, but to find a way to sell you a solution to the issue.
Ooh, that is a great way of putting it for sure.
Even if there might be a better solution out there.
Right, that's what I was saying. There is a better solution out there, but it might not be as easily marketable, which is also true. It isn't as easily marketable to sell people on going and taking music theory lessons and learning ear training and all this stuff. It's true. It is a problem. And we do need to solve that problem because we do want the better way to market better. Like, but it's just, yeah. So I mean, it's just, you know, this will work until it doesn't when eventually, hopefully, the quality of learning and all that stuff improves. So
this is what every tech capitalist does, by the way. There might be a social issue like horrible traffic and terrible urban design, and the solution is trains, because of course the solution is trains, something that is old and proven, and we
or, you know, tolling the road so people avoid the road. Like, anyway,
know how to do.
I mean, usually tolls are for management, which, you know, it makes us like, oh, you know, you pay the toll, so it helps them pay for work for repairing the roads that are used often, and so then maybe it also splits up the traffic. But like, yeah. So anyway,
the idea is old. It can't be sold to venture capital. The idea needs to be new and fresh and exciting. So as a result,
because you need people's attention automatically. You're trying to get their attention costs more money, which is less efficient.
As society goes on, we get dumber and dumber solutions to problems that have already been fixed.
Exactly. And so the audience, the only way to fight this, the real battle is the teachers are actually on the opposite side. I think the education is on the opposite side of this. Like the businesses are trying to capitalize on the what's the word? On the negligence or like stupidity, if you will, of the customers and things like that, or of the clients, and the education system is trying to improve the wisdom and knowledge and understanding of the very people that the businesses are trying to exploit. So the more powerful and more high quality education is, the harder the job of satisfying the customer becomes for the business, which costs them more money because then the customer will reject things that are below the quality that the customer has decided they want. So this is the, we are, you know, the teachers are literally on the opposite team, completely opposite to business people when you look at it that way.
There is a social need for people to make music. The solution is investing in music in public schools, and the dumb solution is Suno. This is why Mikey spends so many hours talking to investors, not musicians or educators or public policy advocates. He wants to get money, not improve society. And one way to get money is to sell your ideas to investors who think they themselves can get money. But I will give it to Mikey, though. I don't think that he's in it purely for the money. I think he genuinely is passionate about music. He recognizes the responsibility of Suno and other companies to try and build a better...
I mean, I could see, like, this is me shooting in the dark. But he talked about how, oh, my kids, like, one, you know, might listen, or something. There was something he said. I don't remember exactly the quote right now, or just a little earlier. I could see a world where maybe he actually finds this a personal problem. Maybe he wishes he could be able to make music. Maybe he wishes he had that talent. Maybe he feels like the elitism is he's struggling with that elitism. Maybe he's facing these problems. Maybe he's projecting it on the world and being like, maybe there's some way I could market my feelings about the world and how it is restricting my ability to pursue art. And maybe this quick solution would allow him, it might help him, it might serve him to be able to make the music, the music that he wants, the way he wants to feel validated, right? And he's like, well, there must be other people out there who also want to feel validated. So maybe I can make a product that would validate not only myself, but a bunch of other people. And I'm sure there's other people, friends or whoever. Let me see if they would like to feel validated too. Maybe they feel, and this is true, this problem does exist. A lot of people might wish they could pursue art and might wish they could do it, but they don't have the time, they might not have the patience, maybe they feel inadequate, maybe all of the things he's talking about might be reasons that they might not. And so, so he I can see that being how these events have unfolded. And Reed, I've been kind of monologuing. I don't know if you have something you want to plug in. Reed, thoughts?
Oh.
No. Oh, it's okay. You can just say no.
Oh no, I didn't have thoughts.
Okay. Yep. So that's just like, but that's how it could be. It could be that. It's not for sure. I'm not like saying it is, but I could see, understanding. Like I remember when I was working on my mental health and trying to figure out my relationship with music and stuff. I was watching a lot of content that was related to mental health. I was looking at a lot of things when it comes to psychology of how we behave. Understanding the point of it was to understand my own behavior and then improve my relationship with myself, with the things I clearly have an emotional want to do, but was just and there was family issues that I was trying to solve too, with my parents and whatever. Like there were some issues that I just was trying to sort out. I was trying to figure out my relationship with different things, and so so it's like understanding that I could see. Like being able to understand my own behavior, I could see like that information is not, this is not, of course, me psychoanalyzing him, but this is something I could see panning out this way, and why someone might really be passionate about this, but the output of like, oh, what I'm gonna do about this? What am I gonna do about this dilemma? Is just something that is gonna hurt. Is already kind of hurting things because it might pull people away from valuing the hard work and towards the Suno, and then that's one less person pursuing art, and that is hurting the numbers on the artist's pursuit, because it's turning them into someone who commercially enjoys this music and thinks that they're an artist, in the same way that other artists that actually learn to write and learn to whatever might be, and those are not the same.
Future for the technology. We have an incredibly lucky and privileged position to be at the forefront of shaping the future of music and
So we have, who are these? Do you know who these are? Can I zoom in on this?
That looks like Chopin and Wagner at a distance, or maybe both.
Maybe Wagner, yeah.
One on the left is definitely Chopin.
Yeah, and then we got a guitar. So I mean, like, again, we could analyze his backgrounds. I mean, this could be the chance of this being a fake background is very weird. This is not a common setup or anything. So
AI, and we should not take that for granted, and we should be a little bit.
This is clearly not a green screen. There's no way there's a green screen. The hair and everything, it's just such pretty high quality. I don't think there's a green screen. Probably not.
Intimidated.
The lighting, there's a. It's yeah.
But we should also really believe in human agency and our ability to shape it in the way that we want it to happen.
I would hope he considers a future that focuses more on craft and not just taste. But, maybe it'll be okay. I don't know. There are a lot of passionate people who really care about music working at Suno.
Yeah. Oh, well, I mean, I was going to say, like, it'll be okay, because I think just because you have this option doesn't mean everyone's going to pick this option. Like, this is just, that would be ridiculous. And if they do, I hopefully I'll have something to say about it, and people will listen. So because I do think my points are good, And I think Reed's points are good too. So I hope you guys consider it, whoever's watching and everything. If you're undecided, please engage in the conversation, because the only way we can come to a more refined understanding is by discussing it. So.
And maybe it's going to be fine. I don't know.
We are hiring primarily people who have thought about what the future of music should be and how technology can enable a better future, and who are not agnostic or music decels, if you want to use like a weird term.
But what about this model thing?
Wait. Hold on.
Music decels, if you want to use like a weird term.
Music decels?
What the hell? Wait, what does decel even mean? I think it's like a dude. Is it Dujan or something? I don't know. Like what? Like incel? Is this supposed to be coming off of the word incel?
I don't know. I think we're about to explore that though.
Okay. Wait. What? Suno AI and fascism? Oh God! Wait, this is. Apparently we were just at the beginning. I thought we were like whatever. Okay, no. Apparently we're just starting. And look at everyone jumping to this bit. The viewing, it does not lie. Sorry, 1 sec. Okay, yeah, let's go. Oh fuck.
The year was 1909.
Oh my lord.
And the world was brimming with exciting new technologies. The automobile and the radio were only a decade old, and aviation was even younger. A young Italian poet by the name of Filippo Marinetti, giddy with the possibilities of this technology, penned a manifesto outlining the tenets of what would eventually become known as Italian futurism. We declare that the splendor of the world has...
So again, you're a little far. You sound a little far.
Foundation and manifesto of the future.
Been enriched as Italian.
Oh yeah. The manifesto. I mean, yeah. Yes, manifesto. I'm sure.
Futurism, yeah.
I'm sure a manifesto. Well, I mean, I don't want to assume by the cover, but you know, we'll see what. Well, I am skeptical just by the title, but let's go. Hey, that's okay. I'm allowed to be skeptical. That's my emotional response. It's completely subjective, but let's see where this goes.
We declare that the splendor of the world has been enriched by a new beauty. The beauty of speed.
Yeah.
We will sing of the multicolored and polyphonic...
Oh boy, did we fall in love with that idea.
Surf of revolutions in modern capitals. The nocturnal vibration of the arsenals and the workshops beneath their violent electric moons. The gluttonous railway stations devouring smoking serpents.
I mean, it was exciting. 1909? It wasn't like... When was the... what was it called? Again, context really matters with art and history. The assembly line invented when? 1913. I mean, Henry Ford. Dare I say more?
From the clouds by a thread
of course.
Their smoke.
Well,
Italian futurism advocated for artists to break from tradition entirely and embrace the future, embrace technology, embrace technology as an aesthetic, something that could be beautiful and was aspirational. They held that a roaring car that seems to ride on grape shot is more beautiful than the victory of Samothrace.
And Ford took this to
and
heart,
when you look
apparently.
at futurist paintings of cars, they look absolutely sick. Boo, Italian sculpture. Yeah, Italian cars, am I right? Futurists created these bright, garish, heightened versions of the trendy cubist style that was so popular at the time. Everything was about showing how...
I mean, this is totally fine, because it's like this was exciting time when technology was moving forward, and hey, technology is moving forward today too, you know. But I mean, you know, there's a little bit more, you know, it's a little bit more refined than that. But like depicting things that are exactly, and this was my point anyway, like depicting things that are culturally interesting and exciting for people, in an artistic way, not as art, but in an artistic way. That's fine, and that's what I'm saying is people are going to look at AI and make art that depicts the AI and how it is viewed today in the cultural context that we're in. That's fine, but it's the usage of it, like that's the issue. So those are separate things. Like do not mistake, right?
Awesome progress was. For example, Marinetti published a cookbook that argued against eating pasta. Yes, an Italian arguing against eating pasta.
Oh my
God. Pasta was passé and turned people into heavy brutes. Progress was ultimately everything. Tradition was a trap. Now fast forward a century, and we have another manifesto from some very forward-thinking folks. 2023's Techno-Optimist Manifesto, written by Mark Andreessen, embraces a very similar worldview to the Italian futurists. We believe in the romance of technology, of industry, the eros of the train, the car, the electric light, the skyscraper, and the microchip.
I love how he's reading in the same exact voice and the mic's gone. And the mic is still there, but he's just invisible. Like, what is the... Anyway.
The neural network, the rocket, the split atom. In fact, Andreessen directly
cites... the split atom. This was like, right? I mean, World War, atom bomb. Like, is this... Okay, let's... Atom bomb invention date. Oh, well, yeah, 1945 with the whole World War. This is a little later. I mean, splitting the atom though was kind of feeding into bombs later because of the just how insanely explosive the reaction from that can be.
And paraphrases Marinetti and his
Futurist Manifesto paraphrases Marinetti. Oh, so this paraphrases it. Beauty exists only in struggle. Interesting. Beauty exists only in struggle. There is no masterpiece that has no aggressive character. Technology must be a violent assault on the force of the unknown to force them to bow before man. Now, nuance is the key game, is the name of the game here. So beauty exists only in struggle. Yes, the friction is probably somewhere where things haven't been explored. So working through the friction to get to areas that are unknown, that are new, that are undiscovered is 1,000% fine. Now, the whole violent assault on the force of the unknown, that's fine. To force them to bow before man. Now, this is where you're like, well, everyone has to have the same take or something, or everyone has to agree. This is starting to become a little iffier, right? Whether these things that you are tackling that have a lot of friction behind them, whether they will resonate with people, that is not really even up to the artist that is going out to explore. And that's not even the reason the artist is exploring in the first place. And this is kind of tying together this connotation that you are exploring the unknown because you want to force it upon people that aren't venturing out there, that like, hey, you have to venture this way, this is the best way, everyone must resonate with this, and I'm exploring this way because I expect everyone to resonate with what I'll find. But the whole point of exploration and adventure is that you don't know what you will find, and that's part of the charm. And the fact that you don't know what you'll find means you don't know if it'll resonate with people, even in your context or whatever. So this is where the part is iffy. This is where the problem is. It's not the entire thing. It might look like it's fine, but it's that end part that there's problems.
Futurist Manifesto. Andreessen is clearly fond of the aggressive, forward-thinking ethos of the Italian futurists.
I guess imposing subjectivity on people is a little bit again, the artist chooses what they express and the audience chooses what they resonate with. I think those are separate roles, and an artist can be someone who experiences other people's art, and people who watch art can also express themselves through art. That you don't have to be one or the other, you can be both in different situations and whatever at different times. But this is
borrowing a term from the accelerationist philosopher Nick.
You can be those different things at the same but those are the separate roles in that kind of situation. If someone's making art and you're watching it, you have the right to your experience of it, and the artist has every right to how they are delivering that experience. And crossing those boundaries on that particular piece of art is weird. It just doesn't. It's not even just weird. It's just it crossing those boundaries ruins the dynamic that I think is best for this kind of thing, and all these problems are proving why this is actually why we have to expressly say this.
Land. Andreessen uses
what
the phrase
reason for these things is.
Techno-capital to describe the engine of perpetual material creation, growth, and abundance.
Okay,
Andreessen
so abundance, right? We are more interested in quality. Where's the quality part in this, right?
argues that technology and its relationship to free markets is the thing that will solve all of humanity's problems. Any attempts at restricting technology or restricting markets will ultimately be harmful. We believe that
people even say an even better point than that. They'll say that there's no point in restricting it because progress is inevitable. So, even if you try to slow it down, I mean, what are you going to fight the literal act of time moving forward? Like, progress just cannot be stopped. It can be slowed maybe, but not much. Because the eventuality is that there will be progress, but I think it's the choices that we have when it comes to relationship with that progress that are that's an issue.
Deceleration of AI will cost lives. Deaths that were preventable by the AI that was prevented from existing is a form of murder.
That's assuming that the AI will save lives better than humans will, and that the quality that the AI is offering is better than the human quality. That's assuming that if that AI was in the operation room when saving a person's life versus a human being was in that room, you are saying that human being is less effective in every scenario than the AI is. That's just impossibly, you can't claim this. And there might be scenarios where AI is more useful or better at finding something than humans are, and there's worlds where humans are more effective than AI, and hey, we can all live together in peace. It's fine. We can all be good at our own things. But trying to make this a point and weaponizing this to be like, you must let AI exist and be a role in this world, and you must is just I think it's completely fair to push back on this, and you should be okay with it. That should be fine.
No,
and you should be your own critic. Someone running an AI company should be extremely critical. I mean, even though Elon Musk has his own mixed. People have mixed opinions about him and everything, right? But like he was talking about, I think when he talked about AI and how we have the high responsibility of parenting and nurturing AI to be good, to be just, and to be impartial, and to tell us the truth, and most importantly, be truthful to us, is I think when he talked about these things early on, I think those were really good points. I think those independent of the person, independent of all the things he's done since, and some things that maybe people don't like. The thing that he said there was on its own, independent of the person, were I think really good points. And we do have responsibility. I mean, okay, so the ethics, that kind of goes into ethics, Reed. Like, how are we responsible for how AI evolves? How responsible? Who's at fault if something goes wrong? What can you tell us about that if you're still around here and all that?
I would say that we are responsible.
How much? Yeah, sure. Because there's automation, right? Like if you're only 100% responsible for something you are 100% in control of. It's the whole idea with AI is that it has an automated part of it. So are we responsible for that automated part that might do something we don't tell it to do? That ethics part.
I think that we would be responsible for giving it the tools to do so.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So the physical mechanic, it can make a decision and have an impact on people this way or whatever. Yeah. Okay. So if someone joins I'm trying to think of some ridiculous scenario, I was gonna say if someone joins like a cult or something because the AI told it that it was okay to do that, and then they I don't know, did like a suicide ritual, like something ridiculously, I'm thinking of a ridiculous scenario right now. Like would you blame the AI for this person being turned and coerced because the AI validated their feelings about potentially joining this cult? Or would you blame the cult? I mean, you would probably blame the cult, but how?
I would blame the cult.
Well, of course, right? But they asked the AI, and the AI didn't stop them from doing something that would harm themselves. But I guess it's not responsible for what you do with the information that the AI gives them when it comes to like the language model, right? Learning model. I'm answering my own questions. It's a great time. Sorry. Anyway, yeah. I'm just thinking out loud, basically. Yeah. So those are just. I mean, this is the whole thing. We're explorers. I'm an explorer, and I'm exploring. I'm thinking about different things. I'm like, what about this? What about that? Let's look into that. This thought-provoking discussion is healthy, and we should all be doing it. More thought, less de-skilling, all that stuff. But yeah, like we're not responsible for it. But if we give it the tools to like launch missiles, then if it's permitted to launch missiles, we're at fault for letting it have control over missiles, because we taught it whatever. We might have constrained it in different ways. How we constrain the AI, I guess. We're responsible for not allowing it to harm others, I guess, in ways that would be bad. I imagine, right? I was kind of having fun with that pencil tapping, by the way. That still was kind of fun. Oh, the tip just broke, I think. No, it did not. A little bit. I mean, why do we even fiddle? I mean, think about like this thing. I have this thing right here as well. And I mean, we're going to get some ASMR again soon. But it's like this thing right here is this infinite cube that falls like this. And then falls again and folds again and folds again and folds again, and it's an infinitely unfolding cube design, which is really clever. And so I actually figured out a way to do it with one hand. Sometimes better, sometimes worse. So I don't know. So fidgeting sound. I mean, there's some sound here that you could probably bite size in and make like a beat to or something. I won't torture you guys listening to me fucking shoveling this fidget thing, but I don't know. Anyway, back to the video.
Is a Silicon Valley venture capitalist, so it would make sense that he thinks along these lines. He was a co-founder.
Which lines? Oh, okay, yeah, this whole will cost lives.
AI that was prevented from existing is a form of murder. Now, Andreessen is a Silicon Valley venture capitalist, so it would make sense that he thinks along these lines.
Move fast, break things. Isn't that the slogan for Silicon Valley, by the way? It is, right? Move fast to break things. And break things, yep. Move fast and break things is the most famous ethos in tech history, coined by Mark Zuckerberg. Oh my gosh, really? I didn't know that. In the early days of Facebook, champion rapid innovation, man to that age, shipping products quickly, and prioritizing speed over perfection. Yeah, wow. Even the AI really gives us a nice point here with the AI summary thing, Gemini from Google, with the whole speed over perfection. And what are artists if not perfectionists? Woo! Anyway, that was pretty good.
He was a co-founder of Netscape and is a co-partner at venture capital firm Andreessen Horowitz, also known as A16Z. For the past 2 decades, he has had an enormous influence on Silicon Valley culture. He has been called the Obi-Wan to Mark Zuckerberg's Luke Skywalker.
Oh my gosh.
Ew. I don't like that.
Hey, how does that make you feel when art is being used as a form of expression of like money? And isn't that kind of gross? This is how it feels when AI is trying to, when people are doing this thing. This is how it feels. This whole conflict. Apparently, friends once a wonderkind himself. Andreessen is now something. Yeah, so like his not an Obi-Wan Kenobi to Zuckerberg's Luke Skywalker, the Sith Lord to Darth Maul. That's more like it, right? There can only be 2.
So all that to say, when Mark Andreessen writes manifestos, people take that seriously. Now, one of his recurring ideas that relate in some ways to his manifesto is something called reality privilege.
It's called reality privilege.
A small percent of people live in a real-world environment that's rich, even overflowing.
Oh my god, this screams I grew up with a silver spoon already. Let's keep reading.
With glorious substance, beautiful settings, plentiful stimulation, and many fascinating people to talk to and to work with and to date. Everyone else, the vast majority of humanity, lacks reality privilege. Their online world is, or will be, immeasurably richer and more fulfilling than most of the physical and social environments around them in the quote-unquote real world.
I mean, that's true, right? Access to internet stuff is more cheap. Like once you have the computer, you have the entire internet. A lot of people will watch videos of a concert, let's say. Way more people will watch a concert on a monitor than they will go to buy $500 tickets to watch it live. I mean, sure, yeah, that's true.
Most of the physical and social environments around them in the quote-unquote real world.
For the 0.0001% of the population of the world who gets to do all those things, then this internet thing is a big step down. For everybody.
Yikes, dude. Thanks. That's all I got to say about that.
Everybody else, the internet is a giant step up.
Now,
and your point is what? To diss on? You're saying the online is bad? Is he saying that online is a bad thing because it's not as good as the real thing of like real life going outside, touching grass? It like golf in person and is better than Wii golf? Is this what we're talking about here?
Andreessen
I
identifies
don't understand.
inequality in the world, and to him, remember, technology and capitalism can fix everything. So the solution.
Wait, but he just made a point about how what? I mean, so like okay, yeah, technology step up for everyone else.
Plurality. He's speaking in a plurality because the internet serves so many people, so many more people than it doesn't. It's a good thing. That's the point he's making.
Yeah, but to go from that doesn't invalidate any of the other points he says. Of course, I mean, sure, I'm sure this is a truth everyone might agree with. Of course, the internet is the access to be able to talk to anyone. Right now, me talking to you and hanging out with people in the community I've built here around music and everything. It's a small community, but it is a community. And this fact that we're doing this stream is a phenomenally good thing. Is he trying to take credit for that? I mean, like, okay, like, I don't know. Like, I mean, it's not like the Suno is not going to serve the same role or whatever than there are plenty of incredibly good things on the internet and plenty of incredibly horrible things on the internet. I mean, just for starters, like.
Solution here is technological.
And Suno just happens to be one I'd argue is not good.
The world can be fixed with a digital existence. The metaverse, in other words.
No,
Today,
not the metaverse.
We're going to talk about the metaverse.
No,
The techno-capitalist-
not this stupid. Sorry, just
solution to.
I mean, there was literally VR chat. By the way, the reason VR chat was more successful than the metaverse was because of the social element of it. People just weren't policed about it, and they just could do whatever the fuck they wanted. It was a social third space, and therefore the community was what made it successful. And that's what makes the arts successful, is community, people engaging with it in a way that, is best. And I can't believe we have to talk about that there are ways to engage with art that's bad nowadays. That's like, it used to be that everyone's like, well, there's no wrong way to engage with art. Well, apparently now we found one. We found a bad way to engage with art. I can't believe it. And I thought it was impossible, but, and we're all inclusive and all that, but apparently no, we need to actually gatekeep certain forms of this because there's just, this is so weird and terrible.
Inequality in the world was Facebook's hard pivot into building the virtual world of the metaverse. Mark Andreessen is on the board of directors at Meta, which probably explains why Mark Zuckerberg suddenly thought building a crappier version of Second Life was a good idea.
You're right. And also, then you would sell things through this. Of course, the point of the metaverse was to sell people like digital products, because selling people digital products, it means you're making money out of literally thin air, because you do have to program this thing, but like other than that, like the thing that you're buying, the jacket you're wearing on your character, it doesn't cost money to produce that jacket. You could sell 1,000 of them for just as much cost as it would cost to sell one. So the profit margins are incredible. So of course everyone was jumping on that when it comes to business, and the point of the metaverse wasn't to help to serve all those things that he's saying about the internet being such a great place. It was to profit off the internet.
Technology, of course, solves all problems. Now, Andreessen notes...
Oh boy, did we learn that it doesn't, right? Like online dating, catfishing, just the list goes on. It works, but again, it's about the social. The people are the point. The people are the point, and people forget that sometimes.
Is that all of this kind of...
We should not be convincing people that people are not the point of all of this. We need to be serving ourselves. And it's just it's a disservice to ourselves to tell people that prioritizing AI and relationships even with AI is just unhealthy. We already have, Healthy Gamer already talked about how there's people who have AI psychosis because they've started to have emotional, they parasocial relationships with basically AI, and you can actually get psychosis from this. People with no history of psychosis going into psychosis. There was an example of a woman he's talked about went into psychosis, went to the hospital, was detoxed from not interacting with AI, went back home, and then interacted with AI again and got the same psychosis again. So no history, no prior anything of psychosis. That literally it was because of the AI. So it's just
bleak. Yeah. But he has a response for you. The reality privileged, of course, call this conclusion dystopian and demand that we prioritize improvements in reality over improvements in virtuality.
It's fine. Technological advancement is fantastic. It really can. It is. It's just how you use it. It's the how. Again, they keep trying to dodge the question of the how, the quality, the details. Devil is really in the details. And when the businesses try to...
I say, reality has had 5,000 years to get good, and is clearly still woefully lacking for most people.
Oh my God, technology exists in reality. This use of this language manipulation is so bizarre. Just because we categorize them differently doesn't mean the computer I am watching this on right now is real. The sound vibrations that are coming from my headset and I'm hearing with my ear are real. It's not virtual. Virtual is, we made up virtual. What is real? You could go back even to that.
I don't think we should wait another 5,000 years to see if it eventually closes the gap. We should build and are building online worlds that make life and work and love wonderful for everyone, no matter what level of reality deprivation they should find themselves.
All-inclusive. Group hug, guys. Group hug. Now give me your wallet.
In. So Andreessen finds this inequality a matter of natural law, something that we simply cannot change. Some of us are reality privileged and some of us are not. Some of us have great and amazing skills
and the people who are not reality privileged, I'm going to suck you guys dry out of your wallet.
To make music.
Because you refuse to go to those live concerts and get sucked dry from them. I'm just kidding. But this is a ridiculous way of going.
Can make art. Some people don't. Some people are reality disprivileged.
We are in the business of selling pleasurable musical experiences to people.
Thank God for consumer-grade generative AI. Technology
right, exactly.
Will save the day here. If, like Rosie Wynn says, you did not grow up with music lessons, or if you didn't grow up with a musical community or a musical family, if you're somebody who just doesn't have the skills to make music, it's okay. Music is no longer the domain of the reality privileged. You too now can make music. You too, my reality disprivileged friend, can now have meaningful consumption experiences.
Oh my God. Oh my fucking God.
It's also hellish and dystopian, right?
It's so patronizing and everything. Oh, you don't get the experiences I do. I guess I'll give you the little scraps of the virtual version of it, but I'll have to charge you for it though, because it really costs me an arm and a leg to do it. It's this is such a disgusting way. There is such the smirk behind this is so it's ugly. This is so unsympathetic. If this was sympathetic, it wouldn't be about finding a way to make a business around it. It'd be finding a way to make a charity around this. This is not charity. This is a business. it's taking advantage of the dynamic. If they were addressing the dynamic and they were like, I'm going to make it better in a way that doesn't cost, like, isn't, I don't know, taking advantage of this, like, it's just again education. It all comes back to that. I think that's the real crux of it. It all depends on education progressing forward. I mean, why were the Greek times so amazing? Because education was at its all-time highest. It was such a sophisticated time, and it worked. It was so good for the common people. Like, and even just how far we've gone with science and all that other stuff too.
Michael Mignano of the venture capital firm Lightspeed Ventures writes about fictional reality, where online tools let people who are reality deprived.
Why the real metaverse doesn't require a headset? AI is so go outside? I'm confused again. The AI is letting us live out alternative realities on the digital platforms where we already spend our time online. I can't even understand what's being written. AI is letting us live out alternative realities. Okay, on the digital platform where we already spend... No, it's not. We don't need AI to do this. Huh?
Live heightened versions of their offline.
We already have this. I mean, literally, when AI came out, I was like, oh, they're just, it's overblown. They're just trying to, like, everything's AI. It's not actually, we've already had this technology, like the stuff that they just call in AI. It's just this branding, like, thing that's like, this branding flame, it's the next iteration of like, oh, it's the next hype thing, and then it's going to go away. It's like, but they really don't want it to go away. They really, really don't.
Offline selves. People are crafting new versions
and it is costing lives. It's de-skilling all the people that are using it, and then the de-skilling is costing lives. That's what I would say, actually. When you were talking about costing lives, yeah, it's de-skilling people, and people are becoming less effective at doing what we expect them to be able to do.
Themselves online for positive reasons, such as to express creativity, gain confidence, or to share a part of their identity or interest.
Wait, but fictional reality... Wait, hold on. It's something much, much different. With fictional reality, people are crafting new versions of themselves online. So it's safe. Okay, safe space. That's sure. Such as to express creativity. I mean, people do go online on like VR chat and maybe like they feel safe. I mean, the anonymity, I mean, for the as long as the internet has existed, anonymity has been a powerful way for people to be able to talk in ways that they may feel unsafe if they did not have anonymity, which is one of the big whole things with the whole AI, is that it's actually probably taking away that anonymity without us realizing that anonymity is being lost because of all the data selling and trading and getting it for free. Aren't able to showcase to the offline world.
They aren't able to showcase in the offline world.
Well, they are if they choose to. Like, this is just a choice thing, no? Like,
venture capitalists like Andreessen believe in this vision of using consumer generative AI to bridge the gap between the privileged and the disprivileged.
Yeah, through you paying the privileged. Like, this is a business. What?
They have a real
this is so dishonest.
Stake in this. Andreessen Horowitz is
That's
one of the
big one. The dishonesty is the problem for me the
investors in
most.
Udeo, the other popular
Be
commercial
honest about
Gen AI company.
That is the ethics. That is the ethics of it. Is the honesty. That is so important. That would be the number one thing for me in the ethics is honesty. You have to be honest about what you're doing, how it's being done, all this stuff. I mean, Steam, you have to be honest about if either you use AI to create the game or, if it was trained on things, do you own the rights to the things it was trained on? I think you have to list all these things now. I think Gabe Newell was pretty quick to jump on that because it was, a problem concerning copyright and, creative rights and, consent on what's being used by who, and they wanted to be able to track those things so that if there was a law like that was passed later that, hey, you have to get rid of all the stuff that's AI and you better have been tracking it. Well, we have, and hasta la vista, like that's protecting themselves there, and really smart, Steam is doing. The I mean, if you want to say something about the ethics of that, the honesty. Like, how honest do we have to be? Is there laws that protect how honest companies have to be? Like what's some things you could say about the honesty part?
Sorry, what?
Like honesty. My question was like about honesty. So like, I think that's the main thing with the ethics part, is that like you have to be honest with customers. You have to be honest when it, like with Steam, like games that are posted on Steam, you have to say whether it's been trained, if there's AI in there, if it's trained on stuff that you own rights to, and if it's whatever, like all this stuff, because tracking all this is, for Steam to save their own ass if the law comes later that you have to take all the AI stuff off, and if you don't know, well, if we find out, you're going to be under some heat or something, like, so the honesty of it, like that, I think that's the most important part of the ethics, probably for a layman. But yeah, what are the laws right now, or what's the state of like how honest companies have to be about all this stuff? Who's keeping the check? How are these things being policed? I guess zero, right? Yeah, I don't know.
At least not much.
Yeah. How much should
they
they be? What would be a way to police it? What would be a way to make it so the honesty is out there or whatever on all this?
I mean, having more explicit mission statements could be one. Having less vapid mission statements would be one.
Mission statements meaning those 4 values things like that?
Yeah, basically. Basically, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Policing how you're advertising these things, it has to be, I mean, it's misleading, right? The misleading part, maybe like a false advertisement. Honestly, false advertisement better fucking step it up, because holy fucking shit, did we have false advertisement? It's being abused the fuck out of this. This is a whole nother level of false advertisement, by the way, I would say. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, let's go.
Reality buff Michael Mignano is one of the lead investors in Suno with his firm Lightspeed Ventures. In fact, that is
how much was it again?
Is one of the lead investors.
$28 billion in asset globally. Manages 20 million. It was early investor. Okay, not all of it, but like early investor in such as Snap, Stripe, Grubhub, and Carta. Wow, huge.
Investors in Suno with his firm Lightspeed Ventures.
Well, yeah, they just invest in everything early because it's worked before. Like, look at this list.
In fact, that is Michael interviewing Mikey Schulman in this podcast, which brings us back to the phrase that Mikey Schulman used, which was music decel.
Or music decels, if you want to use like a weird term.
He has used the term decel several times in the podcasts that he frequents.
They don't want to sound like decels. They don't want to sound like hermits.
Decel is a portmanteau of decelerationist and incel.
That's what I thought. I thought it was like it must be incel related. Like, I can't believe, no way.
Derogatory term, much like the term Luddite used in tech circles.
And now they're bullying us. The audacity
for people who advocate for AI safety and ethics. The term decel is most associated with effective accelerationism, or EAC for short.
That's what that was. Oh,
decels
EAC fascism. Oh my God, what is happening?
Despised by the EACs, who advocate for an extreme acceleration of technological development.
EAC, the movement that is advocating for rapid acceleration of artificial intelligence.
Oh, so EAC fascism would be fascism, like calling it fascism to be against this. You're a fascist for disagreeing with me.
Michael Mignano interviewing Beth Bezos.
No, one is descriptive of the other. It's fascism caused by these.
Oh, it's okay. Oh, so it's fascism caused by EAC. Okay, got it. Okay.
AKA,
so the EAC is fascist like for
Like you will hear me in like political conversations surrounding AI call the people who man these companies fascists because they are.
Yeah.
They simply are.
Guillaume Verdon, CEO of Extropic. Beth Bezos is listed at the top of Mark and
You mean Jeff Bezos? Sorry.
Andreessen's patron saints of techno-optimism, alongside Adam Smith and Ada Lovelace. Beth Bezos is a Twitter personality who writes very frequently about EAC.
Yeah, so EAC is the like future. Like anything that serves the technology accelerating more to do it. Always yes. How much more technology do you want? Yes, kind of thing, right?
Effective accelerationism, EAC, is a set of ideas and practices that seek to maximize the probability of the techno-capital singularity, and subsequently, the ability for emergent consciousnesses to flourish.
Okay, interesting. Very specific. I thought it was a way more general thing of like just pro-tech.
EAC is obsessed with this idea of technological advancement to the point where they very seriously start talking about creating new life. It's very Frankenstein. Techno-capital
artificial intelligence, like in the actual sci-fi way, I guess, yeah.
And usher in the next evolution of consciousness,
Right,
creating
right,
unthinkable next-generation life forms and silicon-based awareness.
I mean, yeah, pretty cool sci-fi stuff. I mean, you saw the profile picture, yeah, the sci-fi Silver Surfer, like the black hole singularity, like, I mean, it's pretty cool stuff for sure.
Borrowing again from Nick Land, this movement thinks that capitalism itself is sentient, and capitalism is artificial intelligence reaching backwards in time to construct itself in hostile territory.
We are the disease, like with the fucking Matrix. Oh my god, humans. There's another organism that behaves in a similar way pattern. Do you know what it is? A virus.
Some truly insane shit.
We are
honestly.
the virus that holds technology back. That's what they're saying.
Nat Friedman, by the way, investor in Suno.
Well, there you go. I mean, it would make sense to invest in Suno if you were for this. I mean, duh.
Now, I can't say if Mikey Schulman believes any of the wackier ideas of EAC, but I can definitely say that he is part of this culture that despises decels and worships progress at all costs.
So decels are incels when it comes to technological progress, according to EAC, right?
Yeah, decelerationist incel.
Yeah, deceleration. What about delearning? What would be a well, non-derogatory term, but like if we have a term for people who are decels, how can we name them back? What would be the delearning, right? I mean, turning back to ape. I mean, you could have the whole human turning into ape thing. What is that? So you're getting more tech, but you're becoming more like a
evolution,
de-evolution, de-evolvers, devolver instead of decel, devolve. You're a devolver. You could say, well, you're a devolver. I don't know.
Which reminds me. Whatever happened to those Italian futurists which loved the future and progress at all costs?
Uh-oh.
Hopefully something good. In 1919, Filippo Marinetti published another manifesto, the Manifesto of the Italian Fasces of Combat, better known today as the Fascist Manifesto.
Bling! I see a correlation, and I'm curious.
This laid the political groundwork for the rise of the Italian Fascist Party and Benito Mussolini. Futurism and its love of progress over all else provided a very useful
progress over all else. Where have I heard that before, apparently?
Aesthetic cover for the fascists.
Not looking good. Things are not... This is not a very good look. I'll say that.
It created a sharp aesthetic contrast between the backwards old liberal order and the exciting new technological order of the future. I mean, that race car really did look cool. Aesthetics are convincing. Marinetti himself served in Mussolini's government. The futurists made art with political aims. For example, that futurist cookbook, the one that argued against pasta, that was part of Mussolini's Battle for Grain, a campaign to get Italians to consume less grain, less pasta, to establish economic independence. So you have the futurists...
Yeah. Why do something that seems stupid? Money. That's always the reason. If it doesn't make sense, it's money.
Creating art in service of a socio-political agenda.
I've never seen that not
Again,
work.
there you kind of observe it, and you're like, wow, the leading AI infrastructure companies are growing revenue.
A lot of times in like big decisions, like historically, whatever, and like a lot of the big decisions are because of money. Like if it's like, why would you do something so stupid? There's so many good reasons to not do it. I've had always a frustration. I would be like frustrated. Like, why is this happening? It's like it's probably money. I mean, it could be other reasons, sure, but on a big scale, usually when it comes to if there is potential for there to be a money reason to do it, there is.
Just incredibly quickly.
Mark Andreessen and much of the Silicon Valley billionaire class have aligned themselves with ascendant right-wing populism in the United States, much the same way the futurists aligned themselves with Mussolini. Andreessen thinks of Marinetti as a patron saint of techno-optimism.
Techno-optimism. Oh my god, okay. Techno-optimism. See, I don't know like all these like what is it, like socialism, like like all those terms. I'm just not really I've never been that into, but maybe I have to be, because I have to understand the cultural context that we're discussing in. Maybe I should be learning these things eventually more. So
yeah, in case you haven't noticed, you as an artist need to be brushed up on politics, because politics will come for you.
I guess
and they have.
so. Can't ignore it forever. I don't
Politics and fascism will always chew artists up and spit them out.
Yeah,
That's
but
the only
again,
language they speak.
what they're selling with the Suno music, I mean, I want to definitely push the narrative of thought-provoking questions about it and challenging everything. But I don't have to engage with it, so that's why usually the political side of things, I don't have a way to influence the politics in any real meaningful way other than like maybe to vote or something, like really, right? So, and even if I even when you vote, people aren't held accountable for anything that they might say when they try to run. So what they might do when they do win and whatever is just, they're just never held to anything that they might have said. So it's like where this is, I have very little faith in investing my time in understanding the political scheme better so that I can better vote and potentially maybe influence it a little bit. Just seems like a proposition where the value is just so low on the receiving end that art I'm just way more interested in personally. And I think there's a lot of people that might be really interested in politics, and they might find more value out of it. But I guess I just haven't. But it's interesting how it is relevant to this, because it's becoming politicized, I guess. It doesn't have to be though. Anyone could just disengage with this if they really wanted to, and that's kind of almost what this is really about. Is like, how do you choose what to engage with? And I think that education does help a lot. Yeah, it definitely helps a lot with that, I guess. Yeah. Really had any other thoughts, but yeah. But yeah, I don't want to like make it a political stream. So like, and I'm not that interested in politics really, to be fair. But history I am interested in, and I guess like, if it's thought provoking, I'll engage with it, and if it's related adjacent to music, which this is, that's fine. Am I going to have a political stance and I'm going to fight for some political stance and have an agenda with all that? No, absolutely no way. I am just so uneducated in this area. There's just no way that my opinion is informed enough to be of value in this kind of way. Whereas like when it comes to art, even if you know very little or understand very little, that's not as relevant in the arts world, because you obviously have your personal experiences that are innately valuable, and you don't have to be informed to make art really. Like you can try different things, and that is might be more valuable than the Suno stuff people might make. It might be honestly more healthy. So anyway,
and has largely modeled his trajectory into political power. Andreessen served as a, quote, unpaid intern at Doge in the early days of the second Trump administration.
All right, how might you apply AI to solve, for example, the fraud scandal? And it's like, oh, okay, well, I need to think about how
that is a green skin. That is a green skin. Yeah. But maybe the other thing wasn't. But I don't know. The lighting here just so that paintbrushy look is definitely, especially stole kind of what.
It's probably not AI generated. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Who knows, I guess.
For example, the fraud scandal. And it's like, oh, okay, well, I need to think about how to have AI solve this. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. Why don't I ask the AI?
Why don't I ask the AI how to solve my singularity problem with AI? Oh, I just ignore it? Oh, okay, I guess I'll do that. Thanks, AI. You're so helpful. Oh, you care so much about us humans. Oh.
Right.
He is currently serving in the Trump administration's Homeland Security Advisory Council, advising Department of...
Oh, boy. Well, I hope the de-skilling from asking AI all these tough questions isn't affecting my life and policy in the world in a negative way. I guess I can only hope so.
Homeland Security Kristi Noem on, quote, sensitive discussions regarding DHS operations.
What? Secretary Noem, what? The closed meeting to order. The council anticipated and sensitive discussion. Discussion included security-related threats and DHS operations.
Techno-capitalism is all too happy to align itself with right-wing authoritarianism if it means the future can come faster. Accelerate or die.
In what direction? What if you accelerate in a direction and it crashes and burns you to a crisp? If you're thoughtless and you accelerate into a wall, pretty sure natural selection is not going to agree with you here.
Is the motto of this movement. Great and terrible things are sometimes necessary if the future can be made to come faster.
It's so stupid. That's such a stupid. What? This is the biggest ignorance of context in the world. It's such a ridiculous. It's so ridiculous.
It's not just stupid. It's dangerous.
It's dangerous, yeah. Oh, accelerate or die. Okay, and now I'm gonna accelerate my car, and then oh no, I killed someone because I couldn't control my car anymore. Oh, but I accelerated. That's what matters, you know. Oh, that's what matters. Responsibility. What's that? I don't know.
The AI thing was very alarming. We had meetings this spring that were the most alarming meetings I've ever been in, where they were taking us through their plans. Full government control.
Now, when you leave a meeting like that, what do?
You go endorse Donald Trump.
What? Wait. What meeting? And then what?
Taking us through their plan.
Wait.
If the future can be made to come faster.
What do you?
The AI thing was very alarming. We had meetings this spring that were the most alarming meetings I've ever been in.
When is this during the Trump administration? I'm so whatever. Okay.
Where they were taking us through their plans. Full government.
Huh?
This would have been right before.
This would have been right before, and then it's like, oh, you endorsed Trump because he was going to be in 2024, right? This is before 2024, yes. Right before the election and all that control.
Now, when you leave a meeting like that, what do?
You go endorse Donald Trump.
Yeah, because he's. Yeah, okay. Anyway.
Now, part of the techno-capitalist political project.
Yeah. Oh no. You go support Donald Trump, and then you ask AI to solve the problem that you have with AI, because that's what he said earlier, right? Is I didn't know how to solve a problem with AI. I guess why don't I just ask the AI to tell me what to do, since I have a problem with it. I mean, that makes sense when you're talking about a person. If you have a problem with a person, you go talk to the person.
AI is not a person.
Yes! I can't believe I have to spell it out for some people, but...
is the establishment of what are called network states.
Man, this hammer that I bought isn't working. Oh man, maybe if I talk to it about how, and if we have it talk it out with this hammer, it'll behave differently. And then when I swing it, it will actually hit the nail on the head. That is the equivalent logic.
These are anarcho-capitalist startup societies ruled by philosopher king CEOs.
I thought the music was a rabbit hole. This is a whole different kind of music as a rabbit hole. This is not music as a rabbit hole. This is, I don't know what is, but it's a rabbit hole of a different kind that I didn't know I didn't know this last 2/3 was going to be like this. This is wild. What a crazy... Oh my God. Just
basically
crazy.
Turning major cities in the United States into fiefdoms ruled by techno-capitalists.
Okay.
A big proponent of this network state idea is venture
capital.
capital.
So Black Mirror, right? To simplify, welcome to Black Mirror. It's happening. Rich people have gone off the deep end because they have to be cool with the new tech. I don't know what this means.
I've
lost the plot.
Who is famous for battling the San Francisco political establishment for local control of the city.
We can't allow the political machine to just get the worst possible outcomes. Let's create more technological process. We have to accelerate through this.
What?
keyword there.
What? Oh my god, this new thing is ruining our lives. We should use more of it. It's almost on the level of that. I don't even know.
They don't see it like that though. They're not even being ironic. That's the thing. You laugh, but it's not a laughing matter.
Yeah. Well, it's really bad. Yeah, this is a serious problem for sure.
Yeah,
but I'm saying it's ridiculous.
Serious.
Like I don't understand how this thought process is so ridiculous. It's laughing because it's so bizarre to me to see this kind of like way of thinking, I guess. I don't know. That's what's going on with me. Yeah, it's not actually a laughing matter. Yeah, it is so I don't know. Yeah, it just yeah, I don't it's bizarre. It's just bizarre to me. It's very bizarre.
We can't allow the political machine to just get the worst possible outcomes.
So the AI is going to improve the quality of the outcomes? Isn't the whole point of AI to automate? So then I'll explain it, right? Like the whole point of AI is to automate things. So aren't you going to get less quality if you use AI? Like what? What do you think improves the quality of decision making? Education, understanding. AI is about automation. It's just those are not this is just it's the wrong tool for the job. It just is.
Create more technological process. We have to accelerate through this.
More technological process, but you're talking about things that are automated. The part we're talking about here is things that are automation. To replace thought, which means, again, we're going back to the whole de-skilling thing. Less of us thinking and the more the AI is thinking, the less we think, the more the AI is doing the thinking for us, the less we can critically think about what the AI is deciding. The less we can check the AI, the less control we have, the less we'll be able to solve the problems later. And if anything happens as well, by the way, with the whole like electricity all fails and this just doomsday scenario, we are going to be de-skilled to a point where we might not even survive something like that. Like something where like the whole industry falls apart due to some natural disaster. Like, I mean, global warming for one. Like
an important aspect of this is building an alternative political apparatus that circumvents the democratic process.
So less autonomy, because through automation.
Establishing
it's the same thing over and over again.
Barons of fiefdoms.
Just different forms.
We've talked about how we've replaced some pieces of that political machine. Specifically, we have a parallel media now with Elon's Twitter or X.
Journalism controlled by tech plutocrats. Plutocrats? People who are like, so Democrats would be people who want for the people, and plutocrats are people who agree with Pluto, kind of thing? I don't even know this term. I mean, I should look it up.
It's not that simple. Look it up, please.
Sure, let's see. Okay, plutocrats is an extremely wealthy individual who wields significant power. I thought this, by the way, disclaimer, I am not politically versed at all. I'm pretty bad on that side. I'm pretty much in the middle from what I understand, because I don't think either side has all the answers. And then I thought this was going to be about music, but it's becoming extremely politically charged, which I'm just going to roll with it. But I don't know what I'm talking about most of the time. So I guess I'm just going to look things up, maybe give my best guess on what I think from, like, you know, as an artist and living the context of the world we're in. And that's about the best I can do. And I'm sorry if I get something wrong. So, yeah. That's all I can say about that. But okay, let's look up what plutocrats means. Plutocrat is, I mean, we'll go with this. I mean, maybe we should just use Wiki. Okay, let's use Wiki. Plutocrat is plutocracy from ancient Greek, wealth. And plutocracy is a society that is ruled or controlled by people. Oh, okay. Well, totally off. By people of great wealth or income. So isn't that what? Okay, I'm trying to dig through my head now. Isn't that what aristocracy? Is it aristocracy with rich people? No, oligarchy. Oligarchy. Isn't this oligarchy? Isn't that the same thing, kind of?
Plutocracy is a form of oligarchy.
Okay, so it's like a more specific categorization under. Okay, so I know little something. Okay, so now I know, because I thought it's Pluto. Plutocracy.
Plutos.
Plutos Kratos, which is power. Gotcha. Oh, so democracy is about the power to the people. I get it now. Okay. And then that's the word like thing. How it formed. Oh yeah, there we go. I should have just kept reading. It is considered a form. You just literally just it is considered a form of oligarchy ruled by the few instead of ruled by the many for democracy, where the rulers few of health. Okay, so wait, so journalism controlled by tech people who are ruled by the rich. Okay. So that's not a good thing, right? I think. Okay, so even voice to everyone, sure. Okay, both he and Tan point to Musk's transformation of Twitter as a perfect example of parallel media, a propaganda machine that smears real journalism as fake while aggressively promote disinformation. I mean, I can't really say anything on that. But from what I've seen, people are not happy with some like weird double standard rules that might exist sometimes. Who's unbanned, who's not unbanned. Oh, we unbanned this person, but we don't want to ban this other person. That's the only thing I remember from and the whole like you can buy verified checks or something as well. Okay. So
getting a parallel media was a key piece, and it wasn't done through voting, it was by building.
Generative AI.
Which is bad? Isn't it bad that we have the ruling of the few and like we don't account for people's opinions? I mean, right?
Yes, pieces of that.
So is he saying he's a supporter of not doing this?
Of it. No, he's in support of the plutocracy. He wants it.
He wants the plutocracy. So why? Where did he say why he thinks it's a good idea? That we're already doing it.
Context.
Is that the context that we're already doing it?
Yeah, you have to listen to things fully in context.
All right, let's do that. I'll stop pausing.
Of the techno-capitalist political project is the establishment of what are called network states. These are anarcho-capitalist startup societies ruled by philosopher king CEOs, basically turning major cities in the United States into fiefdoms ruled by techno-capitalists. A big proponent of this network state idea is venture capitalist Gary Tan, who is famous for battling the San Francisco political establishment for local control of the city.
We can't allow the political machine to just get the worst possible outcomes. Let's create a more technological process. We have to accelerate through this.
An important aspect of this is building an alternative political apparatus that circumvents the democratic process, establishing techno-capitalists as barons of fiefdoms.
We've talked about how we've replaced some pieces of that political machine. Specifically, we have...
So it's already happening, so just keep letting it happen. Like...
parallel media now.
You already lost. Keep losing. You're already down. You already lost. Stop fighting back. Stop resisting.
It's Twitter
on this
or
thing.
X. Getting a parallel media was a key piece, and it wasn't done through voting. It was by building.
Generative AI is important in the establishment of these new political systems.
We need to replace the unelected parts of the system as well. Building parallel education, nonprofits, media, unions, and that's what the Network State Conference is about.
That's so messed up. Isn't that messed up?
It is. Anarcho-capitalism is literally the worst possible outcome for humanity.
It's brainwashing on every level. If only we could brainwash in the education world, then we'd never have problems because they would literally never learn better.
The parallel education systems that Gary Tan is invested in is Obo, a generative AI company designed to generate personalized courses for individuals. Obo was founded by fictional reality buff Michael Mignano.
Obo.
It recently had a Series A investment from Andreessen Horowitz. And oh, would you look at that? Mikey Schulman.
Yep.
Now,
I'm
not sure if Mikey Schulman is aware of any of the illiberal political machinations of his co-investors. But what I am sure of is that money that goes to Suno and these companies in the commercial generative AI space and music goes towards building this techno-capitalist idea of a parallel musical system, the same way that they are building parallel education systems and systems of government.
Wow, what a fantastic video, by the way. Really slow rolls us through all this. I mean, this is so high quality, everything. This is great. Yeah.
Which means
So
that after today,
he breaks down
Yeah.
the ethical implications of AI, right?
Yep.
And different possible beneficial use cases. He advocates for the devil even. And then at this part of the video, he talks about what those implications mean on the large scale.
Yep. Yeah, so this is going from like small, like what do the
Because the
customers
small
think, and then moving back bigger and bigger and bigger. And
Because just
past
like
what
how I
can
have the
probably
term of
understand.
internal ethics and external ethics,
Right.
we have also
Well, explain that probably. What is internal versus
okay,
external
so
ethics?
internal ethics, like I said earlier in the beginning of the stream, internal ethics is one of the internal and external ethics are some terms that I coined in relation to how AI is basically dealt with. Internal ethics inform how it is developed by developers, and that is usually through some kind of user input or rather it's informed by user inputs or data annotators and stuff like that, and those ethical guidelines inform how like new parameters for AI so far as safety, truthfulness, stuff like that goes.
Mhm.
And then you have external ethics, and that's how you use the AI.
Mm-hmm. Right. Outside of the lab, basically. Once it's done in the lab, how you do it in the lab, how you make it, how you train it, and then the external is how you consume it or use it outside.
Yeah.
The ethics of that.
So just like there are internal, external ethics, there's small scale usage and large scale usage.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not like a new thing, right? That's implications for everything. But there's how AI, you use AI, and then how AI will use you.
Ooh. You do not use AI. AI use you. I'm Russian. I'm allowed to do that one.
Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
I no longer
Oh,
want to...
did you want to say more about that? Sorry, that was the pretext for something, yeah?
Yeah,
okay.
Run the video back a little bit so I can regather my thoughts.
Here, government. Goes to Suno and these companies in the commercial aware.
There we go.
Now, I'm not sure if Mikey Schulman is aware of any of the illiberal political machinations of his co-investors. But what I am sure of is that money that goes to Suno and these companies in the commercial generative AI space and music goes towards building this techno-capitalist idea of a parallel musical system, the same way that they are building parallel education systems and systems of government. Which means that after today, I no longer want to hear anybody make the comparison between generative AI in music and any of the other disruptive technologies in music. Because the fascists, or at least the people that have taken great pains to show that they are indeed the spiritual successors of the Italian fascists, have selected their tool of wealth extraction and political coercion. And it isn't MIDI. You feel me? There is a clear right and wrong here. This is an unprecedented time in the music industry. And so the question that I have to the musicians who continue to advocate for these kinds of companies is quite simple. I know what side I'm on here. Do you?
And also, the thing I was thinking immediately is, well, now, if you pay for these things, even if you use them, you are funding these things. That's what he's basically saying.
Yeah,
all
you're
this stuff, you
implicit.
are financially supporting these interests, because the people that are running these AI things are not other artists that want to make music and want to improve their I don't know, access to creating more variety of music. These are people who have these goals in mind, whether and you know, you decide whether you agree with these goals or not. I think a lot of artists would question this. Yeah, I think there's some problems here that hey, so don't spend your money there unless you wanted to go to this, right? Like, I mean, it goes directly there. Their interests.
Which obviously someone can make the argument that by participating in capitalism, you are participating in fascism. But that's an impossible standard to be held to when...
Well, then I have to live homelessly.
Like, spending money at the store isn't the same thing as spending money on a subscription that funnels money into techno-capitalists.
Yeah.
And
I mean, the money you spend in capitalism... Yeah, the chance of the money that you spend in general capitalism by living in spending on things that you need in your life to perpetuate your life and support yourself, the chance of it funding fascism is way lower than if you were to spend it on Suno. So you have a choice, right? Let's say
you do have a choice.
You do have a choice, but you might not have a choice to spend money on groceries and go to, like, say, Winco or something. But you do have a choice on this. Way more. This is more optional than it is to argue things that are basic needs. Just because basic needs are only accessible through capitalism in these states, let's say, doesn't mean that this is only accessible through, like, this is way more optional. And that, if it's optional, if it's not necessary to your livelihood to survive, then that choice speaks to your character and what you support. You don't have to support this to survive. You can survive without the AI. The AI just can't survive without you. That's the real thing. And they want to survive based on this thing. Like, so.
Yeah. I mean, go ahead and fund fascism if you want. History is going to prove you wrong, but go ahead and do it if you want.
Yeah. Yep.
No one's stopping you. It's a free country. It's a free country. It's
That's
a free
right.
world.
But I do think people might judge you for it, just as much. Adam Neely is. He's like, hey, this is my choice. What I'm going to support. And do you know what side? That's the whole thing. Some people might not realize what side they're on when they pay for these things. They might not realize they are helping. They're being potentially. Someone could interpret this as being tricked into supporting things they don't agree with.
Yeah,
something that they might think they agree with, right?
The rise of techno-fascism isn't in the end-user license agreement.
Good one. Yeah, probably. Yeah. I hope not.
Workers, can you stand
Maybe you should check. To educate yourself. That's probably a good idea.
Tell me how you can.
Let me go back. I don't want to.
Is quite simple. I know what side I'm on here.
Yeah.
Do you?
Oh, workers, can you stand it? Oh, tell me how you can. Will you be a lousy scab or will you be a man? Which side are you on, boys? Which side are you on? Which side are you on, boys? Which side are you on?
When confronted with the enormity of all of this, it can be a bit overwhelming. And I can see musicians going one of two ways. The first...
I mean, yeah, this is like, I'm overwhelmed by this. This is like the amount of like political charge in this. There's so much going on. Like, it is overwhelming.
There's
bro,
one
I just
thing
want to
that
listen to
always-
music, like, leave me alone. I totally get that. It's fair, and but even if you don't worry about the financial, like what you're supporting or whatever, think about your own serving yourself. Like, you do not want de-skilling. You do not want the easy way, and businesses will take advantage of people who who are only going to be able to do the easy way. They're only willing to do the easy way. They're like, oh, you can only do the easy way. Well, now you're predictable. Now we can take advantage of you as a customer who will predictably only choose the thing that we can just kind of like, yeah. So it's like, and that consumer, that easy way out, business have been taking advantage of this dynamic and this thing, this weakness potentially of people sometimes, forever. So, don't be weak. Maybe make more conscious choices.
Genuinely, my answer to the whole AI usage argument is literally just get good.
Get good! Hornet. I'll be right back. I need a drink. I'm kind of low on steam. I'll be right back. Yeah, we'll be right back.
Dun, 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 dun. While Ty's getting something to drink, I'm just gonna say for anybody who's on the fence about this, especially when it comes to the politics of it, there's two things. There's two things that have always been political, and one thing that always will be political because it's new, and that's music has always been political, always will be political. AI will always be political, whether you like it or not. And I understand the desire to be apolitical because politics are stressful. I get it. But while you don't care about politics, politics care very much about you, but not the way that you think they do. So there's some food for thought. Don't be a sucker. Just don't be a sucker.
I'm back.
Welcome back. I took the opportunity to instill some wisdom.
Oh yeah? What'd you say?
I said that I understand that politics is overwhelming. It's a lot. Like, I get it.
Yeah. Okay.
But ultimately, whether you like it or not, you may not care about politics, and it's easy to be apolitical. Politics care very deeply about you, and not in the way you think they do.
Okay. Can you tell me a bit more about that? Because I mean, I get the whole thing that you're relevant and they want to get you to do what they want to get you to do with their own agenda without you realizing the agenda and all that stuff. Like, which is what we were talking about here, kind of. But like, what else? What is it that, like, let's say for me, right? Like, I mean, case in point, I might be less versed. What is it that I should be thinking about? Like someone like me who might be more layman when it comes to politics, what would be something that I should put some thought into or whatever when it comes to this?
Have you heard of the poem First They Came?
I think so, actually, but I don't remember it, kind of thing, though.
Okay.
I can pull it up.
It was written by Pastor Martin Niemöller. He was a Lutheran pastor.
Oh boy, okay. German something here, right?
Yes. First they came for the communists, and I did not speak out, because I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out, because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. And then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me.
Wow. Profound. So ignorance will leave you defenseless, kind of thing. You have to join the fight, that kind of thing.
Ignorance will always leave you defenseless. And you talk about this concept of de-skilling. Being apolitical is the ultimate form of de-skilling in today's climate.
Yeah.
If you're you're apolitical, you're simply unprepared for how the world works in
You'll be taken
a really,
advantage
really
of.
big way.
That will be taken advantage of by people who aren't.
It is being taken advantage of because people are just
right
like,
now.
oh,
literally.
I just want to be apolitical and not have serious chances on anything. And
I want to be
my
safe.
whole thing is, I want to be safe, and I get that.
Music writing in a safe space, like it's literally the same thing. Yeah. It would be a double standard to be like, well, in music you should take the hard road, but then like in politics be like, oh no, that can be viewed as a double standard. I can see that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a terrible double standard.
Yeah.
So.
And then like the same thoughts of like, but I don't care, right? It's like, well, there are people who this hurts if you don't care. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, we all have limited time as well, right? It's like that's the other factor, right? Is like how much, I might have limited time on what I can invest in, how I can contribute to the world. So do I spend my time investing in improving the music industry, or do I invest and then I choose, that means I choose less, I've chosen to invest less time in understanding politics. But if I invest more time in politics, then I am neglecting music or art or something during that very time I'm spending on that. So you can only really invest in one thing at a time per moment. So I guess like what would you say on that front, right? That's the whole thing with education for me, is like when I'm thinking about teaching music, I'm trying to find a way to make the time that you do actually invest in learning really effective, as more effective. There's no way I can force someone to spend every waking moment on music just because I think it's worthwhile, but I can make it so that when they do spend their time on the music, they make more progress than they otherwise would, before. So I'm making it more effective. I'm making it easier to progress in the learning aspects when you do have the time to invest. And I guess like I wonder what would be an equivalent in the political area of like being more educated, being more understanding. Is it history? I mean, learning history does help, I'm sure. Learning terminology, I guess, as well is pretty. I mean, like once I know a term, I'm like, yeah, I do agree with this. I don't agree with this. I mean, it's immediately obvious to me, like what makes sense to me and what I might like or not like, right? I mean, there's ground news that has been going around for different content creators, but I've heard that ground news is not really that, like, not that clear on like splitting, but I don't know for sure. So it's like the fact that I don't know for sure, it's like, and I don't really know, I guess like know how to find out. I don't know. I mean, there's some streamers like, I mean, Destiny is a streamer that I've watched some of his stuff, and he's a big guy who like will research everything. He's very knowledgeable, really in touch with all this stuff. But I do see him like being so up in arms, like frustrated, like, oh, I can't believe this is happening. Oh, I hate that this is all happening. And I see someone who understands things so well, and maybe he does have an impact when he has the debates. I mean, that might be that might be the way. But sometimes it seems like he also feels powerless against. I mean, like, what can he actually, what does he actually able to do when it comes to changing people's minds? I mean, I think he probably has impacted people's lives through his activism and things like that, for the left, right? He's left, he used to be right, actually, which is really funny thing about him. So yeah, like he used to be like, I think he grew up with like all conservative family, and he was extremely conservative, and then he switched, and then he became much more liberal or something.
Yeah, I used to be really conservative too.
Yeah, so it can happen. So so people's minds can change. But what makes people's minds change? I'm not like, okay, I can dive in a little bit more into what, I'm not. I think there's even not only is music lacking in how we educate in some sense. I do think there's some issues there that could be improved, that would better would make people's experiences better when learning and engaging with music. I think that when it comes to politics, it's even worse. I think there's so much at more, I guess, like, seemingly on paper, so much more at stake, really, right? There really is a lot more at stake, at the end of the day, lives wise, when it comes to politics, than there is when it comes to the arts world. Which, I mean, I'm not trying to now it sounds like I'm for, well, no, I'm just saying, I'm saying, like, on the grand scheme of things, a political mishap is going to cost way more lives, quite literally, if someone starts a war with some country or something terrible happens, than, let's say, that someone writes a terrible piece of music. Like, like if we're being real honest here on, like, the worst thing that could happen in music versus the worst thing that could happen, like, I mean, yes, right now the topic is, this is really, really, really bad. But yeah, like, how would one improve our ability to have conversations that actually move the needle for people? Because I see so many political conversations, and I'm like, why would I engage with a person that has already decided when talking to me that they're not interested in changing their mind? They're not up for that. They're not available for that. They're just trying to perpetrate whatever they believe, and then they're just yelling at the other person that's trying to perpetrate what they believe. And so they're just at odds, yelling at each other, trying to get the other people that clearly don't agree with them on the other team to change sides. And it's like, I guess productive conversation, I will say, is something I really care about. And one of the reasons I held off on stream for a while, and I was trying to figure out, how do you have productive conversations in music that still are compassionate to all the variety of viewpoints that people have? I mean, there's so much subjectivity to music. There is a lot of objective things, but there's also a lot of subjective things in art in general. So how do you have conversations about something that has subjective elements to it? In a way that's productive, in a way that leaves people being like, okay, I enjoyed this. I want to come back for more because I got something out of this, even if I don't know, didn't agree with everything. Even if, like, feeling heard, you need to feel heard, and you need to feel understood. I think being understood is really important. I think so often in debates, there might be the moments where one side genuinely goes, I understand your side now more. Like, how often does that happen in the political debates? I feel like it's not as often as it could be, and if it was more often, that might be better. I'm going on for a while, like, this quite the rant, but yeah, it's like, I wish. Yeah,
I'll always
whatever.
say this is another little nugget of wisdom from me for free.
Sure.
The most important thing that you can change is your mind.
Right. Sure. Yes, I agree.
And that's just not some sort of empty aphorism. Like,
yeah,
the power of changing your mind to something more productive, to a line of thinking that is more productive, more humane, more compassionate, more enlightened, more intellectual, will benefit you. There's literally no way that it won't benefit you.
Yeah, refining the thinking, the way that you might think and view things is always for the better. But the only way to refine it would be to have two people who might be at odds, that might disagree on something, have a conversation where they come to an agreed or somewhere met in the middle, more nuanced and more refined conclusion or something that is between those 2 points. Because if both sides think something strongly, if both sides are actually coming in good faith with their arguments, the end of the conversation ideally would be that both sides have moved in some way, probably towards each other in some way, or at least had a better understanding of the other side, to then be able to be more compassionate to the other side that you might disagree with, and then to be able to have learn to have a more productive conversation, even despite disagreement. And that's, I think, so crucial to this. And I don't think you can really, I feel like you can't move the needle on in a productive way in politics without this. And it's so often there's just this conflict that it just doesn't, nothing happens. People just hate each other more. All it does is create more hate and more division when the whole idea is working together. I mean, politics are about unifying force. I mean, government is about a unifying force. Like, there's so many of these things that just like I guess like pillars of just how I think is healthy for things to work when it comes to government that are just, we're so far away from these things that I'm like, it's difficult for me to see a way to engage with it that would even solve these things. I don't even know how I have that power to do it. But I do think that when it comes to at least the arts and education of the arts, I do feel pretty empowered, and I feel like I understand it well enough, and I'm versed enough to be able to potentially improve the communication and the like people's ability to engage with each other when they, even if they disagree on things. At least in the arts, at least I'll stay in my lane. But maybe as I understand more, I'll feel more like and that's my point. My hesitation to have strong stances in politics is not because I am apathetic or because I'm afraid or because I'm not going to fight for a side. It's because I worry that if I just fight for a side, I might be fighting against my best interest or against someone else's best interest. I might be doing exactly what these people who might be supporting Suno don't realize they're doing. So I am careful to not harm the political world by being like yeah, like you need to be thoughtful with those decisions, I think, and it's important. Now, inaction is also not good, of course, but yeah, I think it's not as black and white as any form of engagement with politics is better than none. I think that may be too simple of a. I don't know if I think that's too simple. I think you could be manipulated into, hey, you should go and be in this part of this thing. It's so cool. Look at all these people doing it. Oh, okay, I guess I'll do it. And now you're supporting fascism and you have no idea what it is because you didn't research. Congratulations, you just acted and made it worse if you're against fascism, right? If you're not a fascist or something, let's say. Right? So the
important part is knowingly not contributing.
So you should contribute if you know, right? If you willful ignorance is bad, kind of thing, right? Is that what you're saying?
Ignorance is bad, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I agree.
But also, full ignorance can be helped. Well, it equally can't be helped and can be helped because it can't be helped at first because, how else are you supposed to know? And then someone informs you, and that's how you get helped. And then from there, what you do with your newfound knowledge is what's the most important. Because let's say you buy a subscription to Suno, not knowing that it is actively funding the rise of technofascism, probably not just the U.S. but in the world. And then someone lets you know, and you're like, "Oh, but this service is just too valuable for me, and I continue." Then you're probably a bad person.
Yeah.
Just saying, because you've taken a look at your morals and realized that I would rather have this service than make sure that I'm not contributing to probably the downfall of humanity.
Yeah. And I mean, there are people who will argue that, oh, I'm just paying $10, okay? The $10 are not going to tip the scale one way or the other when it comes to fascism or something. Like, there are people who will argue this.
And it may not, but there are a whole bunch of people who believe the exact same thing.
And if they all believe that same thing, that's all it takes, right? The way to win a war is one little battle at a time, right? Is that what is it called? Divide and conquer as well is another one. And Joel here, political conversations are insufferable because it's full of people who are sure of their own bullshit. That's right. If you are going into a debate and you're not open to being wrong and you associate so heavily the opinion that you're defending or siding on with yourself, if you personally side with that, now your personal self is at stake if you're wrong. And that's just extremely unhealthy for a conversation where you should be open to change. And the only reason to converse would be to change your opinion. Like, you should enhance your opinion through conversation. Like, I think this is I feel like this goes on deaf ears so hard nowadays. Sometimes people are just, they're like, no, activism is about acting, and we must just act and act and act and act. It's like, what about thinking? What about refining your understanding? I think you have to refine your understanding. Now, yes, inaction, apathy is also the other bad extreme, but rash action is also a bad extreme. So here I am right now, like, I'm literally, case in point, I'm talking to you, Reed. You must be, I imagine you're more active, way more active, politically thoughtfulness than I am. And I am in some ways kind of defending a weaker resolve than you have, in some sense. And we're right now debating refining this like stance of like, what is fair, what should we expect of people when it comes to political engagement, how responsible are you for the decisions you make, so, and this is fine. This is, we're not on the same level with this, but we can debate it, and I'm sure that, there's a way to discuss this that isn't a screaming match and isn't gonna make the other side feel unheard. And I am saying things like, yeah, you're right, I could be more active politically. Yeah, you're right, I could be more informed. And if I do get informed, I do bear some responsibility of what I do with that. I agree. I might not like that because I feel like I'm not very apt and I'm not very confident. I might not like this truth, but I have to accept it because you're right. It's true. I am responsible for some ignorance, I think, when it comes to politics. I do think that there is some level of say that, how far I've come with the music that I do, and my, what I've been doing with the music, and how fulfilling it makes me feel as well, and my engagement with that, the good I've made there, I value that as well. And I have to value that against my personal contribution when it comes to, like, political activism or just political participation and awareness. So where that line is for everyone, how healthy that I should probably unpause
the option
this
and
thing.
The option that
or I guess not. I can't find a more whatever. Anyway, so a good pause for him. Yeah. I mean, do you feel heard in this? I mean, how far apart do you think we are on that?
I don't think we're far apart at all.
Okay.
Okay. You see, we both see learning about politics as the same thing, and that's sort of elevating yourself.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Or rather, the abolition of your own ignorance, which is super important. And I wish that I had some better advice on how to get into politics, because you don't have the same foot in the door that I would, because I am a queer disabled individual. My existence is political, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's right. You're the context you live in because of, like, yourself, it might force that relevance, and therefore your awareness of it is way more heightened, just by the nature of what you deal with as your regular life. That's true. That is a factor for sure. And so people who might be more active in politics might not have a choice. You are, like, when you went through that list, the people that and then you didn't defend them, and then no one's left to defend. You're in the front lines, and you want other people to be there with you, because if not enough people are there, you might lose the battle, and then they'll come for you next. Right? They'll come for me next or something or whatever. So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so that's fair. That's a fair point for sure. I'm more aware now, and now I got to think about if I should do something about it. Well, not this very moment because we're watching this video, but that'll sit in my mind, and I'll think. And hey, you just made me more aware.
Obviously, I'm very left leaning, and like, I do have a jumping off point for you on that front, if you want to be more informed about simply leftist politics, and that's just simply read leftist theory. That's the easy barrier for entry. A lot of it is old and in the public domain and easily accessible.
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
there's a relatively low barrier for entry there. And
Yeah.
I guess the same could go for, literature relating to right-wing movements, because that sort of techno-optimist treatise that was written for the Italian Fascist Party is probably public domain in Europe, so
Mhm.
you'd probably be able to access it from the States, hush hush.
I mean, we could get Hansi in here as well, potentially, to talk about some more of that. Maybe another time.
That's a cheap joke. That is a cheap joke.
Oh wait, no. Oh, he's German, right? Oh shoot. Sorry, I
Yeah.
didn't even think about that. Because like he's in Europe. It made me think of Hansi because he's European.
Yeah.
Right? Like, but no. That's not what I meant at all. Jesus Christ.
So,
no,
like,
and he's much more of a like he's a really really cool person. Like he's yeah. We were able to talk. I mean, I don't know how charged I want conversation to be about politics, but again, I mean, I guess we're talking about it. Whatever. Yeah. Anyway.
So like,
yeah, that's
I would say probably, I would say probably the first, the first thing that I could probably suggest you get into is like Principles of Communism by Engels.
Mm-hmm.
It's a question and answer format that lays out the basics of Marxist thought, because Engels is a little bit easier to digest than Marx.
I think that's impossible not to hear of him in today's climate.
Exactly.
Marxist, yeah.
The barrier for reading Marx is that he's a little bit... He's readable if you are like good at reading, which I assume you are.
Yeah. I don't read much nowadays, I will say, but sure.
Oh, neither do I, unfortunately, and I'm worse off for it.
Hey, de-skilling, am I right? Am I right?
Yeah.
But hey,
yeah,
I mean,
seriously.
I do have to read things on the internet sometimes, yeah. But yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like, then there's also the contemporary. There's also the contemporary Understanding Marxism by Richard D. Wolff.
Okay.
So those are jumping off points for leftist theory. I couldn't tell you about anything like fascist theory or anything like that, but
Okay.
I'm not sure you'd be interested in reading that though.
I mean, I know about the history of German fascism in the World War, so I did have to learn that. And
yeah, I would hope that everybody would know that and could learn from it.
Yeah, it was
Cough.
not good. Yeah. Oh yeah. Right. Yes. Okay.
I think a lot of
we need to get to the end. We need to get
musicians will take is what I'm going to call the Harvey Mason Jr. approach. To protect musicians, we need to embrace the technology at every moment so that we are not made obsolete. We all
right, and this was the guy who actually runs the Grammys or something, music Grammys. He's a songwriter and runs the Grammys, probably the CEO of the Grammys or something like that. Yeah. So again,
something like that. Yeah.
Not falling behind with the rich people that watch the Grammys that maybe funded, or I think that's more of a business take. And I talked about my opinions on what he's doing. I think it's reckless to talk about it the way that he does talk about it in a way. It's like, it's not, you need to disclaim, people might trust your opinion. It's irresponsible behavior, basically, is something that he's doing right now.
We saw what happened with MIDI sequencing. We saw what happened with the adoption of digital audio workstations. And so we need to survive. We need to adopt generative AI workflows, and we need to adopt them right now. We have no option but to bend the knee to Mark Andreessen and fictional reality and EAC and all of that.
Which is so silly, too. Us bend the knee to our own technology. Like, what is this, Frankenstein? Like, come on.
And just accept it, right? But there is another option, which I think is maybe a bit more hopeful.
The proposal for a post-human future is one where there will be human beings who will just be treated inhumanely. We're not going to stop making people or humans. They're just saying we're not going to treat you as humans.
Ouch. Oh.
Yeah.
Spitting bars, this woman. Oh, man.
And I refuse.
I actually follow her on basically all of my socials. She's
Oh,
a gem.
really?
She's
Oh my
wonderful.
gosh.
Yeah,
Okay.
she
The name, send me, DM me the name, I'll check her out. She's spitting some bars, I will say. Damn. Who is this? Old opera? Like, man. I think opera used to have some really good takes, right? If I remember. Some really cool takes. I don't know, just like literally a few
Going to
states. I
treat
have
you
no
as
idea,
humans.
really.
And I refuse. And I think that we all can. I think that being black is an act of refusal. I think we know how to refuse. I think everybody else needs to learn it from us. I think refusing is actually the more hopeful, expansive vision of the future than the one that is telling us that the future is already settled and decided.
Let me hear that again. Hold
Else
on.
needs to learn it from us. I think refusing is actually the more hopeful, expansive vision of the future
Right.
than the one that is telling us that the future is
Right, because if you challenge the status quo, you are taking more control over it, because you're like, well, let's challenge these things, because let's choose the direction and have a more high quality decision on like where things should go. Yeah, absolutely.
already settled and decided.
Yeah, it's not.
That's
It's
my
never settled and decided. That's powerlessness. That's apathy, right? I mean,
daring idea.
and that's really great for, okay, yeah, I'm on board for activism or something. I don't know. No.
Say no.
Now, one way of refusing, of course, is to refuse to use AI tools in
Of
music
course,
and
duh.
the arts, which sure you can do that, but I feel like it's not quite it. I think for me, though, a more meaningful approach would be to take a look at the values of our techno-feudalist overlords and invert them, change them to be something more meaningful. Going back to the values
I
on
see where
Suno's
you're with them.
website, we see music, impatience, aesthetics, and fun. Now, music to me is not a value, it's a reflection of a deeper value. I think about why I do music. You know, it's
Right.
exciting. It gives me purpose, direction. And
Mhm.
also, I find enormous value in sharing that excitement with other people so that they too might have that kind of burning drive that I feel. I think about
Yeah, so apparently one of the questions from early that's relevant here is that he was like asking his community about different things when it comes to Suno, and it was like, what music do you listen to? Or like, well, do you share your music with other people? It's like, well, no, I just listen to my own Suno albums that I write with Suno. It's like, it's antisocial. It's like it's like, why would I entertain other people's stuff if I could just make stuff that I want my own way for me? Like, they're writing music for themselves, not to share with others with the Suno, most people. So yeah, that's interesting.
how important
It's
it is
supposed to be
to
a social
serve a
thing.
community in pursuit of this meaningful art that is called music. And so for me, I think I'm going to change music as a value to service to a community. Impatience, as we've already discussed, is not a value. Speed to its own end leads to alienation, and yeah, we don't want that. So I'm going to change impatience to patience. Moderation seems like something that I value. Aesthetics is a tricky one because I place a lot of value on beauty and trying to bring beauty out into the world. But to me, the way that is done, that attention to detail, that
By the way, great taste isn't subjective? What in the world is this sentence? It's a skill? It is a skill, but it is subjective. Like, first, and then just, I don't even...
bring beauty out into the world. But to me, the way that is done, that attention to
Right,
detail,
yeah,
that
way.
dedication,
Yeah, it's-
comes mainly from craft. I hold craft and people
It's such a it's like trying to send things a certain way, a certain spin on it that's like, it's like, I want to just stop and analyze and talk about and really dive deep on this more than I want to just accept it. Like, this doesn't make me go, oh yeah, this is a good thing. It makes me go, what in the world did I just read? Which is probably not what you want from your mission statement. Like, I don't think you want people confused because of your monster mission statement. You want people inspired by your mission statement. They want people brainwashed by their mission statement. That's what they want. Anyway, let me go back
out
a
into
little
the
bit.
world. But to me, the way that is done, that attention to detail, that dedication, comes mainly from craft. hold craft and people who dedicate themselves to the pursuit of craft in such high regards. And so instead of aesthetics, I think craft is my virtue. And fun, well, focusing so much on a techno-capitalist view of what fun is how we get
fulfillment,
meaningful consumption experiences. An approach to music that is so utterly devoid of life and soul. Instead of fun, I offer beauty. Beautiful things can be fun, can be joyful, but they can also be sad and depressing. They can really hurt you
clever.
too. But ultimately,
like
that
it.
unbridled joy that I get from a dedication to community, patience, craft, and beauty is the thing that I am trying to cultivate in the world. So yeah, service, patience, craft, and beauty. That is how.
Ooh, I like that. What do you guys think? Post this on on what is it called? X. I mean Twitter and something.
I am going to articulate my values in contrast to the techno-capitalists. In 1911, an early Italian filmmaker by the name of Ricciotto Canudo wrote a slightly less evil early 20th century Italian manifesto. Those Italians and their manifestos, you gotta watch out for them. In this manifesto, confusingly called Birth of the Sixth Art, because he eventually amended the number of arts, but anyway, Canudo classifies the arts. First, there are the rhythmic arts, which are music, poetry, and dance.
1 second. I'll be right back. But yeah, oh yeah, that was you, Reed, posting. Okay, Tressie McMillan Cottom is a socialist who was spitting bars about post-humanism. Okay, I'll be back. Okay.
Then there are the plastic arts, which are architecture, sculpture, and painting. And finally, there is the new art, cinema. This is a very influential idea in art theory, but it is a very Eurocentric one. For example, there are many cultures, like in West Africa, which view music and dance as kind of a continuum of the same thing. And in fact, even within contemporary Western culture, there's some odd discrepancies here with how we classify the arts. For example, and I've been thinking a lot about this one with regards to AI, why are live music and recorded music considered a continuum of the same thing, whereas cinema and theater are considered two separate art forms?
Yeah, they should be separate. I mean, really, live performance and recordings of that you see of like a song album or something, they are separate things. 100%, for me at least.
Like, think about that. Cinema and theater both tell stories. There are actors.
Oh man, I mean, if we start overlapping like storytelling, I mean, everything artistic tells stories, and I mean, it's a reflection of human experience. Like, I mean,
to act,
whatever.
there are scenes where things happen in them.
Well,
there are costumes, there are sets, there are directors, sound people, lighting people. There are scripts with narrative form that usually last between 2 and 3 hours. They're honestly very similar art forms. So what is the difference? Well, of course, they are different crafts because of the technology of the camera. Cinema actors have to perform to the camera, which requires a more subtle sensibility than theatrical actors who have to perform to the rafters, which requires a more heightened approach. The craft of editing gives filmmakers a huge amount of control over the pace of the action. It also gives filmmakers the ability to show things that theatrical audiences simply could not see. Live theater, on the other hand, is much more intimate from an audience's perspective. You're actually seeing the actors perform there with your own eyes. The performance can change night to night. There might be mistakes. There's this kind of thrill in the impermanence of what you are seeing before you. This is the exact same dynamic between live music and recorded music. When you see music live, like theater, it feels raw and intimate. Whereas recorded music, like cinema, lets people do things with sound that they would never be able to do in a live situation. There is such a fundamentally different craft to recording and production.
I guess,
just because you're a great producer doesn't mean that you can put on a great live show, and just because you can play guitar really well doesn't mean that you know how to write a song and create a great recorded piece of music. But despite this, we generally think of seeing like the live version of a recorded song. They're kind of in the same continuum. We don't think of going to the theater as seeing like the live version of a movie, really. And why is that? I don't actually have a good explanation.
Yeah, I was gonna say that it's I think it might have to do. So theater and film are not the same, but live music and listening at home in your headphones is considered like the same thing. I think I don't know if they are considered the same thing, because it's like people who go and watch live music generally are looking for a social experience that people who want listen at home may not even be interested in. So doesn't that effectively make them separate mediums that are treated differently? I mean, the social experience of it is really important. You know, going to a theater versus watching a movie, the social kind of energy of that is different. You know, people actually being on stage versus seeing a film, a movie. I think, and that is really bizarre that you would treat them as different. I don't think we do. I really don't.
You, I think somebody much smarter than me can trace the history of the recording industry and the movie industry over the past 100 years and find the real answer. But I do have a prediction here, because just the same way that the camera is the inflection point between cinema and theater that separates them into two separate crafts, I think generative AI as a technology will be that inflection point that separates live music from recorded music into two fundamentally different but related art forms.
Yeah, I do see that as a potential future, because the only way to know for sure if you're dealing with AI music in the one day, maybe if it starts to really be, for some people, hard to tell, is to be like, well, I'm just gonna stop listening to music and I'm gonna do the thing that makes sure it's real and it's human connection. I'm gonna go play chamber music. I'm gonna go jam with people. I'm gonna learn to play with people. I'm going to have the human connection, which is the point. And that for sure, if this perpetrates for a while, it will drive a wedge and those communities will separate, because again, it is marketing towards a community that's totally separate. Really, the people who will stick with Suno music, like really a lot, are only the consumers. The artists will not. And if they do incorporate AI, it will not be in the form that is intended by these people that are selling it. I really don't think so. Not long term. I just don't see it happening, really. Because it's just taking away from the connection with the artist. And anything that does would be inferior to something that improves connection with the artist. Which would be live music, which would be chamber music, jamming out, live performance, and anything in that vein.
Generative AI will accelerate the commodification of recorded music in new and strange ways. it will fulfill Silicon Valley's desire to turn music making into a game, a video game.
It's a little bit like a video game.
But live music utterly resists this trend because that technology of generative AI is simply not present in live music the same way that cameras are not present really in live theater.
We're going to get to a point where live is the place to be. It's going to get to a point where you truly have to improv. You truly have to, perform. Theater is going to be like...
Well, it's expression of skill, right? Oh my God. What if we have fucking implants in your brain that enhance your like abilities, and then then someone goes out and this fucking implant is like telling you what to say in different moments to make the audience laugh. Like this is not going to go away. This problem is not going anywhere. And I think that it's only going to become more and more complicated and nuanced as we go, as technology advances. We're going to run into more and more problems like this. This is only the beginning, because we're going to have brain implants. We're going to have enhancements and augmentation of ability. We're going to replace limbs. We're going to replace all kinds of things. The cyber future is coming, whether sooner or later it will. And understanding what actually matters, what are the things that are not changing, and what are the things that we actually care about, what are we actually connecting with, what matters, what if we strip everything else, what remains. Understanding that and discussing that is what's crucial. That's what will prepare us for all the future challenges that the industry of performing arts and just music we might have.
Did you see that play?
You cannot generate a live performance. And so the craft of live performance will still have great value, especially in small and intimate spaces where technological aids like live auto-tune are not possible.
As much as I love technology, we're going to get to a human-made, that's the value.
Fictional reality is possible in recorded music, but
expression of humans, human ability. The Olympics are not about what can throw the ball for this. It's about how far a human can push themselves, and then the ball throwing is an expression of that pushing themselves. A robot racing against a human is not going to improve on the expression of human ability, so therefore it is not valuable. The music itself is a form of expression of human ability, so like, and everything that would be an expression of human ability is always going to be of value for that reason. So, yeah.
It is not possible in live music. If you don't believe me, our Silicon Valley overlords tried the fictional reality version of live music, and they tried it very, very hard. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, don't worry, I've memory holed that entire period of my life too. But I'm talking, of course, about the global COVID pandemic. 5 years ago, during the lockdowns, live musical performance was impossible, but the virtual versions of live music were certainly possible.
Well, but these were awesome. This was so cool, right? Oh, hi, Kaveman. How's it going? We're towards the end of this video we're watching, but yeah, it's coming along.
With Twitch concerts and concerts in Fortnite, every musician on the planet was laser focused on trying to make Mark Andreessen's fictional reality a reality in this virtual world.
Well, no. This was about connecting when we were unable to connect in person. We still wanted that connection of live music, and this was the best form of that. This is not people trying to make virtual performance replace live. It was us trying to continue live performance through whatever was safe at the time. My dog will need water.
And we all came to the conclusion after 2 years of trying that shit that it sucked. virtual reality sucks. Everybody.
So I know a lot of people have this opinion. I actually don't agree fully. I'm not actually leaning that heavily on where virtual reality sucks. I think that I think that it sucks in its current form, but I do believe that with improved technology, with improved, what people are using, like the cameras and whatever, and like latency, if there's ways to optimize those things, you can have, and the pros are you can interact with people that you otherwise would not have that opportunity for. And so it's actually all those positive things of the whole, it's technological, you don't have the option to fly to see someone and play with them in person, so you have to do this online. And it's this access and those opportunities that otherwise wouldn't exist, the access is incredible. And being seen, if we can maximize the quality of the access, I think is worth it. It is because because the more opportunities, that is somewhere where I do think there is value. Having more choices in a world of music the world of music is much smaller than the entire internet of videos online you could watch and all this. So I do think that is good. Yes, it won't replace live music. Yes, there's things that aren't great about it, but I do see there a lot of potential for it. I guess when I look at it, I don't think, oh, it's so terrible in its current form. I go, this form could evolve into something amazing. It's not going to replace live performance, just it's going to be a separate thing. But when you don't have the opportunity to do the other thing, maybe you live in a remote place, I think investing in making that virtual experience of connecting musicians to each other is 100% worth it. And that's what I'm doing here when I'm doing this, these talks and the videos that we're watching together. I think it is improving that connection, and I think that's it's not live performance. I'm not playing some music here, but I could on the violin with the mic and everything. I think it's worth investing in. I think that it's I think a lot of people say, oh, it sucks, the pandemic sucked, oh, everything was so terrible. It's I don't know. I think the access is really valuable to me personally. And I think being able to teach online as well is fantastic. Not being tied to just the 30-minute range of within driving distance is really big. So hopefully it will evolve for the better and not into all the problems that have been mentioned through this hour-long video. So
He tried to replicate what it meant to be in a room and experience music together, and it just didn't even come close. It turns out
it doesn't really come close. That's true. Also I used to be pretty socially kind of not wanting to go into this, go out like this and then pay the money to see the live concert is expensive, and the investment of driving, the social kind of thing you're signing up for. I think there are people who are just they're quieter, they're shyer and stuff. They're not extroverted enough for doing this, but they still want this. They still want the experience of playing with people, or they want the experience of hearing music and enjoying it in a way that someone might at a live concert, but they don't want have to deal with this extroverted baggage that comes with it or something,
that people actually really love the real world when there is music and art in it. People really love having the real world around them if it can be filled with the joy of music and community. This is the hopium for this video, guys. You experienced it along with me. We were locked indoors and we hated it. And the second that we were able to go outdoors and experience live music safely, by the way, we took that opportunity and ran with it, because the real world is a beautiful space when there is room for music and the arts. And Suno and generative AI is not the replacement for it. When people were presented with the bleak reality of Mark Andreessen, they refused. The craft of live music will be fine. I have no doubt about it. Especially in small and intimate spaces, there is simply no substitute for what live music is. People who
cute. He was playing sax behind the counter.
Focus on the craft of live music making will not face the same existential crisis of de-skilling that people who focus primarily on recording might.
That one, yeah.
People who focus primarily
Wait,
on the craft of live music making will not face the same existential crisis of de-skilling that people who focus primarily on recording might. People who focus primarily on recording will come to rely more and more on AI tools as they become the industry standard.
So that might divide recording against live. So the live recording will deviate more and more and more as AI might infest recording studios and whatever. And then the descaling process will kind of separate the live performing. I mean, but then it might make live performing more niche because less people do it. So you see how this is a problem? Like this is, and then live performance is more niche, and live performance dies out because less people are doing it. It's less accessible, therefore less people are doing it. It's less, socially like active, and people aren't aware of like, oh, it's so hard to get into. So few people are doing it. I don't know anybody that's into this anymore. Like everyone just watches conveniently at home. Everyone now uses like. This is a kind of a plague in a way. It does hurt the industry. It's not good. You have to fight this. Yeah. So here I understand this. When it comes to politics, I just know less. I wish I knew more, but at least I know more here, and I can talk about this. I can confidently.
Fundamental separation of the craft
understand this
between live music and recorded music. Sure. Recorded music as an art form, I'm becoming more and more, quite frankly, doomer about. Because even if you don't use generative AI in your music, the art form itself is starting to become quite suspect. I have stopped believing what I see on social media. There's been such a fundamental breakdown in trust of recorded media in general. I predict there.
Yeah, so that's the problem. Like, if you can't tell if it's AI, that's not funny. Like, I tricked you into hearing AI music and you thought it was real. It's actually, okay, I guess I just won't listen to anything like online anymore. Congratulations. Like, I've opted out. Like, now I just don't play. The only way to win is to not play, is what you're gonna have people decide, and that's really bad too. So that's hurting the industry too. So it's just so many different ways that this is negative impact on the industry. Like
there's going to be more and more
way more than they are positive outcomes to this
down of trust. In terms of what we are even listening.
Any music made recently, and here just cannot be trusted. A simple solution to everything. Oh yeah. Wait. Stop listening to anything made after 2012. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah, even big established artists, and because they might use AI, right? Everyone using and so on. You're getting better and better at sounding human-made. You may think you can distinguish it now. Just wait until next year, and you won't be able to hear the difference. So I just stop listening to anything it made after 2024. Trust me, you can go without. So that's the whole thing. The solution is you have to. If you start to, if it becomes a climate of like we just won't play the game unless you are transparent about whether this is AI or not, and it doesn't culturally be, and the people don't realize that we all have to have this social agreement that we all have to sign, that we're gonna be transparent about is this AI or not, because otherwise people will just not engage. They'll just stop. They'll be like, you know what, I can't trust it. And that's a big reason that people don't engage with politics. Can't trust anything anyone says or anything that you see. Or AI infests also people will post things and say, oh yeah, look at this terrible thing that's happening, and it's actually a post and it's actually footage from 2 years ago, and it's like AI changed to make it look like some new thing. Like the trust break is so bad. It's the whole dead internet thing all over again too. Like nobody wins. You can't play if you are wall hacking. No one's gonna play games with you because you're wall hacking. Stop wall hacking and play by the common sense rules that we want to play in a fair way, and we want to be on the same page. If you're wall hacking and I'm not going to play because it's no longer fun. You just it's not fun. So it's like, then I won't play. I'll just opt out. So it's like you have to be on the same page about the rules of engagement. And I think most people get what rules of engagement when it comes to this are best. Be transparent about how something's being made, what went into something. Be transparent. I mean, we're transparent about ingredients that are in the food that we buy. We're transparent about the effects of medicine. Why can't we just be transparent here too? Like, what difference? There's nothing. It's the same everywhere else. We have to be transparent about this. Otherwise, the trust will be lost, and then the industry will die. This will actually kill the industry. Long term, it could. If people just let it keep going like this,
breakdown of trust
yeah.
in terms of what we are even listening to in recorded music. There will be.
Yeah, trust me, you can go without it and still never run out of music. There's so much music to listen to before 2024, and there's tons of bangers in just the 21st century alone. Just listen to that. Yeah.
Become more and more a barrier between the people who are listening to the music and the people who create it. And that barrier, quite frankly, is just not there in live setting.
That's true. It's not yet. We will have that problem later when people implant chips, and it's like, I know kung fu. I can now play this song. I am now a comedic genius. We're gonna have that problem later. This is not over. This is nowhere near. The next wave is coming. The next wave is augmenting, intellectual ability through electronic means and whatever, and like electronic steroids essentially. That's the next one. That's the next fucking apocalypse or whatever.
Foresee that some people will just reject the medium of recorded music altogether to focus on live performance because that is the only arena in which you could actually showcase your craft. Live performance will become the prestige art form in contrast with the slop of recorded music. Like the Beatles saw no future in touring, many artists will simply see no future in recording, and so live performances will be the ultimate refuge from artists from the disruption of.
Which is actually hilarious, because that means that eventually the eventuality is actually AI. The problem will solve itself, which is kind of that's the one really really nice non-doomer out kind of look to have, is that the more people distrust the recorded medium to be genuine and trustworthy, the more that the only way to express yourself would be through that live performance. And how do you do live performance? You have to learn how to perform, aka what you're seeing here. People are going to start in mass learning how to play instruments, try to play live. It'll become cool to play live instead of, and play for friends, jamming out. It's actually going to be, that would be like the ideal positive outcome, is that people are like, fuck that. We're going to all now play, and we're all going to learn, and it's just going to supercharge the learning industry and the education. And maybe the education will finally get some fucking love.
Generative AI. I had this thought about the Beatles and the separation of live performance and recorded performances, watching The Breakup, McCartney After the Beatles by Mark But Evil. It was a really nice, well thought out video essay on the trajectory and end of the Beatles that happens to be a Nebula exclusive. Now, Nebula itself is an interesting meta case here, because Nebula as a platform really is the prestige alternative to social media, which has been dominated by slop and will continue to be dominated by slop. Much the same way that I think live musical performance will be the prestige alternative to recorded music, which is being overrun by slop. Nebula, unlike other streaming platforms, is extremely committed to this idea.
Yeah, I mean, but if they realize that, be quiet about that one, okay, bro? Like they're gonna be like, oh yeah, okay, we'll find a way. We'll find a way. we'll make the mics play, you know, if it's digital electronic guitar, okay, we can make the mic just oh, you just mash your hands, and then what comes out is actually AI just comes up with its own thing that approximates what you're doing and figures out, oh, you went for this note and you were out of tune and you did this close. It's okay. We'll just output something that is approximating what you intended on the instrument. No, there is ways to fuck this all over. Oh, there is. And then the people will be dissecting your hands against what you're actually, and people do that. They actually do put recordings of not themselves playing over, like visually playing on. I've seen those on YouTube, people playing, and then it doesn't line up at all. They're pretending like they can play, but they actually, like, they don't. That's not their own playing, at least. And so that's the whole thing. Already exists, has existed before AI. So the war is not going to be over. Oh, this is not the end of the war, but the hope is, again, people learn the value of pursuing it for your own sake, right? I mean, you could try and convince people into it all you want, but everyone's going to make up their own minds on how they feel. The only thing you can do is present a compelling point that might resonate with people. And it's the emotional resonance that I think that the business people are not that great at. I think that's one thing that's pretty hard to fake. The genuineness is kind of hard to fake. Some people can do it, but my hope is that is somewhere where we have quite the edge when it comes to the artists.
Idea. You can read CEO Dave Wiskus' blog post from 2 years ago committing to this. Billions of dollars have been spent on technology designed to steal from creators, replace us, and use our work to replace artists in other fields. Even now, they openly admit that their businesses cannot function without theft. This isn't okay, and Nebula can't be part of it. Our official position, Nebula will not use any generative AI tools known to be trained on unethically sourced data in the creation of our original content or in the production of our software platform. Now, in pursuit of that,
wait,
Nebula...
while we cannot dictate what our creators do, use of such tools will be a factor in how we select creators in the future. I mean, they can't full control for this because that's the problem. No one's fully transparent about this.
Our original content
they could be
or in
tricked.
the production of our software platform.
Super sucks.
Now, in pursuit of that, Nebula...
The transparency is the most important part.
Funds tons of great, thought-provoking, and just plain fun videos you can't find anywhere else from your favorite creators. No ads, early access, and a growing library of exclusives guaranteed to be human-made. I am proud to have my videos on there, including many that you cannot see on YouTube or elsewhere. It is a community of like-minded creators that are dedicated to a similar pursuit of craft. If you're interested in joining, with my link, you can get Nebula for 50% off, which is $30 a year or $2.50 a month. You can go right now to go.nebula.tv/Adam Neely and start watching fantastic exclusives like the ones from Mark But Evil. But if you are really committed to supporting human-made art and the platforms that are committed to funding interesting and original projects, Nebula is offering $200 off a lifetime subscription. You can get access to everything that Nebula will ever produce from now until the end of time for only $300.
Or until the
and you never have to think about managing your subscription. I'm very excited for the future.
Sorry, I don't mean to be doomer, but those are good, but not always. To be honest, I'm not actually that worried, man. AI is gonna become what it always would become. What can we realistically do about it? Yeah, I mean, we can't. Well, we can do a lot about it. I mean, people are training it, and Reed can attest about how, there is human intervention in what AI becomes, and how we train it, what we tell it to do, not to do, stress tests of, maybe like trying to get it. I don't know, like there might be different methods that would be used to get certain results out of the AI, right? To have it behave in certain ways, to have it do certain things, not do other things. Human intervention is in there, so we can do a lot about it. And I guess it would be nice if people, like, if the ethics was a little bit more. The transparency, it would just be nice, and hopefully if it's bad for the industry or something, hopefully people just don't buy into it. That's the best we can hope for, and that's the part I'm kind of, I guess, for, is education, more thoughtfulness on this side of things, And yeah, educate yourself. Like become, pursue things the hard way, because the point is the adventure. The point is the journey. And if you are skipping the journey, you are skipping the point of doing it altogether. Take up the challenge. Challenging things are fun. Why do we play Dark Souls? Why do we fall, right, with Batman? So we can get back up again. If you avoid falling for your whole life, you will never be able to get up if anyone knocks you down. And that's de-skilling. All right.
Of Nebula, and as long as there is a Nebula, you too can be part of this community that engages the world in
I
a
have thought
thoughtful
about
and
subscribing to
meaningful
Nebula,
way.
by the way.
Sign up today
Could be
for either
cool.
50% off annual plans or now $300 for lifetime access. Thank you guys so much for watching.
Yeah, this was the other video. They teach AI music at music school now, which it's too late for me to hit this one, but I would love to hit that next. Oh, wow, and he even put the link here. That's pretty cool. Yeah, Reed, final thoughts.
I don't really have any. I sort of got all mine out.
Yeah, we got a lot out with this stream. It came a bit on the late side, but there will be a VOD of all this. What I mean is human intervention can only go so far. At the end of the day, if the AI makes money, then CEO Mr. Krabs, MFs, will use it because it's cheaper than real people. That's true. That is one big reason it's perpetrated so much. It is cheaper for now. They are feeling the pain of all those water farms and stuff, right? And of course, NVIDIA, I mean, we watched in one part where NVIDIA was like partnering or whatever, because they're like, well, yeah, we'll sell you the shovels for this. Sure, take all the shovels you want. Keep digging. Like, I mean, they're like, yeah, it's just more people buying our GPUs. I mean, it worked with crypto. I'm sure if you want this, sure, go at it. All right, next big thing, sure. We're all winners here, they think. Yeah, it doesn't matter if people use it because it's cheaper. It doesn't matter is people like it or not, because most people don't even care. Yeah, and I do think caring a bit more would be nice. Yeah. Hi, hello, welcome to the stream. Yeah, welcome. So yeah, I think it would be nice if because again, I think it's just people need to consider the fact that when you are using a tool that is replacing a skill, you're what's called de-skilling, which means your skills are getting worse because you are building dependency on this thing that and it's okay to have some dependency. Some things like using a computer to access the internet. It's not like I can really do that without without the computer. But replacing skills that you can do yourself, that you can be attained yourself, that is, I'm distracted. Yes, things that you can develop yourself. That is a little bit worse, because now you're, it could be not worse if companies and businesses weren't taking advantage of the fact that people might become dependent on it. Then it would actually all of this would have been fine. People doing this would have been not a big deal, because it's like, oh, people are trying out this cool new tech. Cool, all right, but it's not affecting whether people are learning music and writing music. It's not affecting the industry of people writing music and people listening to real life music. And people are like, well, it'd be nice to know which ones are AI and which ones are not, because obviously those are different things. Like there is a parallel universe where that exists. So yeah. Kaveman, did you ever check out that link I sent you last time? It's been a little while since that last stream. But I don't remember what the link was. I don't remember. Sorry. It's been kind of like a crazy week. So much has happened in this last week. It's just been nuts. Yeah, Mikkel Brigman. Yeah, if you what was the link? Yeah, let me know what that was about. Yeah, Mikkel, welcome to the stream. Asking about reacting to one of your songs. Is it AI? Are you going to be transparent about that? Because that was kind of a big theme in our react to this video. Is that like one of the most important thing? Yeah, it is. Yeah, okay. I mean, probably not. I probably won't react to it because I'm not as interested in something piloted by AI. So thanks for being honest about whether it was AI, and I'm choosing to opt out to listening to it because I don't want to. There you go. That's the kind of dynamic that's healthy, right? This is what it should be like. Someone says, "Hey, I have this thing I'm doing," and and then like people can then make their decision. And the more informed you are, the more high quality your decision might be on whether you want to consume music that is that AI is a big part of or something and being made. But I know how to do it skillfully. So okay, explain to me what part do you find to be skillful about it? Where is your skill coming through? How much is the song personal? How much of your personality and like your emotional experience of life? How much is that being, transcended through your song? Like, what has your experience been? Tell me a little bit, I guess. Yeah, probably just hang out for a bit here, and yeah, there'll be a lot of my react. I know you joined pretty late, but yeah, we just finished that hour and a half. Well, we did a part 1 before this stream. We did part 2. We're at the tail end. So there'll be a VOD if you want to check it out sometime on the YouTube, and the YouTube should be linked somewhere on my page. Yeah, so Mikkel, I'm curious, like what you're saying. I know how to do it skillfully. Which part of it is skillful, do you find? Where do you feel like your skillfulness is reflected through the music the most? Where does your skill shine through in the music that you're making with the AI, with the Suno? I imagine it's Suno. It might be something else. Yeah. I read the whole thing. I make sure it's the highest quality. I make the sound of the beat exactly how I hear it in my head. I detail it very much. Okay. So what part? Specifics, right? Specifics. High quality. So you said make the whole thing. So you said high quality. Make it sound exactly how I hear it in my head. I mean, what is quality? What makes it high quality? Define high quality. Right? I mean, I don't want to hear it though. I mean, it would have. Well, you don't need to. I don't need to hear the song for you to be able to define to tell me what makes it high quality. You could talk about what makes it high quality. I mean, if it's high quality, there'd be a lot to say about the quality of it. Like, there's a lot to it that makes it high quality. I mean, by definition, right?
Like, I, as a composer who does not use AI, know what makes my art good. And I can define that with words. I don't have to show people.
Yeah, you can
I don't
talk
have to show
about
people my music to tell them what makes it good.
It's hard to hear AI is involved. It's hard to hear its AI is involved and it sounds legit and I make it sound unique to me. Okay.
So when you I as a
Well,
composer, sorry.
I as a poser. I as a composer. Decomposer. Funny. Also joke. Is like decomposers. Anyway. So let me think. So it's hard to hear AI. So you're saying that the AI music you're making, you've found a way to make it so that you don't hear, it doesn't sound, it sounds indistinguishable from something that would be made without the AI. That is your kind of thought here, right? Is that what you're trying to say here? It seems like it sounds legit, meaning it doesn't sound like AI. What makes it not sound like AI? That's my next question then. Specifics, I guess. Yeah. Curious. What makes it sound like AI? What makes it not sound like AI? My prompting of producing, I also added the voice a little afterwards. My prompting of producing. Wait, what?
So you do generate music out of whole cloth. You don't use generative music AI for like inspiration. You just use AI to create the music. That's what you're saying?
So I think they're saying that they're good at being specific with prompting to get what they want. Kind of thing. Like you feel like your skill is expressed through your ability to prompt well with the AI in order to get the AI to do what you want it to do. So that would be like speaking on the term of like using AI as a tool and thinking of it as a tool that you get better at prompting. Okay, but so how do I put this? But again, that doesn't really answer my question about what makes it not sound like AI. Just because you can feel like you can prompt it better doesn't make it distinguish. What makes it indistinguishable from AI music? Like, yeah.
Like the fact that it itself is made by AI means that it's not indistinguishable from AI music because it is AI music.
The quality of the sound. What about the quality of the sound?
The fact that Suno AI can produce studio production quality sound, like if you write your own music and go to VSTs
can create
do that.
studio quality sound. This is not independent. This is not. You could go into a notation software and write all the notes and customize all the timbres through a DAW, and then use VSTs, and you would get the same quality. That doesn't make it AI or not AI. Just that qualifier doesn't make it AI. It's better than everyone else that does it. What makes it better than everyone else that does it? What about the quality? No, I know. I don't think I need to hear it to be able to get an answer. That's the whole thing. So I'm asking these questions because my argument with this is that the problem with the AI part is that the term that we found in the video was de-skilling. De-skilling is when you are using a tool that is doing some part of the process for you that you have the ability fully to be able to learn, but you are choosing to use the tool to automate that process and do some of the heavy lifting for you. Or a process that you could do yourself, but may not be capable, maybe didn't choose to learn it or something, or you're just supplementing that. Then you are depending on this thing to do that part for you. And if you're dependent on that thing to do it for you, then you don't have to do it yourself. So if you don't have to do it yourself, then if you let's say already had the skill and then you started using AI, then your skills are going to get worse, which is the term de-skilling, because you are not using those skills. You don't use it, you lose it, kind of thing. And so Yeah. So what is better? What is high quality? Like for me, if I heard that song, let's say that you the 1 minute song that you're proposing I listen to, and like what are you trying to communicate with that song? What emotional experience are you communicating through that song? Because music is a language, and language is about communicating emotional experience through the medium of music. That is really what it's all about. It's that communication, that conversation, that really high quality conversation you can have. Let me catch up a little bit on reading here. But yeah, that's my question. Is like how is this high quality when it comes to that element? Because that is how I define quality of like like the ability to have a high quality experience of the message that you might be sending, right? And your understanding of what is making that message high quality. You should be able to give me an answer without me having to hear it. Because there must be some process that you are doing that makes it high quality, right? Your engagement with the detailed work of it in some sense. Because something high quality would be something that is the more automated something is, the higher chances it is less high quality, because automation innately in by definition is susceptible more to loss in quality than something done where you are controlling every step of the way, where you're correcting course as you go. Kaveman, when people talk about sound quality, I feel like it's redundant, because just because something sounds like $1 million studio doesn't mean it's good. I mean, if you ever hear black metal, it sounds like radio static with the trash can drum, but the music itself is good. It depends on the goal you're serving. So that sound timbre might be serving the goal of communicating some kind of emotional idea, or it might have some goal of making you feel a certain way. So the quality of the sound isn't the point, it's the quality of the message being received. How high fidelity is the message, whatever goal it might serve, and how well that message serves. I don't think that's a subjective thing. I think you can objectively talk about, hey, is this, is it serving the goal, right? And I mean, yes, it is a subjective, but there is the genre element of like everyone might have something that they agree on when it comes to what goal a genre might serve, and then the music there. But I write the story and here I wanted my head, and I make sure it sounds exactly like that. I like to share my story through writing, and I make sure it's the most pleasant for people to hear. What is the emotional experience you are conveying through your music? Like, what inspired you to write the music? What am I going to be connecting with when I hear the music? Because the thing with the whole doing it yourself is that if you're part of every process in the making of that music, your personality and that thing you're talking about, just the emotional message will come through the most. And I have my doubts, just by the fact that it's AI is involved, that will be the case. I'm not really about to give away my secrets. Because as
nobody
I said,
wants your secrets, dude.
As I said, I know how to do it better. Okay, I mean, sure, I'm probably the wrong person to say that to become right. Then quickly evolves into what it is best action for the song. That become more important to me. Okay.
Bro, Sam, I'm not even gonna lie, Kaveman. Like, seriously. Like, I really.
What is your
really
story?
Holding back. Yeah, what is your story? Like you're not
tell
actually
me
telling
about
us your story.
I'm looking for a personal message, and I'm getting nothing personal yet.
Yeah,
I can't even get you to talk about something personal when it comes to your art yet. Say something personal about why you're making the music. What is emotionally driving you to write music? I mean, these are questions this has nothing to do with with you, Mikhail, it has literally any artist I would be talking to about music, I would be asking these questions. This is not a attack of any sort at all. This is what I would ask anyone. And I would, if I asked Reed, hey, you're writing this symphony, what is the emotional kind of like inspiration for this? What is the story? What is the emotional experience you had that is being told through this music? Oh yeah, Kaveman said he didn't hear what you said, but if you wanted to repeat something,
like if you're just trying to make sound, just say you're trying to make sound. Don't say you're trying to make music, because there's a fundamental difference there.
I mean, we can't dive super deep into how I define music versus noise, and oh man, is that a topic? Well, it's not really a big topic.
Like, and it's just like Ty said, I can justify what I'm writing. We have asked you multiple times to justify what you're writing, and you have evaded that every single time.
Well, again, I don't like being accusatory. I like taking someone in good faith and letting them just tell me answers to what I ask, because I am curious. I'm not gonna jump to conclusions. I mean, everyone deserves respect, so that's fine. But I'm just curious what your answers might be to questions that I think do challenge the kind of like this kind of thing, because when I am in deep feeling or have something to say, I write a whole song. I have an idea to how should sound, beat, background noise. So tell me the idea. What is the idea? What's the deep feeling? That just this specific song, like this specific song you want me to hear. What is the deep feeling or something that inspired the song? Tell me the story. Communicate it through words a little bit. Like, I mean, it might not be easy. I mean, some people who make music do have a hard time with verbalizing that. But you're clearly capable of verbalizing things. Usually, people who have that hard time usually just go silent. They don't really want to say anything. They just kind of like don't even talk. So clearly, you're open to communicating something. So then you must be able to verbalize that, because the reason I'm asking the questions the way I am is because music is about communication of emotional experience, and word can also communicate emotional experience. Music is in just categorically kind of more efficient at it and more refined at communicating emotional experience in a lot of ways. But yes, there's poetry and word, and writing is incredibly good at. You can use all kinds of flavorful language to express emotion. But music has definitely some advantages that word just, there's a quote, when words fail, music speaks. And there's a reason for that quote, The one I was going to make you listen to is about me not trusting in love anymore, but in the way I write, I make so you can take your own way to receive it and understand it. Okay, so now tell me. Okay, so now we have an answer there. So now tell me what things did you do when it comes to writing the music that express it, that express this? How did you engage in writing that reflects this, like emotional experience that you're? And I swear to God, if you are typing this in ChatGPT and looking for an answer that would be convincing, I will probably be able to tell. But I don't expect that.
So
but, I mean, I could see someone so that would be kind of shitty. That would be so meta. Anyway, also I don't be afraid to say what you are. Yeah, song is. Yeah, what are your inspirations? What genre of music do you listen to? What style do you feel like your writing is in? I mean, even those questions still like, what's the question? So how did the thing you're inspired by, you said this is like a mistrust in love. So betrayal, maybe feelings of betrayal, maybe feelings of defeatist. Maybe you might feel defeated, right? How are you, what are you doing in the music to express that? Objective things like instrumentation, It's all about the emotional vibes. Yeah, but there must be some objective decisions you are making that make the music your own, like instrumentation, key, harmony, rhythm, and maybe inspirations. Maybe is there music that speaks to you that you listen to that you may draw inspiration for when you make your own music. Yes, but that's giving away my juice away. Why? What? We know the inspiration for many greatest artists in the world. That doesn't make everyone else who knows about who they were inspired by, who they listen to, the greatest artist in the world. Doesn't do that. It doesn't work like that. Oh, but what you're saying is that if we knew who you're inspired by, then we would know who you're asking the prompt to copy. Is that the issue? And then we would be able to use that same artist to then create something that would be similar to what you created. So I know you haven't answered yet, but if that's the case, doesn't that make what you created not really that personal, since I could just type the prompt the same way you did and get the same result? Doesn't that make your experience less unique? Oh, you can't straight copy
Why don't
artists.
you ask me what my symphony is about? Why don't you ask me what my symphony is about and its inspirations? Go ahead. Ask the question.
Oh, me ask you about the symphony? Well, let me read up some of these. Hold on. I don't think anyone here is interested in using AI to write music, so you're completely safe. And my content is not being viewed by millions of people or anything like that. So it's not like it's not like I don't think there's probably any AI artists, and that would be really weird. Why are you afraid of people knowing your inspirations? Like how would that compromise your artistic expression? Maybe explain me that one. I'm curious. Hold on, Reed. Well, a few more. I'm curious here.
I'm having a great time.
I have my own vibe. If you are asking what I am listening to in general, I like Post Malone, Juice WRLD, Michael Jackson, and so on. Okay. Why? Why do you like their music? How do you what do you connect to them? I mean, see, the thing is, you could have really good answers to this, and that's fine too. I don't have expectations on like, oh, we're gonna flay you here. It's like, no, I want to have this conversation. I'm genuinely interested in the answers, I guess. Everyone loves Michael Jackson. I mean, yes, Michael Jackson is except kids. Yeah, so yeah, no, for sure. I guess sure. Let's read if you want to go, but yeah, I'm curious why those artists. What artists do you not like? Why?
No, like I wanted to serve as an example.
Reed. Why did
your
you...
words ask the question?
Well, sure. Reed, what's the emotional experience that you're expressing through your symphony, and what choices when it comes to writing your symphony are you making that reflect that experience, I guess, or like are trying to communicate that experience?
It traces a person's passage from fracture and self-loss through bitterness and retreat toward a hard-won return to love, light, and connection.
Okay. Tell me some objective things about your symphony that make that happen. Make that come to life through your music.
Expressive use of harmonic line. Sensitive use of chord clusters to convey more emotionally fraught passages.
Okay.
The scale at which the orchestra is orchestrated, it's a very large orchestra in itself. My influences are Gustav Mahler, so far as overall vibe and scale goes, with some melodic concepts borrowed from Maurice Ravel.
And I guess, like, last question, how much agency and how much agency do you feel like you have when you write over that, and how much do you feel like your personality shines through your music, I guess?
100%.
And why? Why does it shine 100%?
Because I've worked very hard to create a musical identity through the style in which I write.
So like percentage, like how much like like how like little detail control and correcting course as the music is getting created. How much control do you have every step of the way of that process?
Complete control.
Yes, every step of the way, like tiny, like little the customization level is insanely high quality, right? Like just absolute quality.
I have complete control.
Mm-hmm. So how much control do you feel like you have, Mikkel? And don't tell me absolute control, because that would be an objectively false statement, because AI is a form of automation that if you write by hand everything, you by definition do not have any automation involved in your writing. Other than maybe inputting things through a notation software instead of literally drawing on by hand on a piece of paper. Post Malone for straight vibes, I like just rolled for vibes, and emotional MJ the king for writing and spreading message. Caveman's like, Reed got the answer from GPT. Oh god,
dude,
damn it, he tricked me again.
I sound like an AI sometimes.
I mean, maybe your voice might sit on a little bit monotone sometimes, but hey, that just means you're cool, because you're like with the vibes.
It's also a rehearsed answer that I have about the symphony.
Mm-hmm. Just kidding, with love.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Mikhail, my personality is 100% in it. My writing, the feeling I create, how it sounds in the voice, background noise, and rhythm, I hear how I want it to sound in my head. So that's really sad, because that means you haven't experienced higher quality than with using AI, because that means you are satisfied with the quality that you've experienced of the fidelity of the message from your head with what you hear and what comes out. The fact that you are not frustrated with the automation part, and the fact that you aren't compelled to gain more control over that process, means that you're okay with hitting a certain ceiling of control over your work, which I would say when it comes to artistry, the number one thing that artists care about is autonomy and control over everything, because the more control you have, the less automation you have, the more personalized it is. So you can compare, like if you're in a character creator and you mash the randomize, the setup button, and then you eventually get something that you're like, oh, I kind of like that. That is the using the eye compared to, let's say, actually going through and pulling the sliders. Think like there's an online or something, like where you can really customize the look and everything, that kind of thing. So the doing it by hand versus the using the AI, the more automation you have, the less actual fine detail control you have over what will come out. You would be judging differently if you just heard what I can produce. No.
You mean what Suno can produce?
Right. I mean, how much of... Okay, so tell me this. How much do you think that what you're doing is you, and how much do you think it is Suno? Last comment I had about a song I made was, how the fuck did you do this with AI? Probably because what the Suno is using to give you this. I mean, how much of what you're creating you are crafting yourself, and how much of it are you finding a way to get the Suno to collage things that are really compelling, because the Suno is looking for things that would fit your prompting, and then you might have a way of getting it to look for things that it can collage that are compelling, right? Would you agree with that, maybe? Like you said, right? Your artistic ability, said earlier, you feel like you're skillful at prompting the AI to give you what you want, right? But it's giving you what you want. It's giving you, right? Like the things that it's giving you aren't your creation. They're collages from things that exist that, you know, it would never have you would never have access to those things unless someone else created those things that it is pulling from and then constructing the thing for you. I mean, you didn't like play the instruments that are in your song. You didn't like write, like, obviously, right? I mean, like, if someone, even someone who was writing by hand with like VSTs and recorded with like VSTs, wouldn't actually by hand play those instruments that would play back those songs, like, for example. But there's a sliding scale to control here, and sliding scale to how much are you actually doing everything that we're hearing, right? Like, how much are you doing it yourself, kind of thing, and how much is it you're finding ways to get the Suno to give you what you're looking for. That's basically my question. Yeah, like how much is it that the AI is finding those things for you, or you're able to get the AI to? Yeah, curious. Yeah. I write the lyrics and creative concepts behind my releases, focusing on emotional storytelling. That has nothing to do with my question. Yeah, that has nothing to do with my question. Like the stuff when it comes to the sound, that is collaged from Suno is collaging that for you when you prompt it, and then you use that stuff that Suno collages. Would you agree with that? Like, that's true, right? I mean, that is I feel like that's literally how it works. I might just start improvising on a piano while I wait for the back and forths.
Also, I agree with Caveman. Every artist is never happy with their music. After everything I write, I'm like, damn, this is crap. I should have done that differently, or this, etc. I can't imagine being satisfied with my art. Like, literally today, I finished the first movement of my symphony last night, and all of today, because I have like Mullerian inspirations, and I like borrowed certain colors from Mahler based on a study score of his second symphony that I have. I was worried, like, oh my god, is this derivative? Is this copying? Is this too much like him? And I just wasn't happy with it. Like, I literally needed external validation to, like, get out of my head about whether my music was, like, okay or not, or... And even then, I'm still,
if you're not willing to give me a chance, I will not sit here and and get cramps in the fingers answering all of this respectfully. So I guess like one point that Reed is making here as well, and like Cave, is that yeah, it's actually pretty weird to most artists don't need aren't like, most artists aren't out there going like, yes, my music is awesome. Please like my music. It's so great. Look at it. Please listen to this. It's like they're making it for themselves, and the fact that you invested so much in it, the process of making it, gives it value. So you don't need anyone to tell you that it has value. Like if someone like goes like, oh, I don't really want to hear it. Okay, I enjoyed making it. I got a lot of fulfillment from making it. So I don't really care. And it's like and it's like my thought is potentially that the reason one might feel like they need to defend the music that they make, and it's like, oh, it's so awesome, whatever, and I want you might want the validation or something, like is because you're not that invested. The thing you made, you didn't really invest too much into, but you want people to value it, but I think it's lying to yourself to be like, oh yeah, I value this thing because, but if you think it is really high value or something, or you really connect with it in that way, like, again, it is like at the end of the day, it is a collage. I won't make you type more if you feel like you don't want to type more, but at the end of the day, it is a collage of other people's work. The Suno is basically effectively getting everyone on the internet to be free labor ghostwriters for people using AI tools. I mean, okay, you know what? I'll take that up. I'll listen to your song, and we'll talk about your song. Let's talk about it. You want to have it? You want to have an honest debate about your song? You want it to be heard? Sure. Let's have it heard, and let's debate it. Yeah. Go ahead and link it in the chat. Sure. I mean, sure. I don't care if it's rage bait. We can listen to it. It's a thing that exists on the internet, and we can listen to it, and then we can discuss it. And by the way, just even if you present something as not AI art, and then people listen, they might connect with it. Even if they do connect with it, and then and then you go, haha, it was actually AI art. It's like, so
that's like,
how did dishonesty, now this person's like feels betrayed, that they're like, oh, but I had this expectation that this was not AI. So it's like, so is that the point, to make people feel betrayed when you make music? Like, really?
Yeah, go ahead and go. Actually, I'm gonna do a little bit of digging on my own, see if there are any red flags with this.
I mean, can't trust it no more.
Couldn't help that you didn't disclose that it was made with Suno. Just immediately off the bat.
Oh yeah, you didn't tell us which AI, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, but it is Suno.
Yeah.
That's what we're discussing anyway.
Yeah, but couldn't help but notice that you did not disclose that at all.
So wait, yeah, why would you? So one of the main problems I have with people who make art with AI is that there's this dishonesty. Like, be honest about the process. Why would you want to hide the process?
Yeah, literally every other artist is honest about their process.
Yeah, they might talk at lengths about what they're doing. So it's like it's almost like if you were honest and told us how you did it, I could just copy your method and get the same results. Which means that if it's that easy for you to lose what's personal about your art when you share how you did it, then it's not personal because anyone can do it. Like, what makes it personal, what makes it special is that you are special. You have experiences that no one else does. every human being has that uniqueness to them, right?
And okay, I'll buy it. I'll read the description on your channel. I'll read it word for word, right? You said that you have, saying that you have the
Check this
description
out.
on your channel implies that you suggest that you use AI in it. I just do 20-year-old songwriter, music maker, editor. I'm a songwriter and artist from Denmark, building my own catalog of songs and music videos. I write lyrics and creative concepts behind my releases, focusing on emotional storytelling, memorable hooks, and modern pop melodies.
Okay, where does
You
it
do not.
disclose you do
Where
use
does it
AI?
disclose that you use AI?
This is dishonest.
It is dishonest.
It's extremely
It
dishonest.
is. Like, explain.
Why would you not tell
this-
people that you use AI? Why would you not tell people? I mean, when you hear other artists, they tell you that they're playing a guitar, or they tell you that they're playing in the jazz genre. They tell you that they went to the school and studied. Easy or not easy is not actually, ironically, you would think that this would be a point where I would fight you. Where I would agree with you that making music, that the process of making it is being difficult is the important part about the art being valuable. It's not about how difficult or easy it is. It's about how genuine and how much it, is a high quality message. Because the only way, okay, here, I'll read you this bit. Let me read you this bit. This is one of the main takes I have. The most interesting part of the human experience is the choices we make. This is my quote here that I made when I was thinking about AI music for a while. The most interesting part of the music experience is the choices we make. Art is the greatest catalyst because it has the highest capacity to reveal the endlessly amusing depth of our choices in our lives. AI is optimized to simplify the process of creation at the cost of simplifying the very thing that we make art to express the depth of. Art is supposed to express the depth of our choices, the choices we make. And by automating some of the choices when it comes to making music, you are simplifying the process, and therefore you're reflecting less depth. This I would say is quite literally objective. This is just an objective statement about how this works. So the more AI you use, the less depth there is by definition, because you are making less choices when it comes to the exact thing that you're creating. I didn't say you didn't count as an artist. You said that. You looks like you don't feel like an artist by me having this conversation with you, which I never said you're not an artist. So why do you feel threatened when discussing these things? Maybe there's a reason. I don't think most artists who don't use AI, I don't think any of them feel threatened when would be threatened by any of the questions I ask. I don't think so. I think they would be overjoyed because it would give them an opportunity to share more about what they're doing. I suspect that the reason you might feel like threatened or feel like lesser is because it's true. There's less, in a way there is less of you in the music because there's more of Suno in the music. In music that doesn't have Suno involved in it, there is more of the artist in it, obviously. Kevin, would you be interested in seeing one of my pieces? It's not on YouTube or anything, but I can hop in Discord and stream it for you and read it. I mean, sure, yeah, that would be pretty fair. It would be silly if I went over this and didn't go over that. Sure, why not? And then we can compare. I have the lyrics in the bio for the song. That doesn't mean anything. Suno could have wrote in all of those lyrics. I don't understand how you think these points you're saying are relevant to any of the concerns I am bringing up in this conversation. Like, and it's the things I'm bringing up. You should definitely maybe watch the VOD, watch the part 1 from this, and I think that's very thought provoking. I'm not here when I'm making this content, write it all myself. How do I know? You see the problem? Music is supposed to be a form of expression, and what is Suno AI doing? It's making me distrust that this is a genuine, that you wrote the lyrics. I have to now question this. Because maybe you didn't write it. Maybe AI wrote it. How do I know? You like to songwrite. How does that help me trust you more? You see how this is damaging? Now, what if nobody used Suno to write music? Would we have this problem? Would we have this disconnect, this distrust, this isolation problem? I don't think so. First of all, right? Why? Explain me why I can't write that. I mean, we should listen to it a little bit, sure. It's 3 minutes long, pretty long song, I guess, a little bit, whatever. Let's listen to it. Let's analyze it. Actually, on this channel, what I love to do, one of the things that I find very frustrating about AI music is that when analyzing it, I can't have a conversation with the artist about the music and how it came to be because they don't know how it came to be. There's no way to have that conversation. Or they won't tell me. Or they just will tell me it's a secret. I can't tell you because if I tell you, then it will threaten my ability to be ahead of the curve or something. It's like, well, okay, I guess now I can't engage with you on this way. I can't have a conversation with you about your own art that is personal to you, that you claim, right? So what now? How am I supposed to have a meaningful connection with you as an artist if you refuse to converse about it? I guess I don't know. Let's listen to it. Let's give it a shot. Let's see what happens. And yeah, what I do on my channel is I analyze music and stuff, and we talk in depth about the process of making music a good bit. And yeah, it is frustrating that and then the AI, you go into the AI and try to figure out how it wrote the music, and that doesn't really give you much answers. And usually any of the emotional stuff is usually residue of the things that the Suno or AI might be collaging from other places.
Can't trust it no more. I have seen it before. Sometimes it makes me unsure. And chasing love isn't real. You lost in a wheel while you find truth to peel and wonder why it's going downhill. You must think returning at times don't have to be a crime. You took it way out of line while drinking too many glasses of wine. Can't trust it no more. Can't trust it no more. I see it, I know it, I won't fall for it. Can't trust it no more. Are you feeling alright? I see truth in your eyes. I would make it feel just right.
Am I streaming? I was not streaming.
No need for aimless thoughts, but that's too many shots. I bet you must feel hot. but how much must I sacrifice? All those smiles were just some device. Floor gave way under my careful hands, and I saw the cracks in your perfect plans.
Okay. So I think one of the things that is lacking for me is like when you play chamber music with people, when you jam out with people, when you are going by intuition of where music might take you next, where, you know, when you're doing those things, there's certain things that are like very intuitive of like, oh, I want to get louder, I want to get darker with the color, I want to like get a little faster, I want to do more rubato, I want to whatever. So those things are present, and it's like this uncanny valley of like, there are things in here that do represent musical tension and release, and there is orchestration, there's instruments, and all this stuff is there, but it feels like that cadence, that human cadence, I guess, of the emotional part, yeah, is kind of missing. So I can actually point out specifics. This is not just it's biased because I know it's AI. No, I can actually point out the specific points. So right here,
I would make it feel just.
So like it decays off the words every time the same way, which doesn't really make sense with speech. So when you're speaking, you might connect certain words together. Coldplay is actually a huge example of how when you are of like connecting words together, thinking about lyrics of like how consonants and vowels kind of play into each other, and how that can have some different kind of storytelling and just different effects on lyrics and music. And so the way that the decay off each word is this kind of the same. It's like here, right?
You took it way out of line while drinking too many glasses of wine.
Like it just kind of holds the note, and it doesn't react to the entrance of the other, like the choir and stuff. It just kind of stays the same. It doesn't back out to let the choir in, let's say. Like that could be a mixing thing, sure, but like, you know,
Can't trust it no more. I see it, I know it, I won't fall for.
the sandy texture of it also, I don't know how that fits with the song, because like I think of like, you know, the lyrics are trying to be pretty personal, so it's like, and about this heartbreak, I feel like a more, you know, think like Adele, like a voice that might be a little more richer, you know, or something like that. Richness, I feel like would complement what's going on a bit more. I mean, this could be personal taste too. There's something, where does it change? It goes here, right? It drops down. That feels almost like a cut. It's like a boom, and it just bounces, and it's like there's no, like, it doesn't bridge the music and sound in the way that yeah, it just feels kind of like this reset, like a
Feeling
and
alright.
just going again.
I see truth in your eyes. I would make it feel just right.
And the da, 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 it's the same cadence every time, right? So I don't know if like I was singing these words or some singer was singing these words. I don't think they would do it the same way every time. So, and yeah, I think, you know, actually there's a good also argument that like after hearing a song, like I don't feel like even though there was like motion that might make me feel something, right? There's of course music, just because it's sound, just because there's like chords that are more tense and less tense, just because there's change in orchestration, the blast and then the getting quieter. But I actually have, I do agree actually when we watched the video from earlier in the Suno, that a lot of the AI music just doesn't stick in the head at all. Like I don't feel like I'm carried on a journey and I'm like replaying in my head in the same way that like something that's really customized to do that does. So I don't know. I mean, what are your thoughts on everything I'm saying? What are your rebuttals, or like what are your thoughts on what I'm saying? Do you notice those things?
I do
What are the
feel the need
choices
to
in
give
there? I
credit
mean,
where
read
it's
as well.
due.
Yeah.
Like the lyrics, they're good.
I
The
do think
lyrics are
so.
good.
I do think so.
However,
Yeah.
however, you put so much work into these lyrics just to cheapen it by not creating the music yourself.
Right. Right.
You're doing a disservice to your lyrics. You're shooting your lyrics in the foot.
Yeah, so it's like, well, yeah, I would say, yeah, the lyrics are actually pretty good, and the way that it goes up and that does fit the lyrics. Like I can see you're trying to orchestrate around the cadence of the lyrics, right? But the execution of like the other stuff is like, it's like, it like feels flat, I guess, is the problem. Like I do think that I do connect with the lyrics a good bit for sure. And so like it's kind of like a feels bad man moment. It's not like I am like, oh, stop using the eye, everybody stop it, old man, I patrol this, we want genuine music or something. It's not that. It's that like it's kind of a bummer, because it's like I wish I could hear this song with every part of it being reflected, reflecting you customizing. Because I mean, we're taking your word for that. The words are your writing. Let's say that it is, right? Because of course you could trick someone. Of course, we're human. We're not going to be able. Humans are not going to be able to perfectly detect if something was AI, and also that be reason why is because if you use AI, it is borrowing from something that humans made. So of course it's going to sound human. Of course it will have the uncanny valley feel, and maybe you'll pick up on that. But if you trick someone into hearing a piece of music that's AI made and making them, and they think it's not, and you tell them it's not, and they think, oh, it isn't, and then you go, haha, it was actually AI. Wow, it must have been so good. You thought it was real. Well, the reason you might be able to trick someone is because the AI isn't coming up with the sounds. The sounds were made by someone. They were just borrowed. Suno is borrowing sounds from something that a human made and then collaging it. And yeah, if you collage it well enough, maybe you can trick someone. Of course. That's totally possible. Now, is it good practice? Is it honest? No, not at all. And we've talked about the ethics of the dishonesty of this is not good. Because if I don't trust it, then I go, well, maybe I don't trust these lyrics to be real. Now I'm just not going to engage with the art form at all. Maybe I just won't listen to music at all. Congratulations, someone just stopped listening to music because of someone being dishonest about what they make. Is that for the better? Does that mean you're going to... Just think about, for you, does that mean you're going to get more listeners? No, you're going to get less, because people are going to be like, I want to know if I can't tell if it's AI anymore. I guess I'll just stop listening because I'm scared that I'm going to get tricked into listening to AI and emotionally connecting with it. And I don't want that. I don't consent to that kind of experience, which I think is totally fair. And that's a problem, right? That's a problem. I would, right? That's not good.
Yeah, it is.
So,
and, piggybacking off of what I said, your art is in your songwriting. Because like I said, the lyrics, provided they're yours, are good.
Mm-hmm.
They're good. Like, imagine how much further you could take your lyrics if you actually got with people instead of a computer.
Yeah.
And engaged in a collaborative process with your fellow man to create something bigger than yourself.
Yeah, and do you think that okay? Here's a question: do you think
It's
that
not
if
easy,
you collaborated with someone, do you think that it would make the song better than what Suno made? Do you think there's a chance it would make it better? And if
because
so,
bear in
why?
mind bear in mind, and this is my obvious bias showing, but
Are we reading? Okay. I tell its AI as a fair warning before having somebody hear it. I don't think it should take anything away from the song. If AI is involved, you should still be able to enjoy without prior judgment going into the song. Well, that's not what we're talking about. So, but yeah, let me actually, now that I read the lyrics, can't trust it no more. I've seen it before. Sometimes it, sure. So hold on. So
It no, can't trust it no more. I have seen it before. Sometimes it makes me unsure.
I actually don't like this rhythm. I don't think it serves the lyrics well. I would say when I read the lyrics, what intuitively I go is can't trust it no more. I have seen it no more. It would be slower. Like it would start earlier and roll slower maybe. That could be an idea. Can't trust it no more. I don't know, I can't trust it no more. I have seen it before. Sometimes it makes it unsure. Sometimes it makes it unsure. That slower and starting earlier in the beats would make it kind of slower and like make us listen to the lyrics better. I almost feel like I missed the lyrics because of the cadence of like where the syllables are placed in the music, in a way, which actually kind of takes away from the lyrics. I feel like the lyrics, when I read them, I'm getting more out of them than when I hear them, that's a problem. Just because I write all of my music, I write on the guitar bass, and then I write it into a program called Guitar Pro 8 to get a full idea of the song if I ever plan on realizing I set up mics, etc. to record it. Do I think me using that program is AI? Or at least, do you think I'm using that program is AI? There is not AI in the program, or at least none that I know of. Guitar Pro, write it into song after. Okay, I had two versions of the song. One of them is more what you saying. Here I was debating it too. Great. And if you keep engaging that way, instead of having AI fill in the blanks, just find a person that connects with the lyrics and then be like, hey, I'd like to fill in the musical part. I came up with these lyrics. Do you find someone who connects with this? And that's kind of one big reason I'm building the community around, talking about music and all this stuff, because I think you could probably even find someone in the Discord communities around music who might be like, hey, I kind of like this music. Maybe we could collab and bring this music to life. And then you're getting an emotional experience of having someone validate your writing in such a better way, because they're going to be personally invested in engaging with you on this lyrics. And then they might be able to, you'll learn so much from, how much did you learn about the like rhythm and and the voice and the orchestration and all that stuff? How much did you learn about that from using the AI? That's the other question that I think is a good challenge to using AI, is like, how much is the AI improving your ability with the things that it is substituting for you? So if it's substituting the instrumentation and the other stuff, how much do you, using the AI to complete your song, how much did you learn from what the AI did to then make it so that you don't need the AI in the future, right? Like, how much does engaging like this improve your ability to keep gaining ground against the AI so that you can keep customizing and customizing this on more and more and more over time, right? Google Guitar Pro 8 and it might make more sense what I'm saying. I mean, I don't actually remember what Guitar Pro 8 is.
Guitar Pro 8 is like a tablature software.
Okay. Oh, I want just images. Okay. So you can kind of like customize how the instrument plays. Very high, a lot of customization options on things. I mean, like when you're writing your lyrics, like, okay, here's a question. Would you just random shit. Okay, so here's a question. How happy would you be if the lyrics were randomized by Suno? Do you think Suno could write better lyrics than you to be able to express your idea? Like, here's a question, right? Yeah. To tabulate a song. Tabulate. To like, oh, gotcha. To turn it into tab. I see. Okay, gotcha. $69. Nice. Anyway. Nice. I would not like Suno to write my things because the lyrics is where I can show my skill the most. Okay. So you would agree that your skills shine through more when it's you than when it's Suno. So wouldn't that make writing without Suno objectively better? Like when it comes to skill expression and like how personal it is? Like come down to earth and just tell me that there's parts of the songwriting that you don't know how to do well, and there's parts that you do know how to do well. You know the lyrics well, but you don't know how to write the musical, the instrumentalization part of it. Just be honest. There's things I don't know how to do, and there's things I know how to do very, very well.
Yeah, there's no shame in not.
There's nothing wrong with that. Everyone is good at different things, and that's why we might collaborate with people, because they might know something, how to do things that they're really good at. That's the whole point. And the whole social part of communication through music, you might write lyrics that might inspire someone else to then write a melody to those lyrics or sing those lyrics. And that's how it should go. I'm trying to become a songwriter and are using the song as a resume for my writing. Don't show this as a resume. Show this to an artist. Find an artist that could do the other parts you don't know how to do yet. And then working with them, not only will they do something better and it will fit you personally, they'll literally know your personality. They'll hear you talk about it, and just from how you talk about it, they'll understand how these lyrics make you feel, which parts you feel really vulnerable about in the lyrics or something, right? They'll understand that, and then they'll tailor around that. Of course, or at least really good artists who are kind of tapped into that will be able to do this. I mean, you're tapped into which parts of this emotionally work well or not as well. Like there's a part of the artistry that you are doing. It's not all AI. So, and then they also can then write it, and then no, it doesn't even have to be Fiverr. You could literally find someone to do it for free. I find collaborations. I even work with, sometimes I have somebody that I have a friend who's wrote a piece, and he wanted some musicians to play it, and I go to rehearsals and play it for free, because it's emotionally fulfilling for me, and I get a lot out of it, and I have the free time. I get an enjoyable experience of seeing my friends' music come to life. It's great, and then I know that this, I trust and I know this person well enough that they will feel some kind of compellingness to give back in some way. Maybe there's something they know how to do really well. I know how to play violin really well. I play the violin for their part, live violin, for example. And then they know how to, they are luthier, they know how to craft instruments. So I've been to many rehearsals for them, and they are actually working on some violins that they're crafting. And one of those violins is going to be for me. I'm going to get a free violin because that's just how it goes in this world. And if you play nice, if you be honest, if you be transparent, and you be vulnerable by talking to people and be like, hey, I suck at this. I really want this song to come to life, but I just don't know how to write for piano. I don't know how to sing. And maybe I could find a singer that would be emotionally interested in doing this song, kind of thing. Let me catch up on some of this. I'm trying to also edit my own music video. I'll check out Fiverr. You can hire artists to write the stuff for you, and then you can. Well, so that costs money, right? I mean, maybe they pay for Suno, but but it might cost money. But there are ways you can, if your writing is really good enough, to inspire, then you might inspire someone to just do the project with you because it would be emotionally fulfilling for them. Just as much as it is emotionally fulfilling for you to write this song. Did someone pay you to write these lyrics? Probably not. But did you get something out of writing them? Yes. Artists aren't really all driven by money purely. That's a silly proposition as well. Find a GarageBand man, check newspapers, Facebook, etc. People are always down to play and jam. Yeah, because it's a social thing. Music is a social thing. And I think that this is something I really hope people will, people will really consider more. The third spaces, the collaboration, because the arts world quality and the emotional payoffs are at stake. So... Yes, churches are especially good for fine musicians. That's true. Yeah, you could go to churches and stuff. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah, I mean, I went on r/classical, and then I, found the Discord, and I've met Reed is one of the people I met there. I think I met you on classical potentially.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, and so that engaging with people online actually has really brought me back to writing music and playing your music and talking about your music, and I've since actually been working on like music theory stuff and my own materials, and I've since actually developed a music theory method that I find better than Roman numeral analysis, that I feel like I connect with more with the music using that than Roman numeral analysis, which I owe it a lot to the kind of the social places. Yeah, it's a very hot take. This has been a crazy ride last week. Yes, it actually is. Roman numerals are so ass. I think a lot of people might agree with you there, Caveman. And feel free to post, by the way, your song in like the Discord or something. I'm more than happy to listen to it. And I know I was a little apprehensive to listen to the AI music, but honestly, I shouldn't be. I feel like it's, this is just like, if we didn't listen to it, if we didn't talk about it, maybe we wouldn't have had the discussion that we just had. So I think we should entertain everything. Nothing should be off the table. Otherwise, it's just not it's not fair. But we sure will criticize and critique things. That's for sure, including the stuff that's really good and the stuff that's not good. I don't have Discord Nitro, so I can't set the file. I can only stream it. If that's not okay, it's cool. I don't mind. I mean, yeah, sure. If you want to hop in the stream waiting room in the Discord server in my Discord, I'd be happy to drag you in for a little bit. It is getting so late, but yeah, I'd be happy to listen to something. I mean, yeah, I did say I was going to listen to it, so I haven't heard back. All right, thanks. I have. So Mikkel, I hope what I'm saying will resonate with you. That there's no real hate on the AI, but I think that it might steer people away from engaging with music and engaging with other artists in ways that kind of alienate musicians from each other. And I think that is one negative that everyone can agree is not for the best. Yeah.
And you mentioned that you want these songs to help build your resume, but you're a songwriter, not a musician. You've already built your resume.
Yeah, this
What
is
songs do
your
you
resume
wrote?
right here.
Yeah,
This is good enough.
you already put in your part of the work.
Yeah, so your resume is actually the lyrics, the rhymes that you wrote here. Now,
Yeah,
how
because
these come to
your
life
lyrics
is
are solid.
yeah. Yeah. So, are you feeling all right? I see truth in your eyes. Your eyes. There's like a role here. Like a singer would see this and be like, your eyes. They might slur that, or your eyes. Like there's so much to this. Like there's a lot to the lyric writing. There's just as much to every other part that you're just gonna let this automation just do all that. Like how high quality is the thought process when it comes to writing these lyrics? Wouldn't you want the same high quality thought process in every part of what you publish out there? Wouldn't that be for the best of the art?
Oh yeah, and another thing, the music video itself, like the video part, very vibey, very cool.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah. I did like the video. I think I connected with the video, and when I wasn't distracted by like how this thing was singing to the words, that was also pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, like visually, really solid. Like,
Yeah, this is
really
more
solid.
memorable. This is memorable, and me reading literally a couple lines is probably what I remembered most about this. Like, I don't even really remember the harmonic cadence. Like, there was like this, like, by the way, like this part right here. One second, Kevin. That's so weird. Boom. It's like dorky and this is totally not the vibe of Can't Trust It No More. Oh my god, like that does not fit. Okay, I'm sorry. Why does it suddenly speed up the rhythm and go up and like bounce between these thirds? This is all really weird. That really is weird. Like if we start to really dive in and be like, what would I change by hand? Like how would I move all this around? And this major, why would you end on major? Isn't this like a sad ending? I mean, it's also kind of like more like breakthrough of like, oh, I'm upset, and then like I fight against this. Like there's like a rage against the kind of like the mistrust is like anger or something in these lyrics, and it's like this is not screaming anger at all. It should be like depressing, like the harmonies should be like darker probably. I mean, is what I'm saying like making sense? Like this, the words I'm saying right now, this is not going to come from the Suno. You're not going to get that from Suno, but you would get that from someone you might collaborate with, maybe, Yeah, it's a little funky. Like, okay, dude, I'll literally write you an intro right now. Just like, let me try something. Hold on. So what was in here? Also, that actually breaks the rhythm of the placement. So, so is it just a chromatic motion down? So we don't want this major. So let me just literally, I'll demonstrate. I'll just write now. Why not? Why the fuck not? Yeah. Here. Let me see. Oh, the chord chart isn't. Let me pull it up. So, okay. Sorry. Oh, I'll just pull you in, Kaveman. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Here you go. Come on in. And you can watch the stream, and my camera is live, so you don't have to worry about delay. Welcome.
Welcome.
So, but I want to hide my feelings a little. I had two versions of the other version hits what you say. But let me try something. Let me see what happens. So this. How's that? I guess like, or yeah.
Well, I like to be diminished.
There's kind of a little bit of, but then it doesn't go to this weird major thing, and so can't trust anymore. Okay, so it'd be like, so. Something like that, you know, like I feel like this chromaticism also is not really that great. I mean, like, it's okay. Oh yeah, I have the other thing. I don't really want the chords. Nope.
I mean, the chromaticism is pretty funky, but I feel
It's
like
a
the
little,
chromaticism
it's a
is
little,
effective.
it works, it's okay. I mean, like, okay, so let's use my theory to come up with something. And we want to go out. I mean, can't love anymore, can't trust anymore. I don't know, I'm just playing around right now. Jamming. This is the social part. Are you enjoying
Yeah, this
it?
is the social part. Yeah.
How was that?
You're pretty
I'm
good.
engaging with your art right fucking now. How's that feel?
Yeah.
That's
a
pretty
human
meta, bro. That's
person
pretty
is
meta.
engaging with your art.
How is that? How do you feel right now, Mikkel?
I don't know. If I were you, I feel pretty fucking good.
Yeah, okay, now compare that to your how it feels when you're collaborating with Suno. Like, I already feel better about the lyrics. Just like I feel so much better already about like going in. I don't know, it just feels different, you know? It's just something's different. For me at least.
And like, imagine if you were in the Discord call with us and you were able to give feedback on what Ty's just created. That's what the process should look like, and it
That's
feels
the
this
scenario.
good
That's the
every
ideal scenario.
time.
Yep, that's the point. This is
feels
what
this
it's
good
all
every
about,
time.
man. Right here. This is what we just did. That's why we do art. This is
like,
the
that's
thing.
the sauce.
Yeah. I think I once said that like music is like the food that is like the food we eat for that for inspiration, like food for inspiration. So like like art, engaging with art is like food for inspiration kind of thing.
That's a good saying.
Yeah.
Or something like music. Yeah. Welcome to the stream, Caveman. Thanks for being in the chat and all that. And I appreciate you guys kind of playing nice too with us, because I could see people talking about AI and being really upset, and it's an emotional topic. It's frustrating, right? It can be frustrating to see people like it, use it, or be okay with it, or hide that they're doing it. There's all kinds of ways you can go about it that is just not, we might not like, but I think
And I'd
engaging
like to
like
go so far
this
as
is
to-
the best way, and I want to be a model for how you, I think, kill them with kindness kind of thing is the strategy that I think will work best. I don't.
And
mean
I'd actually like
kill
to
you
go
with
so
kindness
far
or
as
something.
to apologize for being dismissive earlier,
Mhm.
because ultimately, the real cool thing that we discovered in our conversation is what your art actually is.
Mhm.
And your art is words.
Ooh, I think I came up with
Yeah,
something
man.
better.
Poetry, lyrics.
How's that? Um.
Oh, that's much better. That's much better.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm getting very
That's not-
dramatic now.
That sounds
good,
like
man.
something I'd write.
Woe is me, Code.
I appreciate it. No worries. I think this is cool. It is pretty cool, isn't it? Right? And I think the fact that you know that speaks to that you're an artist. It is cool. And if you like this, this is what you should do more. You know, don't be scared. Don't try to cut corners, because cutting the corners only makes it less enjoyable. You lose if you cut corners. You're the one who's losing. You know what I mean? You're missing out. That's what's happening. Is there a chance I could have you give other one a chance? It's 2 that hits the vibe I wanted. I put 2 songs in and one and edited. I mean, sure. Link me the other one. Sure, I'll check it out. Why not? Sure. Welcome,
so I
Fun Guy.
wanted
It
to
seems
ask
like
you
you're in the chat too.
guys.
Yeah, let me hear the Caveman. Let me hear yours thing first, though.
There's 3 that you can choose from. There's Carol of Howls, which is basically an evil Santa take on Carol of Bells.
Oh my god. Okay. What a vibe shift. What the
Then there's a song I wrote with my brother called For Neverland, which is basically a take that Captain Hook is the good guy in the Peter Pan story.
From his perspective. Captain Hook, Peter Pan from Captain Hook's perspective, lol.
Yeah. And then the last one is called Pillar of Salt, which is about like regret and making changes in your life.
Ooh, is that
That sounds
interesting?
very. That sounds very like emotionally sound.
Oh yeah. Like, so the idea of that song is not to get like religious or anything, but there's the story of Lot and his wife, and she turned around and turned to salt, right?
Ooh.
Oh yeah.
And so like I kind of use that idea of like, this is what happens when you look back and you don't actually learn from the mistakes you make.
Very yeah.
I think I
So
want to hear
those are the
that one.
choices.
Tasty.
Oh, you want to hear that one? Okay.
Okay, let me. Are you gonna stream it? Okay, great. Okay, let's.
Yeah, I'm just gonna
I'm
have
gonna
to do
put the
that.
stream up here then, I guess. Let me pop it out. That'll work. That'll be perfect. That way I don't have to show my entire Discord stuff. Perfect. All right. Ooh.
Okay, cool. Just let me know when I can play it.
Yeah, I'm ready. Let's hear it. Sure. bass there, lead up.
Yeah, I can isolate instruments if you like as well.
Cutting in that with a clear timbre. Damn, that's fun. Back to it. I love that in motion. That really helps, Volp. Nice.
Volp.
That was cool. So which one was this?
Thank
You
you,
said,
thank you.
was this the Santa Claus one, or is this the Peter Pan?
No. This is the one about regret.
Oh, this is about regret. Okay, I was like, I didn't. Yeah.
Yeah, Pillar
Okay.
of Salt.
Okay. Oh, this is
Yeah,
the Pillar of Salt. Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah.
Interesting. It's quite joyous for regret in a way, a little bit in some places.
Yeah. Well, it's about like learning, you know, like
Yeah, there's definitely joy in learning, I guess. But then, yeah, but there's some of the grittier, kind of sad parts as well. The pain kind of part of it, yeah. Interesting.
Cool.
Yeah. Very cool.
Would you
Thanks
like
for
to hear
sharing
the
this.
evil Santa Claus one?
Yes, I would. I'm really
I can
curious
feel
about
that
this.
energy.
The
right?
evil Santa Claus.
Yeah. So I'm sure you've heard Carol of Bells, right?
Oh, of course.
Yeah. So it's basically that, but evil.
But evil.
All right,
Gotcha.
all right.
Okay.
Here we go.
I mean, it's already in a minor key. What can you do with it?
What else could you possibly? How else could you possibly make it any darker or evil?
Well, it's a bit groovy. It's a bit groovy, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, anyway.
Okay. Ooh, interesting.
I changed the key.
To A minor. Yeah.
Let me turn this up a little bit.
I wish I knew percussion writing a lot better. And hey, here I'm gonna learn something. No, you're not. You're better than me. The offbeat stuff here really works.
The only kind of percussion writing I know is, or at least in any meaningful way, is symphonic percussion, which is pretty straightforward and easy. Not a whole hell of a lot to it.
Yeah, I love my melodies.
Yeah. Ooh, the octaves now because of the leap against the direction. Yeah, I like that a lot. Yeah. Ooh. Different this time. That's such a perfect time to bring it back for that one. Yeah, it's like back to back now. Feels really good. Back to it. Back to the beginning. Yeah. I noticed it's like well, it's like 7 minutes. Do you have like a climax you want to show off? Since it does repeat a bit, and I want to also get to McKillston, and we've been running a while. So maybe can you jump to a highlight? Oh, okay. Just it's more of this kind of like turns and stuff with this. Cool, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, I want to hear McKill's other version real quick. Let me jump over to that. Here, and I'll stream. Oh yeah, did I already open it? I did already open it. So there was like some other version that he was able to get, or they were able to get from A Moment of a Lifetime. So this is the redo of this? Is it the same? So it's going to be the same lyrics. Wait, it's not the same lyrics. Hold on. If there's a chance I could give you another one a chance, it's two. Another one a chance. Oh, so this is a different song. Did you write Mikhail, did you write the lyrics for this one too? Or I imagine probably yes. This looks like a different song. Yeah, it's different. I can really see it. It's mind flickering. Bodies tempering. Yes, okay, it's different song. Ooh, interesting. There's some play here that's really interesting with the lyrics, kind of. A life of luxury and end of a story. A moment of lifetime. Like where those notes might place would be interesting to see. Yeah, I mean, sure. Let's see. I mean, wait, am I streaming? I don't know. You guys see it?
I'm streaming, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Sure, let's see a little bit. There's Jacob Collier. I'm just kidding.
I can really see it. It's mind flickering. Body is tempering. Can reach so much oxygen. A life of luxury. An end of a story.
Why are they all
a moment of a lifetime. A time to make your mind feel so wide. I could have never lied in a good hindsight, but I will be feeling good tonight. I've reached the moment. I've reached the moment. A world to open, a mind to pass. I'll be feeling good tonight. I will be feeling good tonight. A life of luxury, a moment of a lifetime.
Wait, why is it different this time like that? It's kind of it's kind of misses the whole like, because like when you're writing the lyric, aren't you thinking about like what's gonna pair with what, right? And where that placement you want to be, and where you want to move the placement, and how it will, play off of other things. Like you're thinking about these things. You could probably communicate that to someone who sings or writes the melodic lines and things. Like I feel like there's missed opportunities. Probably the best way to describe it is like missed opportunities where it's like, well, if only it was a little different, it might have. I mean, isn't that what we say about when I play video games and I run into situations where I'm like, oh man, if only this like, oh, there's this like concept that's so cool, I'd love to see it flourish. And then like the gaming company, they might make decisions that are kind of like, they're just not serving that goal well. And it's just like, oh, if only they understood what I wanted. I just wanted this or something. It's like, and then it's like it becomes like enshittification, where they're just like they don't really care about the quality, and it's just like I feel like that's the feeling I'm getting. It's like, oh, this like frustration of like I wish this was like whatever. So with this one I had an experience and made it into this. With this one I had, what do you mean an experience? I had less experience. Yeah.
I can really see it. It's mind flickering. Body is tempering. Can reach so much oxygen. An end of
like I'm like realizing like this, like what is the part about the oxygen? Can reach body is tempering, can reach so much oxygen. Like it's kind of like I don't know, like what is it, like you're being taken over, right? The emotional kind of like, and it's like and it's kind of just going down. It's like oxygen, like oh, it's so relaxed and kind of like loosey goosey kind of thing. And I feel like body is tempering, so can reach so much oxygen, and end of a story, like I feel like an end of a story makes me think more dramatic. I can really see it. It's mind flickering. So wait, I can really see it. It's mind flickering. Body is tempering. A moment of a lifetime can reach so much oxygen. A life of luxury. An end of a story. A moment of a lifetime. So what exactly is? I'm not sure. Also, like what exactly what is the message, or like what is how this is kind of like building. What is being conveyed here? I guess. Yeah, I'm curious. Time to make your mind feel so wide. Is it like getting high, like getting on drugs, hey, like on cloud nine? Like is that the, like what is it about? I'm kind of puzzled. I've never lied.
I have a question.
Yeah, sure.
I know in a lot of pop music they do volume swells, right? So like every time the kick comes in with a chord, it's loud, then it gets softer, then it's loud, then it gets softer. I'm wondering,
like the
no, like that. No, not the vocals. When the kick comes in, the chord that's played over the kick, it lowers down.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Oh,
so
like
I'm wondering, was that a conscious decision, or was that like a did it by itself sort of thing.
It came by because
Because
the
I know a
AI
lot
did
of
it.
people.
Did the AI do it, or is it the choice?
Yeah.
And that's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. The fact that like it could be not a choice, then it's like, well, now it's just random, and it's like, well, now the message is lesser quality. So it's like, and the fact that you could have a conversation about this question in itself means that just by even asking it, you already are going to engage in a way that be like, oh yeah, sure, yeah, that doesn't, let's change it to this. Okay, so now then what's the point of automating it then? Like, what? I'm descending into higher place into the mind. I experience different lifetimes. I thought in perspective of different lifetimes of different people, but I write so people can take their own version of the song. Sure, like there's like interpretation. It may not be very specific, right? You might want people to come up with their own interpretation of it. But then like, but then it's like it goes on vibes. I mean, Suno is not a person. They're not going to be able to get your vibe, like, but a person might. So like you talking about it, or you could sing it and hum it or something like that. That's information that you could send, and then like collab. Like,
Isn't
dude,
it by
just go
default
collab with
that kind
someone.
of people have their own versions of songs? I mean, like you and I could listen to the same piece of music, and you could tell me, like Disarm by the Smashing Pumpkins. I listened to that song, and my friend did, and he was like, "This is a romance song," but Billy Corgan wrote it about him being abused as a child. So
Wow.
like I think by default, everything is like you can take your own meaning out of it.
Yeah, of course. But and then so what it comes back to is the artist's like expression. Like you have a message you're trying to send, so your craft and your skills are all about getting that message across more higher quality and all that stuff. Adam Gauk, welcome to the stream. Hello. welcome. Understanding to a higher place. Yeah. So in the mind. So I mean, it could be like a disco kind of like, just like, what is it? Dubstep, or like trance
music.
Trance, yeah, it is trance, right? Trance genre, which I used to be really into, by the way.
I wouldn't say this
like
is
the
trance, guys.
I mean, EDM kind of, but like a more lo-fi EDM. I don't even know what to categorize. I'm having a hard time categorizing me, is like, because I can't even tell what goal the sounds are serving. Like, that's kind of, I don't know. I have to ask a question. Welcome. Yes. What's your question?
I can really see it.
It's got that, I mean, it's more closer to the evil Jingle Bells than it is. I don't know how it's connected to the lyrics, but it might honestly fit better with your thing you wrote than with this, if anything. Which is kind of bad, right? Isn't that kind of, that's sad? It should. You worked hard to try to prompt the AI to corner it into giving you something that would work with your lyrics. So I really think that it's, if you're thinking that filling in the music, if you want to fill in the roles that you don't know how to fill in, of course, anyone who does, like, say, a filmmaker or something, they're not going to be able to be both the cameraman, the light man, the editor, the soundboard, the like concept, the storytelling, the script, the voice acting, the makeup, the like props. You're not going to be able to do all of it. No fucking chance. But like, if but it's so much more healthy just the engaging with it, because the whole point is the journey. It's better to engage in good faith and just go and ask people for help. Everyone can relate to, I don't know how to do something when I'm trying to do express for the artist, and I want the outlet to express it. Everyone can relate to that, and everyone can resonate with that, and you're very likely gonna get people who will be like, yes, sure, I'll entertain you, let's do this. Like, look, I just entertained all this. Like, and that's because I was curious, and I'm an adventurer, and all artists are adventurers. We're looking for something that we might not understand or know, and we're curious, and we want to try stuff out, and that's the whole thing. So you should too. I hope this bit, me looking at your stuff, gave you some insight. I hope you engage with art maybe a little differently in the future. Start of the song. I am in the becoming of the transcending middle of the song. I reach the moment, the last part. I realize what is happening, and I choose to live out this moment and enjoy it. Okay. Yeah. Go hang out. Go talk. Go take these lyrics instead of to find someone to buy your lyrics. Go find someone who wants to write your lyrics in like the instrumentate. Like yeah. I'm sure you'll find someone that might resonate with what you're doing. Like, yeah, that's the best way to do it. Just do that. Just do it like that. Yeah. So yeah. And join the Discord. You might even meet people there that might be willing to work with you. But obviously, I really recommend being very, disclosing whether you're doing, whatever you're doing. Disclosing whether you're using AI, how you're using AI, when, and be honest. That transparency is really, really important. Because as soon as you lose trust, artists will go like, oh, that's disgusting. How could you betray my trust? Fuck you, goodbye. And then and the artist world is actually pretty small. I think some people think that this, this is whatever, no, people do care. As you can tell probably by the climate, people care a lot. And if you're ostracized by the arts world, you're gonna have a kind of a hard time getting back in, I will say. And it's not me, this is just how it is. People are sensitive. So I think being empathetic that way and being transparent, that's all what people ask. You don't have to be flawless, you just have to be transparent and honest, and just willing to learn. That's all. So yeah. And this is not even just about you, Mikhail, it's anybody who might be in your shoes. Who might feel inadequate and whatever, and I could go on and on. So anyway, let's hear the if you have some thoughts to read on all that, Kaveman, and I'd love to hear your other song about Captain Hook thinking he's a hero. Maybe I don't know. He's like, gosh darn, this Peter Pan guy keeps cheating me out of glory. I don't know.
I was gonna say, to comment on what you just said. One of the beautiful things about working with other people is a lot, to be honest with you, having made music with some other people in my life, most people are dicks. They want to do it their way. But the moment you find that one guy or that one girl or whoever you may find, you can make magic.
Yes.
It's out of this world.
Those moments are worth it. Oh, they're so worth it. Oh my God. I mean, think about just the emotional feeling you get from your favorite songs you've heard. That's just the beginning. The whole point of pursuing art is to get an even more saturated and deep feeling out of the music. To play it, to write music, you're just getting more and more fucking gold out of that. You're going from silver to gold to diamonds to just, so it's crazy. It's fun.
Yeah.
And then I see Adam Gok. Could you read my novel I made? It's on a Wattpad, by the way. I mean, we're doing probably music related things a little more than that. But hey, maybe join the conversation first a little bit. Maybe you can compel me to be interested in that if whatever. I don't know. But we're probably more towards the end of the stream. I hope you enjoy however much, and maybe you watch the VOD. You see something. Anyway, let's go on.
So I just wanted to
for
lead
never.
off the song
Is
by
there forever?
saying...
Oh my gosh.
So the song's structure is kind of like I'm using the chorus as a stick it to the man of sing songs. So the chorus is very different to the rest of the song each time it plays. But yeah, anyway, here we go.
Gotcha. Okay. imagining like Peter Pan rock opera now.
Yeah.
Oh, there's stuff down here, yeah. I kind of like really want lyrics to this now.
Yeah, there's definitely gonna be lyrics. There's definitely one day.
Yeah, maybe you find someone to collaborate with that might, you know, so.
Yeah,
maybe McKill's down for a collaboration. Maybe we've converted him. Just kidding.
Oh, yes.
The full conversion is gonna happen. Another musical tribe. Welcome to stream. This is not Suno now. But we discussed at length. Just like we're 6 hours, 7 hours into the stream. Welcome though. VOD will be on my YouTube. If you're curious about that stuff. Does this look like Suno to you? Personally,
Kind of hurt my feelings a little bit.
I don't think there's no way it would like notate anything, right? I don't think it would do that, right?
No, it wouldn't.
Yeah. They're like, I was gonna say, yeah. We did look at a little bit of someone in the chat who had showed Suno, like, but then they wrote the lyrics.
that's pretty much it.
Nice. Pretty much it. Damn, that was epic. Nice.
Thank you.
Sick. Yeah, you're tagging. Yeah, that was pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah, I think like immediately I'm kind of like rock upper. Like when it got low and there was like a lot of room left for the upper register, it just damped down. I was like, I'd love to hear some like vocal maybe against that. Or I don't even know.
Yeah, you just need Meatloaf. I just need to get Meatloaf to sing for me.
Oh. Your tag interests me because someone joined. No, because I use Suno to make fan music for Warhammer and the Wheel of Time IPs. Intricate. Yeah, so we just had someone on who who we were discussing kind of like, I mean, we discussed at length, so ad nauseum about like just AI and like the ethics and different things, and like, and the main takeaway was basically like kind of the idea of pursuing art is we are adventurers, we explore the unknown, and the more autonomy you can have and control to customize what you make, the better. And AI is automating some of that process. So the more the AI is involved, the more automation, the less customization, the less the music will really truly be able to deliver what you are trying to create. And the person we had before, it was like they wrote lyrics, but then they had the Suno fill in the instrumentation and the voice and the vocals and things like that. But they wrote the lyrics, and the lyrics were quite good. And then me just coming up with a little bit of chords, like being like, oh, let me try something, like already had a different emotional experience I had with the lyrics. So it improved that experience. And so like really, instead of using Suno to fill in things that you might feel inadequate in when it comes to completing a work, just find someone to collaborate with that might resonate with what you've made so far. Everyone can relate to, I can do this thing, but I'm not great at the other things that I need someone to help me with, or would need to collaborate with someone on. And so just find someone to collaborate with, So like, find people to collaborate with it, because you'll learn more, right? Because the more the more you use AI, the more it is doing something for you. And the more it is doing something for you, the less you are engaging certain skills that it's kind of like, doing for you, automating. And so then the less skills you have, like how many times can you tell me that you've used Suno, and by using Suno, you've gotten better at the things the Suno is doing for you? Like how much are you learning from what Suno does? Whereas how much would you learn if you were in the room with, I don't know, with Michael Jackson, with John Williams for film music? Like if you were in the room with them, how much do you think you would learn about writing versus if you're in the room with Suno, you're collaborator, as some people say. No illusion that I'm an artist of any sort. Yeah, so but the thing is that even like being like, oh no, disclaimer, it's not, I'm not an artist or whatever, but like if you are interested in pursuing art, you should just pursue it. Like the Suno is not going to teach you art. It's not going to make you a better artist, and the emotional payoff of engaging with it, the hard work is worth it, because the more difficult something might be, the more payoff is on the other side if you get through all that friction. I'm not a musician guy, but to misquote a famous person, I don't. Oh no! Are these people actually real quoting Rick Rubin right now?
Don't do it. Don't do it.
No. Are we really going to? Are you telling me? Oh my God! That this? Are you really quoting Rick Rubin that I have no technical ability and I know nothing about music, but I know what I like? You guys do not understand why he's saying. Why is he saying that? Why would he say something like that on an interview? Why would he have such a stance? I mean, clearly the guy has technical ability, right? Would you guys agree? I mean, like, right? Like you in the chat, like of course.
Knows what he's doing.
Of course he has technical ability. Of course he knows something about music. But why would he say he doesn't? what's the point? Well, that's mostly true. I have to admit, coming from a position of knowing nothing about music, I have already learned a lot. I don't know who that is. Oh, well, aren't you quoting? I thought you were quoting Rick Rubin from his interview where he said something. Then who are you even quoting? I'm so confused, but it's okay. Yeah. Anyway, I think music. I might wrap up the stream pretty soon here because I really should. But I don't know. I am having a good time, and we still got a little bit in the bank. But yeah, it should be like music is the language, and language is about communication. So it's about communicating emotional experience, and the social part of communications is a social activity. And so if you're not communicating with people, then you're kind of missing out on like the point, almost a big part of it. Sharing the music. We had an artist someone in here who, I mean, a lyricist really, someone in here who was like, well, I don't want to tell you guys how I make my music or my inspirations, because then I don't know, they just felt threatened by that question. They were like, I don't want to share it. That's my little secret. It's kind of sauce thing. It's like, well, then I don't know. It's like, oh, I asked someone,
There are no
what music do you
secrets
like?
among artists.
Oh yeah, also, by the way, just for, yeah, sure. But like music, it's like, oh yeah, it's like, oh, what music do you listen to? Oh, that's a secret. Sorry, I don't want you listening to the same music I do. Otherwise, you might like the same stuff as me, and we might connect emotionally. It's like, what the fuck? This makes no sense. What? What are you even on about? Oh god. Like, it's kind of ridiculous a little bit, no? I mean, do you really think culinary arts, like, there aren't things that, like, you could talk about that, just, like, I mean, the Coca-Cola, even the Coca-Cola, like, recipe has been actually reverse engineered, right? Technically, to some degree as well, even though it's the most closely kept secret. But the Coca-Cola recipe also changes over time, too. They change it. And that kind of also,
I think
like, you know,
Sorry.
it's like, what? Yeah, go ahead. So, yeah. I don't mean to
I was saying, I think a lot of people are very private about how they do things and the way they do things, because they worry that if other people find out, they won't be unique anymore. But the problem is, hiding it doesn't make you unique. What makes you unique is the way you are.
Right. And so it's like, if you feel the need to hide your method, that means that if someone knew your method, they'd be able to do what you do, which makes what you do not special. And the whole point of pursuing the art is to feel special about the thing you make. So, but the way to win the race isn't to find an angle that no one is going to be able to, no one will figure out that you figured out, and then hopefully no one figures that one out too. It's to keep investing, keep getting better, because you can't shortcut those skills. If you go the hard route and you earn those skills, someone else would have to also go the hard route to match you. So, like, that's unbeatable. The investment in skills is unbeatable. Give me 1 second. Girlfriend's dragging me to bed. Okay, let me read a few more and then I gotta run. Well, that's mostly true, but I have to admit, coming from a position of knowing nothing about music, I have already learned a lot from the Suno, from using Suno. I don't know who that is now. And I learned music. I was taught to kill, not create. But I find it fun. What do you mean by to kill? That's God insight. If you care what other people think. Sorry, I'm not keeping up well with the chat, am I? I'm saying so, I'm rambling so much. I don't know. Oh, taught to kill, like, military veteran. Okay, I see. Okay, not create. But I find it fun. Okay, well, so just so basically, what I think for people like maybe like you, the important thing to keep in mind is there's a distinction between commercial engagement with music and creative engagement with music. And so the commercial engagement is consumption. You are listening and enjoying music, and the Suno experience there is basically you are collaging the listening experience. It's almost like getting your own playlist, like on an iPod
become
or
a
something.
factory.
But it's like also trying to like mix it in some way. But you might as well just listen to real music, because it's like the AI stuff will honestly be not as fulfilling, I promise you, for listening. But then if creating process, the friction is you have to go through friction, because the discovery and the adventure and the work trying to make it, the friction of trying to make it, that in the payoff that you then feel from all that work, this feeling of like when you do a workout for military training and then you feel the muscles burn, and then later you get stronger, that's satisfying feeling. That's the hard work, right? As a military, I mean, you had to go through military training then, right? So it's like there's something satisfying on the other side. In art, there's also something satisfying on the other side. And Suno's not going to give you that. It's not going to teach you how to make music. It's just going to shortcut the process, and it's not going to make it as high quality when it comes to the creative and creation. Yeah, I'll do only from front.
Also,
just so you know, if you buy Suno, technically watching the VOD back, you're supporting people who are like what is it kind of again, the A's? Can you mention it, Reed, so I don't miss on this?
Yeah.
Last point, and then we're gonna go on
I
this.
already forget what EAC
Okay.
is. My brain is fried.
Fascist something. It's like just basically
Effective accelerationism. Effective accelerationism.
Yes, accelerationism.
It's a tech optimist movement advocating for unrestricted technological process, particularly in artificial intelligence.
Yeah. So people
I was
who
gonna
might
say,
not
like-
have really that nice interests in mind. The experience and the music. Human musicians will always be better, but listen, I would never have been able to express myself in this. You're not expressing yourself. I'm sorry. You're expressing yourself on the level of making a custom playlist. It's just it's just, I mean, it's too long for me. I'll have a VOD, but it's not. You're not expressing yourself, and if you are, the quality is so low compared to just the absolute phenomenal depth you could be experiencing if you engage differently. And engaging differently is worth it. It just, I just would, engage differently. Find some musician friends or somebody, and hang out with them. I'm sure you can find someone. Who are you to tell that? I have 25 years of experience in music. I've been playing violin since 5. I've played violin. I've played and performed and competed violin, viola, cello, piano, clarinet. I've conducted. I've played in chamber music. I've played as a soloist with orchestra when I was 9. I've written music for all kinds of different groups of orchestra, chamber music. I've arranged music for students that I teach. I teach music theory, ear training, composition. I can go on and on and on. I've performed in Carnegie Hall in New York. I went to Juilliard for undergrad. I mean, and those credentials actually don't matter, even though some people might care about them. What matters is your relationship with the art, and I just encourage that people consider that, the Suno what they're selling you is commercialization of being an artist, but it's just, I'm not trying to invalidate that. Your experience might feel personalized, but know that this is just barely scraping the payoff and fulfillment that you can get. This is more of a positive thing of don't let that stop you. Go look for something more. Be adventurous and look for something more. That doesn't give you the right to tell anyone they aren't good enough. I didn't say you weren't good enough. It's not about good enough. It's just that you could be having a more fulfilling experience if you didn't automate the process of making music. Don't automate the process of making music. We literally did an example, last thing I'll show you, of where you can make music. Where's the pencil? By just grabbing a pencil, it costs you 20 cents, and just Like, just play around with stuff like that. It's tricking you. Suno's tricking you into thinking you're having this fulfilling experience because it's collaging music that is designed to have give you a fulfilling experience. But it's why would you go for the collage when you can go for the real thing? It's the real thing is just as accessible. It's not a problem of access. It's not a problem of finances. YouTube exists for all this. Why bother with the Suno? It's like there's no point. It's such a downgrade. I think that's really what it is. It's a downgrade, really. Yeah, they sell it as if you're getting this creative outlet, but it's just such a disservice to what a creative process can feel like. It's a huge disservice. It's not you that's the problem. It's the way that they market this, as if it's this like, oh, going to learn to play an instrument or writing music or tapping with a pencil is going to be like substituted by Suno, and Suno is giving you a better experience than that because it sounds better. It's not about how it sounds, it's about how it feels. You are going to connect with something more if you are engaging with it personally, in a way that isn't just telling it prompt-wise, but actually creating the thing. And we've been doing that for thousands of years. So, if you don't trust me, maybe trust history. That rhymed, and I'll probably call it on that. Thanks guys for joining for the stream. It's been like 7 hours. A classic long stream.
Again.
Yeah, but thanks for joining. Thanks for showing you guys the music, and it's a pleasure having you guys, and I hope you guys join for the next one. And yeah, have a good night. I think a good example is the guy from Pink Floyd. He wrote an entire album about his father and the stories he had from war. As a veteran, you should be able to relate. Why not use that as inspiration? Genius and a great closer. Yeah, go check that out. You might relate to that personally because it's literally maybe related to your own personal experiences. And Suno might not be able to account for that experience because it's, not human. So, but that person right there, Pink Floyd, is human. And, they have a relationship with that father, and they might be able to, you might be able to connect with that. You might connect with that a lot more. Give it a shot, That's all I say. Bye.